Mastering in Game of Thrones with a mounted axe. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 White Deer. Everything went as planned. On the morning of the second day, Arthur said goodbye to the team heading north at the Gate of the Gods in King's Landing. 97 free mercenaries, the accountant girl Haley, and a caravan carrying 200 sets of iron armor formed the main force of the team. Desmond, the coach of Riverrun, was responsible for leading them to the Red Mill. The letter to the butler Umber was also handed to Desmond, and Umber would arrange for those who arrived at that time. The giant horse Red Hare was taken away by the team heading north. Its speed was too slow, and it was not suitable for going south. The giant hammer was also taken north. When Tob was making plate armor for Arthur, he thought that the giant hammer was for home decoration, so he did not install a fixed point on the plate armor. The golden guandeo has a fixed point on the back, so if Arthur went south with the giant hammer, he would have to hold the giant hammer in his hand all the way. Not to mention whether Lou, the mount, could bear it. Even Arthur himself would feel tired. Patrick's father, Lord Jason Mallister, was also in the team. He arrived at King's Landing before the tournament and participated in the Lance competition, but was eliminated on the first day. Arthur was relieved to have a noble earl like him with him, and they were walking on a safe road like the King's Road, as well as nearly 100 mercenaries. I don't think anyone would want to take advantage of this team. The team heading south was much more complicated. There were more than 20 followers of the brothers Horace and Hobber, Angai and 13 Dornish spearmen, a troop of more than 100 blood mummers, and Arthur riding a Delu and 4 followers. The Knight of Flowers letter had also been written, one of which was carried by Arthur, and several others were sent to the Rose's home castle, High Court, by ravens. Arthur won 2 championships and 60,000 gold dragons at the tournament in King's Landing. He spent more than 3,000 gold dragons on making plate armor, a giant hammer, a guandeo, 200 sets of iron armor, King's Landing's consumption for more than a week, and the down payment for hired mercenaries. Since he brought more than 2,000 gold dragons when he came, he still had more than 59,000 gold dragons. After leaving 58,000 gold dragons to Loras in King's Landing, Arthur set off with more than 1,600 gold dragons. They first crossed the Blackwater River to the south bank, and then went south along the Rose Avenue. The Royal Forest, the second largest primeval forest in Westeros, is the first challenge that the team going south needs to face. Although there are some small inns along the Rose Avenue through the Royal Forest, they are far apart, so they need to bring enough food and water. Fortunately, there are 244 horses in the team, and there are only 153 people, so there is no need to worry about transportation capacity. The problem of food and water was solved in a small town entering the Royal Forest. At Arthur's insistence, the group set out without resting in the town. This made some veterans of the Blood Troop complain, but for the sake of Arthur's golden guandeo, they obediently accepted the orders of their employers. The third day in the Royal Forest. Take a break, Lord Arthur, Horace suggested. He was really a little overwhelmed. That's right, there's less than half a day's journey to get out of the Royal Forest. Let everyone take a break, fill their stomachs, drink some water, and you can get out in one breath. Ange said. Arthur looked back and saw that most of the people in the team had ugly faces, so they were waiting to rest. It took most of the day for the horses to gallop from King's Landing to the town outside the forest, and the 3 days of fast travel to the Royal Forest. The bumps on the horseback made these men unbearable. They couldn't understand Arthur's eagerness, and now they were emotional. Then take a good rest. You guys take a rest. I'll go hunt some wild animals, and we'll have a good meal. The food on the road was all hard bread, dried meat and freshly cooked wheat porridge that were replenished outside the town. Arthur himself felt that the taste of meat was so bland that he couldn't taste it in his mouth. Man is iron and meat is steel. If you don't eat it for a meal, you will be greedy. Excellent. Long live Lord Arthur. Bring some wild deer. The group of people cheered immediately. Arthur's open-mindedness made them feel better immediately. Most people turned over and dismounted, found a flat place in the open space between the giant trees, and lay down to rest. Except for the two brothers of the Red Wine family and Arthur and Jules, the team was all civilians. They had all acted as hedge knights. It was common to sleep in the open space. Hedge knights are the general term for free knights, wandering warriors and mercenaries in the folk. Because this group of people are reluctant to stay in the inn, they often sleep under the trees and by the fence for a night. Arthur asked a few people who looked energetic to be on guard, and then took a few good hunters to go hunting. Half an hour later. "Hey, why can't we see any wild boars in this forest?" Anguy asked in confusion. "Maybe it's the scent of Mr. Arthur's wild boar killer that makes them all hide." Hopper, one of the twins, explained. He was much more energetic than his brother and also came to hunt. Anguy asked, "What is a wild boar killer?" Hopper then explained in detail how Arthur killed wild boars in Harrenhal. This made Anguy and several other mercenaries marvel. Master Arthur's bravery is beyond our imagination. An ordinary warhammer can kill wild boars, so wouldn't the giant hammer be unmatched in the entire continent? "I think the huge mountain can fight with you. At least he can withstand the beating." Arthur agreed with this statement. If the mountain wears chainmail and full plate armor, he might really be able to withstand my giant hammer. If I fight him again, it will depend on who can't withstand the beating first. The small conflict with the mountain in the tournament gave Arthur a clear understanding of his own strength. Weaker than the mountain, but not by much. And because of the added agility, Arthur is much more flexible than the mountain. I think the mountain can also swing the giant hammer, but it is limited to swinging. After the clumsy him took the heavy weapon of the giant hammer, he had no time to change his moves in the battle, so he chose a much lighter two-handed sword. This made him as flexible as an ordinary plate armor knight. Arthur's advantage is that he can still be flexible and agile while holding the giant hammer. So now, his combat power should be equal to that of the mountain. If he adds the advantages of physical strength and injury resistance, the mountain can't survive him. In short, Arthur is looking forward to the next battle with Gregor Clegane. Hush, there's a white deer. As a top archer, Ange has amazing eyesight. He found a white deer in the distance. Then several people slowly gathered around, and at the right distance, Ange drew his bow and shot an arrow, but missed. But coincidentally, the white deer actually rushed towards Arthur. Then it died under the sharp blade of the new moon. What a rare color. I wonder what it portends. Someone sighed. Disaster or fortune, who knows? Arthur firmly believed that this was a good omen. Baratheon lost his stag, and Arthur found it. P.S. Sansa and Little Rose's character cards are already on the list. Everyone can click on the red heart when the harem is really opened. Whoever has more red hearts will be the mistress. Please recommend and monthly vote. Chapter 77 High Court. The hunt lasted for more than half an hour. With the sharpshooter Anguy, they shot 2 wild deer, 9 fat rabbits, 12 pheasants, and some birds. When the prey was brought back, the people who stayed had already made a fire and set up the rack. Some mercenaries immediately began to skin, dissect, clean, and then roast. Since the main members of the team were mercenaries, they were very experienced in surviving in the wild. In addition, the Blood Mummers and Dornishmen had their own command system, so Arthur didn't have to worry about many things. But there was also a small problem, that is, when the interests of their team conflicted with Arthur's own interests, these people might obey the orders of their leader, instead of the orders of their employer Arthur. Dornishmen were okay, they were all relatively upright and open-minded people. Even if they were unhappy in the future, they could just pay the money and leave. The Blood Mummers were different. This group of people was notorious, and most of their members belonged to the evil and chaotic camp, so they had to be on guard. Arthur was thinking whether he should take the core members of the Blood Troop to fight with the Mountain's small forces in the future to consume their strength. Then he could send in a person he trusted as the leader, so that he could control this group of people. Soon, the smell of meat began to spread throughout the camp, making many people drool. After the meat was divided according to status, Arthur got half a scorched and oily deer hind leg and started to work. After the meal, the whole team was in high spirits. After packing up, Arthur gave the order to set off. In the evening, they walked out of the royal forest. Due to the flat road and wide view, the whole team's forward speed suddenly increased. Jules and Piper rode 4 horses straight south, and their destination was the ruins of Midsummer Hall. Considering that it was time-consuming and laborious to search for dragon eggs in a large ruin, Arthur did not set a deadline for jewels, and he waited until he found them and advanced 10 gold dragons as survival funds. Summer Hall is located on the border of Stormlands and Dorne. The largest noble family nearby is the Dondarrion family of Black Harbor. Their head, Earl Barrick, is the famous Lightning King in the future. After the outbreak of the War of the Five Kings, the Lightning King gave up his good job as an earl and formed the Brotherhood without banners with the Red Monk Thoris, specifically to avenge the river farmers who were robbed and killed by wandering soldiers. This shows his noble character. There should be no danger for Jules and his men near the territory of such nobles. They just need to concentrate on their mission. Arthur led his men all the way west, through the Bitter Bridge, crossed the Manda River twice, and then arrived at Highgarden. There, the armor and weapons of the Redwyne and Tyrell families were waiting for the arrival of the seller. Before leaving for King's Landing, the two brothers Hopper and Horace released ravens to their father, asking him to send some armor and weapons to Highgarden. In this way, Arthur would not have to cross the entire reach and then cross the Redwyne Straits to reach the arbor. It saved a lot of time. And because Arthur saved the life of the Knight of Flowers, Loras also sent a raven to the family, asking them to prepare the same thing for Arthur. With these two families, there is no need to visit the other small families in the Riverlands. After all, the nobles of the Riverlands who promised to give Arthur weapons and armor are still staying in King's Landing. If they go to their door, their clansmen may not necessarily fulfill their family head's casual words at a cocktail party. Arthur still has an intuitive understanding of the face of these nobles. There are actually very few nobles like Duke Ed who believe in highest glory and use secular morality to restrain their behavior at all times. There are so few that they can be said to be exceptions. Even the best nobles like the Knight of Flowers will do some tricks in the tournament for the championship. Not everyone can think of riding a mare to make the opponent's mount crazy and win the game. 8 days later, a huge white marble castle stands on a hill on the south bank of the Manda River. Even from a distance, you can see 3 circular walls and a giant plant maze between the first and second walls. This is Highgarden, the most beautiful castle in Westeros. One of the twins introduced it. They are so similar that even Arthur, who traveled with them for 11 days, could not tell who is who quickly. This is just the superficial knowledge of you people in the Reach. Obviously, the most beautiful castles in Westeros are Sunspear and Water Gardens. Anguhai said. They each nominated their own lord's castle as the most beautiful castle in the continent. If there were people from the Vale, I'm afraid the Eyrie could be added to the argument. The only big castles Arthur has seen are the Red Keep in King's Landing, Dyrenhill and Highgarden in front of him. The original owner has been to Riverrun, but that castle is a bit small and cannot be compared with these 3. Frankly speaking, Arthur thinks these 3 castles are all good, and he likes them all. As a person with difficulty making choices, he felt that if necessary, he could take all 3 castles for himself. Children make choices, adults want them all. After leaving most of the Blood Troop and 13 Dornish spearmen in the town near the ferry, Arthur led a few people and the Redwyne family to the giant castle. The twins brought all their followers into the city. The Queen of Thorns Elena Tyrell was their great aunt, and they had a lot of time to live here, so it could be said that it was half a home. It looked close, but it was still far to walk on horseback. After half a day, when the moonlight invaded the world and the stars rose, they barely reached the first wall of the castle. The horses were naturally handed over to the servants who came. With the 2 faces of the twins, the guards let them in without checking, and 4 soldiers and a servant led the way. The plant maze between the first and second walls occupied a large enough area. If there was no one to lead the way, I'm afraid that they would be exhausted and unable to get out. This reminded Arthur of the plant maze in Jackie Chan's movie The Chinese Zodiac. Only by flying can we get out of here without anyone leading the way. It took another half a day of walking to reach the second wall. Here, all of Arthur's followers were stopped, and only he was allowed to enter. The twins of the Redwyne family also left most of their followers, and only brought 2 personal servants in. Arthur accepted it calmly. After all, it was on someone else's territory, right? Compared with the last time I went to Hirennel and the time I beat Cleus to enter the throne room of the Red Castle, entering the High Court seemed to have many procedures and a full sense of ritual. This not only demonstrates the strong strength of the Rose family, but also reveals some of the owner's psychology. On the one hand, the Tyrell Rose family is close to the common people, to win over the hearts of the people, and on the other hand, it imposes complicated rules on the nobles, who enter the family castle, to gain a certain sense of satisfaction from being high above. In the final analysis, it is the lack of historical heritage of the Rose family that makes their members somewhat unconfident. It was past midnight, and after meeting the steward guards, they were arranged to live in residences suitable for their respective identities. Tomorrow, some transactions will be carried out. P.S. Please recommend on monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 78 Question. This was probably the most comfortable sleeping experience he had ever had. This was Arthur's first reaction when he woke up. The soft feather bed was concave in the shape of a human, carrying him through the night. When he woke up and went out, a male servant was waiting at the door, and then a wooden basin and towels for washing were brought over. After Arthur rinsed his mouth with salt and water, and wiped his handsome face with a towel, the servant left with the tools. He said someone would come, and lead Arthur to the hall for breakfast. The Lord of the Moulin Rouge put on his plate armor during this interval, without a helmet or mask. According to normal noble etiquette, when visiting other people's homes, one should not wear armor when dining, but should wear daily home clothes such as silk robes or woolen shirts. But Arthur did not bring such clothes, so he just made do with the plate armor. The servant who came and went, led Arthur through the long corridors and stairs, and then went up 3 floors, before reaching the destination. To be honest, Arthur felt that a joke in his previous life aptly described the size of Highgarden. My doorman and cook broke up because of a long-distance relationship. The place where Highgarden gave breakfast to guests was a very spacious hall. It was estimated that it could accommodate hundreds of people standing, but in fact there were only dozens of people now. A long table was placed in the middle, with chairs on both sides, and rows of male and female servants against the wall. A dozen nobles had already sat at the long table and started to eat breakfast. The noble symbols on their collars were varied, and Arthur didn't recognize most of them. "Lord Arthur, please sit next to us," Hopper called. This time the Lord of the Red Mill finally separated the two of them. He accepted the invitation because he still needed to ask for some details. A piece of bread, half a chicken, 2 small fish like this, and a large glass of ale. After sitting down on the chair, Arthur said to the male servant who came up to him. The clever servant nodded, and then hurried to get the food. "Who is the person who came to your house to trade weapons and armor?" This was Arthur's first question. "My father, Paxter Edwine. He was invited to attend a party in Highgarden. The Queen of Thorns is Paxter's aunt, and the two sides have frequent exchanges." Arthur would be more relieved if the head of the Redwine family came. According to rumors, the twins are very much loved by Earl Paxter. According to the plot of the original book, Hobber and Horace stayed in the capital after the tournament in King's Landing, so they were held hostage by King's Landing after the war broke out. So Earl Redwine was afraid to fight against the alliance of the Lion House and the King's territory, and announced his neutrality. The Redwine of the Arbor Island is a first-line noble in the entire Westeros continent. The family has more than 10,000 full-time soldiers and a family fleet of 200 longships. In contrast, the entire royal fleet has only more than 200 ships. Such family neutrality has caused Renly, who should have crushed Stannis in all aspects, to lose his maritime advantage in the narrow sea. This is also the direct reason why Storm's End was surrounded by the 5,000 troops of Stannis the year after the war. Now that the twins were brought back to the Reach by Arthur in advance, the Redwine family is a traditional strong ally of the Rose family, and their fleet will inevitably join the future battle. So after the war, the two brothers of the Deer family should fight for a few rounds in the narrow sea first, so that the entire Reach will fall to the Lannister family will be greatly delayed, or even may not happen. Then the Fish and Wolf families will be much easier to deal with the Lion family and the King's territory. Arthur himself also has a chance to develop. Otherwise, the Rose family and the Lannister family will unite in the later period, and the number of full-time soldiers will reach 100,000. No matter how strong Arthur is, he can't beat him. Even if he wins, he will be left alone. Speaking of which, in the early stage of the war, the shrewd Tywin actually made many mistakes. According to the geography of the Westeros continent, in any war between several families, as long as the Lannister family remains neutral in the early stage to maintain its strength, and then sends troops to the river in the king's territory in the later stage, his family can always get the greatest benefit. But at the beginning of the War of the Five Kings, Tywin first sent troops to the Riverlands for the honor of his family, and then his pig teammate Joffrey chopped off the head of the Northern Lord. This is how he formed an irreconcilable feud with the wolf and the fish, and was dragged into the quagmire of the Riverlands. Even when the West was half ruined by Robb, the young wolf, Tywin still led 20,000 main forces to stay in the East, and did not rescue his hometown. This mistake of sending troops to the Riverlands for his dwarf son could have been avoided, but Tywin still made it knowingly. If he didn't make it, he wouldn't be the proud Duke Tywin, and he wouldn't be the head of the Lannister family who boosted the Lion family's glory and maneuvered. His pride does not allow anyone to infringe on the Lannister family name. What qualifications do wolves and trout have to evaluate lions? Arthur thought about it for a long time, and then asked his second question. If I spend money to hire, how many reliable warriors can I recruit in the Reach? The kind that can really go to the battlefield. The Reach is the origin of the night culture of the entire Westeros continent. Compared with the Riverlands, another major grain producing area, the people in the Rose family's fiefdom are very martial. In addition, the population is the largest among the Seven Kingdoms, and there are a large number of warriors to recruit. Now that the war is imminent, the more you can recruit, the better. Although Horace didn't understand why Arthur was so keen on expanding his military strength, he still gave a reference. It's near Highgarden. It's no problem to mobilize 200 or 300 people with a golden dragon. If you have time, you can go to Old Town to have a look. There are more free warriors and wandering knights there. Old Town is one of the 5 major cities on the continent. It is also the location of the Citadel and the Starry Cathedral, where Aegon I was crowned. Naturally, there are more idle people gathering there, but Arthur felt that there was not enough time. The tournament had ended 12 days ago. The imp might have been captured. In the next 2 or 3 weeks, the mountain would set out from Casterly Rock and lead 200 or 300 men to wreak havoc along the Red Fork. It would take Arthur more than 2 weeks to go north to the Riverlands with his weapons and armor. It would be too late to go to Old Town again. If he could recruit 200 men near Highgarden, it would be a good result. Arthur nodded, indicating that he understood, and then buried his head in his meal. The food provided by this top noble family is of very high quality, so it is always a good idea to eat more. After breakfast, all the nobles in this hall were taken to another room that was equally as large. Here, Lord Mace Tyrell, nicknamed Inflatable Fish and Lord of the Reach, would handle their affairs. After waiting for a long time, Arthur's affairs were finally heard. The Raven from King's Landing has explained the situation. I decided to let you go to the armory to choose the armor and weapons you need. No more than 300 sets will do. This was the reply from the Lord Mace. Arthur was very satisfied with this. But the next second, his satisfaction disappeared. As long as I'm here, you can't take a single weapon away. A strong male voice sounded. P.S. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 79 Paxter. The person who was speaking was wearing a velvet coat lined with black silk and embroidered with roses. He was tall and had a very beautiful and handsome face. He looked a bit like Loras, the Knight of Flowers. Next to him was a bold middle-aged man with a white beard. He had a cold face and a serious expression. It was obvious that he was not easy to talk to. Lord Tully, welcome to my home. The Duke of Mace, who was sitting behind the giant table, first expressed his welcome to the middle-aged man, and then asked his son, why don't you give weapons to Mr. Arthur? This is what Loras said in his letter. Hopper followed behind Arthur and explained to his friend in a low voice, this is Garland, the second son of the Duke of Mace, and that is Lord Randall Tully of Hornhill, who hates the Dornish very much. As soon as Arthur was reminded, he probably knew what was wrong. Hornhill is at the junction of the Reach and Dorne, and the Tullys have led the defense and counterattack against the Dornish for hundreds of years. How could they have a good impression of the Dornish? Moreover, Lord Tarly, who defeated Robert at Ashford 15 years ago, was extremely brave, aggressive and tough. It was rumored that in order to ensure that the heir to the family was an iron-blooded warrior, he recruited 2 wizards to perform blood magic on his weak eldest son Samwell Tully. After it didn't work, the 2 wizards were beaten up and left in disgrace. Then the second son Dickon became his main training object. In order to pave the way for Dickon to inherit the family, the eldest son Sam was sent to the wall as a night watchman. It was Arthur's bad luck to meet such an iron-blooded and ruthless person, who made him come here with a dozen Dornishmen. Garland Tyrrell gave an explanation to his father. Because this man came to the River Bay with the notorious mercenary group Blood Troop, I judge that Sir Arthur was not a good person. Giving them armor and weapons might make them hurt other innocent people. I suggest that father should not sell them to him. Is that so? The Duke of Mace's face turned cold, and his attitude obviously changed. His third son might have been deceived by this person, or his second son was right. He turned to Arthur. You have heard what my son said, so I have decided that Highgarden will no longer sell weapons and armor to you. As for the 58,000 gold royals in stock, you can withdraw them at any time. If there is nothing else, you can leave. After that, he began to deal with the next matter, which was the territorial dispute between the Oakett family and a small noble under the rule of the Lion family in the west. There are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Arthur had a deep understanding of this. Lord Mace Tyrrell used his actual actions to explain why his nickname was Inflatable Fish. Although the Blood Troop had a bad reputation, they might be able to walk freely on the continent of Westeros, which obviously could not be a reason to refuse the transaction. It could only be that Randall Tarly, who hated the Dornish, persuaded Garland to stop the transaction. With just a few words from his second son, he, a dignified duke, could take back what he had just said. I really don't know who he learned his lord education from. Will such a move convince his vassal? Arthur is on good terms with Loras, who is far away in King's Landing, and cannot help him now. The plan to buy weapons and armor from the Rose family is a failure. Fortunately, the Redwine family can still get 300 sets and recruit some free warriors, so this trip is not in vain. Arthur no longer hesitated and asked the twins to take him to see Earl Paxter. After walking a long way in the huge castle, they finally found the Earl of the Arbor, who came to his aunt and mother-in-law's house. It's just a small matter, just a greeting, and you have to run all the way to Highgarden. Maybe because of long-term contact with various merchants who come to the Arbor to buy wine. The middle-aged man Paxter seems to be very good at dealing with things. As soon as he entered the room, the Earl first gave up his seat, asked the servants to bring fruit plates and cakes, and talked to Arthur about this transaction. His tone was very enthusiastic and his attitude was very peaceful. At the first meeting, Arthur felt that he was very familiar with him. This was in stark contrast to the attitudes of the Tyrrells. It wasn't a wasted trip. At least I got to know the Earl. The seated Lord of the Red Mill replied. Arthur was a man who would treat anyone well. One heart for another. Ever since he convinced them, the twins Hopper and Horace have behaved very well. They tried their best to protect Arthur's face on some occasions, and even hurriedly marched back to Highgarden with him, just to buy him some armor and weapons. Now that their father was so friendly, Arthur felt that he could establish a deeper friendship with them. The Earl asked about how Arthur met his 2 sons, and how Arthur won 2 championships from a group of well-known warriors. Arthur and the twins cooperated well, and told the story of King's Landing. 7 layers of hell. Earl Paxter exclaimed. Who in the whole continent can withstand your hammer now? The Mountain? He is too clumsy, and can only be beaten to death by you. I can only say that your enemies are unfortunate, and they may not even leave a complete corpse. The Earl of Kingting Island chatted for a while, before sending 2 stewards to take Arthur to the ferry town to check the goods. Although he treated everyone equally, his status was there, and it was impossible for him to accompany Arthur for some weapons and armor. Arthur had no objection to this. Although the nobles often interacted with each other without distinction of title, they still clearly distinguished between the noble and the humble. The twins went with Arthur. They thought of themselves as half landlords, so they entertained them very well. The way there was similar to the way they came last night. After half a day, they arrived at the ferry town. Everything is here, please check. The two stewards took Arthur and others to the longboat docked here and then directed the boatman to move out the things Arthur needed. The three main types of weapons are the bow, the half-hand sword, and the spear. The armor is mainly chainmail covering the torso and neck, and there are 30 sets of full plate armor. You are sincere. Your father is really an honest man. Arthur was very satisfied with the armor given by King Ting Island. Just these 30 sets of plate armor covering from head to toe are worth the trip. Chainmail is for big soldiers, and ziplock is for veterans. Plate armor is a real elite equipment. With Arthur's combat power, with hundreds of such organized plate armor troops, he can break through the infantry formation of tens of thousands of people several times. These weapons and armor cost a total of 2,100 gold royals, and ordinary small nobles basically can't afford so much money. But compared with the 60,000 gold royals that Arthur got from the two championships, it's a piece of cake. This also made Arthur feel again how much Robert loves to spend money. The prize money of a tournament can arm a powerful army. After the inspection, everyone went to the town for lunch. Of course, they went to the best tavern in the whole town, and then the twins recognized a few acquaintances. Cousin, why are you here? PS. Please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 80 Marguerite. Their cousin was naturally Marguerite Tyrrell, nicknamed Little Rose. She smiled at Arthur, a stranger, before greeting her cousins. Her gentle eyes, like those of an elk, seemed to always be smiling, and the corners of her mouth were raised from time to time, showing her good mood and making her gorgeous face even more dazzling. Her long brown curly hair lazily draped over her shoulders, highlighting the whiteness of her arms. Due to the usual high temperature in the river bay, she wore a very cool dark-colored ankle-length skirt, and the cyan belt outlined her peerless figure. Of course, what also attracted Arthur's attention was the ridge capital on her chest. He only knew such a big thing now. In short, Marguerite deserves the title of peerless beauty. Compared with Sansa, who still only looks at her face, Marguerite, who is much more mature in dealing with people, is actually very feminine. Arthur has begun to struggle over whether to marry her or Sansa, although in fact he is still a little far from the level of these two. After struggling for a long time, Arthur came to his own conclusion. It is not impossible to marry both of them as his wives. One can get the entire north, and the other can get the support of the Riverlands and a generous dowry. If you want to dream, you have to be bolder. This is Arthur Braykin, he is. Hopper was still thinking about introducing his cousin, but was interrupted by her. I know, he is the champion of the Lawns competition in the tournament of Lord Stark. She said this, but her eyes turned to Arthur. In the past few days, your name has made my ears calloused. Who would not like a handsome and powerful knight? There is a problem with this statement. Arthur is not a knight, and many people know this fact. The small loophole shows that Marguerite is not very concerned about Arthur, but routinely remembers current events, and pretends to be familiar with him. This makes the Lord of the Red Mill a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusts. Who makes him just a small noble now? When he pulls up his own army and dominates the entire continent, Little Rose will surely remember every rumor about him clearly. It's my honor to let a young lady from an official family like you hear my deeds. Arthur also said politely. After all, they just met. It's impossible for them to have a deep relationship. There will be a chance to have a deep relationship and talk to each other in the future. After the routine greetings, several people sat together at a table, and their followers found seats and sat down. Are you going to the school you run again? Keep your distance from the common people, they are very barbaric. The two brothers seemed to know what Marjorie did in the morning and advised her. Little Rose smiled lightly. How can you talk like that, cousins? As long as you treat them well, the common people will treat you well. Arthur agreed with this. You are right. One heart for one heart. They are also human beings, and they will be influenced. You see, this Mr. Arthur is very sensible. The purpose of my school is to influence the common people from a young age. You and I have known each other for so many years, but your awareness is not as good as that of Lord Braykin, who I just met. Marjorie agreed with Arthur and refuted the attitude of her cousins. The twins knew their cousin's style of doing things, so they didn't bother with her about this topic. Arthur wanted to continue chatting with her. Firstly, because of her personality, and secondly, he also wanted to run a school, which was a magical tool. to improve his reputation among the common people. "Can you tell me about your school?" Arthur asked. "Of course, Your Excellency the champion." Margaret had been suffering from her actions not being recognized by the upper nobles of the Reach before, and now that she saw someone who agreed with her, she immediately started to talk happily. Arthur listened carefully for a long time, and then summarized the situation of the school. The teachers were all educated and gentle monks, and the Rose family provided food and accommodation. Margaret did not mention the salary of these monks, and Arthur was not easy to ask. The location was in this fairy town. The students were teenagers and farm girls from nearby. The main reason why parents agreed to let them go to school was that they were still young and could not help work in the fields and workshops. If they were left at home, they were afraid of the house being destroyed, and they were afraid of falling into the river, being taken away by animals, and other accidents. It would be best to have someone to take care of them. Parents don't really care about learning some knowledge. They were born as commoners, so it's useless for children to learn more. When they grow up to the age of being able to work, even the Lord's daughter can't convince them to let their children continue to go to school. Fortunately, the things taught by the monks are very simple, and they can be completed in 1 or 2 years. In other words, this school not only serves as a school, but also has the function of a nursery. This allows parents engaged in production to work with complete peace of mind without worrying about their children being left unattended. This is a great initiative, liberating parents who are tired of taking care of their children, and also giving children a safe place to go. Arthur highly praised Margaret's behavior. "You are too polite. I just have nothing to do, so I do some small things." Although Margaret was very humble, she was still happy in her heart. "Finally someone can understand my behavior, and he is a handsome man. Only a lady from an official family like you who cares about the people and works for the people can be a queen. The two in the Red Castle are actually very..." Arthur mentioned it again, but Margaret stopped him by signaling with her hand. "Queen Cersei and King Robert are both qualified rulers, and I'm loyal to them." Margaret, who was in a good mood, even made a heart gesture with her hands in front of her chest to express her loyalty to the Iron Throne. She liked Arthur more and more. This man not only recognized her behavior of holding a school, but also said what she wanted to be in her heart. Queen is her goal. "I want to be the king's woman." Arthur carefully observed Margaret's expression. Although she denied her ambition, he could still guess Little Rose's ambition from some of her fleeting glances. In these fleeting glances, the left eye was full of power and the right eye was full of desire. It was very different from her usual peaceful and gentle eyes. "Speaking of which, I will also open a school in my own territory, which is a great thing to benefit the people. There are some issues that I need to consult with the experienced Miss Marjorie. I hope you will be generous with your advice." Arthur said so. This is actually a lie. The War of the Five Kings is about to break out. How can he have time to do these things? But Marjorie is very fond of this. During the time before the dishes were served, she told Arthur in detail about the troubles she encountered, and the problems that should be paid attention to when running a school. Arthur admired Marjorie's beauty, while echoing her remarks. The two brothers of the Red Wine family could not interrupt, and could only listen silently. "Your experience has benefited me a lot. When I return to the territory and deal with the dispute with the northern neighbor, I will open a school." This is the ending of Arthur's experience to Marjorie. "Your northern neighbor also has a dispute with you. Can you tell me about it?" Little Rose was really interested. Now the twins have a chance to speak. The two of them competed to tell their cousin about the recent conflict between Arthur and Raventree City, and praised the extraordinary fighting power of the Lord of the Red Mill. "Cousin, do you know what it means to kill 300 enemies on the battlefield? PS. Please recommend and vote for me." Chapter 81 Conscription Order. Margaret was very cooperative with her cousin's boasting, and she would occasionally express surprise and admiration. Even though she knew little about knights and military affairs, she still had some basic common sense. Judging from the combat power of killing hundreds of enemies in a battle, this handsome Bracken might be the most powerful warrior in the history of Westeros. When she heard that Arthur had fought with Raventree just for the tragic death of 3 villagers, including a pregnant woman, she had a better impression of Arthur. "Evil Raventree and Brynden!" Little Rose exclaimed. Arthur felt that she looked at him differently. So in order to prevent the revenge of the Blackwood family, I tried my best to expand my army. In addition to purchasing weapons and armor in the River Bay this time, I also hope to hire a group of brave River Bay warriors. It's just that my uncle doesn't support Mr. Arthur very much, Hopper said. The Duke of Mace is his real uncle. Horace added, I think it might be Randall Tala's doing. He has always had a good relationship with my second cousin. Why? Marguerite asked curiously. She couldn't understand how Arthur, who had only been in Highgarden for half a day, could offend Lord Thornhill in the south. It should be that I brought a dozen Dornishmen here, and then Randall Tully, who was visiting here, knew about it, so he stopped the Blood Mummers in the name of being hired by me, Arthur explained. Hopper followed up. Even if the Blood Mummers have a bad reputation and the Dornishmen are annoying, they are still here to defend Mr. Arthur's territory. Lord Thornhill is really a bit of a bully. He completely put the blame on Randall Tully, without mentioning that it was his cousin Garland Tyrrell who stopped him. Help the relatives, but not the reason. My father sometimes can't tell right from wrong. Although Marguerite felt that her father had gone too far in her heart, she remained elegant. After all, with Arthur as an outsider, she couldn't express her contempt for her father freely. After you go home and wait for me in the afternoon, Mr. Arthur can follow me to see my father. I will convince him. That couldn't be better. Arthur didn't expect that there would be a turnaround in this matter. To be honest, for the feudal lords of the River Reach, who command more than 10,000 professional soldiers, 300 sets of weapons and armor are not a big deal. But for Arthur, these equipments are still very impressive. The fragrant food was brought up by the tavern boy, and the group quickly solved the problem of hunger. Then little Rose continued to teach the children to read in the school she ran, and Arthur and the twins went to the center of the town to recruit warriors. The price of the Blood Troops mercenaries is 20 gold royals each. The warriors of the River Reach are stronger and more capable. I suggest that Mr. Arthur set the price at 30 gold royals, Hopper suggested. Let's divide them into groups. Those who bring their own weapons and armor can be given a higher price, and those who don't have equipment can be given less. His brother Horace gave his opinion. Several people were standing in the center of the town, and the mayor who heard the news was responsible for maintaining order at the scene. As one of the 3 top nobles in the River Reach, the twins of the Redwyn family still played a big role. Attracted by the blue grape logo of his family, 20 to 30 mercenaries had already arrived. Most of them are guerrillas, and there are only 2 groups at most. To be honest, Arthur has some psychological resistance to guerrillas, because these people are not easy to pay and command. The most important reason for mercenaries to form a mercenary group is that they are afraid that their employers will eat them up and they will not get their money. But there are still a considerable number of people who choose to work alone, such as Bronn, the luckiest mercenary in the world of Game of Thrones. He went to the Eyrie for Mrs. Stark's bounty. After the bounties of the Starks and the Arryns did not satisfy him, he immediately jumped to the side of the little devil. Arthur felt that he should avoid this situation. Let's talk about the price. What I need now is loyalty and obedience. The leader of the Blood Troop, Varg, followed Arthur and helped to screen and identify. He had a goatee and wore a black plate armor that was different from the Westeros warriors, which made him look very gloomy. As a mercenary leader of 100 people, how to pick out those who dare to fight and are not afraid of death from ordinary mercenaries is exactly his strength. Only less than half of the 20 or 30 people in front of him passed the test, and only 11 people were selected by Arthur. Anyone with a little bit of insight could see Arthur's dissatisfaction. The number was too small. I think you can issue a conscription order, so that people who are not here can. Wager suggested with a stutter. But his stumbling words sounded very uncomfortable. One of his assistants stepped forward and explained quickly. Mercenaries often have their own circles, and information circulates quickly. You can issue a conscription order, and you can get a few silver deer for the interview. This will quickly attract powerful warriors from hundreds of miles nearby. Yes, in just 1 or 2 days, the number of mercenaries who come will double, and it won't take up much of your time, the mayor said with a smile. This is also a way. Arthur agreed. Anyway, he now has more than 50,000 gold dragons in his hand, and 1 gold dragon can be exchanged for 210 silver deer. It is still very cost effective to spend a few gold dragons to get a large number of mercenaries, to come for an interview," Arthur ordered. "Then all the mercenaries who come for the interview will be given to silver deer. They must be armed with regular weapons and will be valid for 2 days. Please help spread this news." Then he threw a gold dragon to the mayor as a reward for him. "No problem, I'll do it right away. The ravens are very fast. A large number of armored warriors will come to you tomorrow morning." The mayor was about to turn around to do his work when he was stopped by Arthur. "Help me find a convoy that can transport hundreds of sets of armor to the north bank of the Red Fork River in the river area. The price is negotiable." For the sake of a gold dragon bounty, the mayor agreed. "No problem at all. You can see such a convoy when you come to interview the mercenaries tomorrow." Arthur nodded and waved him away. It seems that he has to stay here for another day. The Second Sons, a well-known mercenary group on the eastern continent of Essos, can earn 100 gold dragons for each ordinary soldier to go on a mission, while the average price of mercenaries in the Reach is only about 20 gold dragons. Although this is related to the peace in Westeros for nearly 10 years, which has left mercenaries with no work to do, it is indeed cheap, and it is always good to hire more people. Then Arthur and the twins went to Margaery's school to wait, and they would go to Highgarden together in the afternoon. Arthur needed to settle the money for weapons and armor with Earl Paxter, and Margaery promised to help deal with her father, the Duke of Mace. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 80 to the significance of the school. On the way to Highgarden, I still think that the school only needs to be responsible for letting children learn to read. Margaery, who was sitting in the carriage, insisted on her point of view. She was lifting the curtain with her hand and arguing with Arthur about the meaning of the school's existence. "No, no, no, you don't understand what I mean." Arthur had just popularized quality education and vocational education for her, but little Rose obviously didn't understand it very well. Although in the face of the pyramid system from the king to the feudal lord to the second and third tier nobles, civilian education is not, and cannot be a channel, to change the class of students. But education just returns to its essence, that is, to make people better and let students better stimulate their potential talents. After thinking about it, Arthur said, compared to literacy, cultivating some talents that society urgently needs is what the school should do. For example, doctors who save lives and heal the wounded. Civilians have not had their own doctors for thousands of years. We can't let the monks always serve concurrently, right? Except for the Northland that believes in the old gods, where the bachelors will treat civilians. Civilians in other areas have no fixed place to see a doctor. Bachelors in the big castle only serve the nobles, and contact with civilians is considered a shameful thing by them. Therefore, the monks who serve the gods also serve as doctors, not only responsible for soothing the hearts of the civilians, but also responsible for healing the body. This is also the reason why the monk leader, the Great Sparrow, became so powerful in the later period of the Game of Thrones. After the war, the armed nobles could not fully fulfill their responsibility to protect the people, and they were completely out of touch with the civilians. So the people turned to support the monks who were more useful to them. In addition to doctors, the schools opened in rural villages can also train skilled workers in handicraft workshops, the brewing, textile and other workshops in the River Bay, the metal workshops in the west, and the furniture, accessories, and daily necessities workshops in the Riverlands all need a large number of workers. Their training can be carried out in the school stage, and then they can skip the apprentice stage and become formal workers directly when they enter the workshop. It is a bit similar to vocational education in the previous life, but more concise. As a modern soul, Arthur still has some awareness of education. In other words, he is smarter than the current Westeros people in this kind of place. Commoners do need to see a doctor. Margaery agreed. The level of monks varies, and most of the treatments rely on herbs and poppy milk. The twins rode up and joined the conversation. In fact, the witch doctors commonly seen on the Essos continent are a good example. Their training costs are much lower than our maesters. Yes, the cost of treating diseases is also low. Herbs can cure diseases. Due to the developed foreign trade exchanges on Kingting Island, the two brothers know a lot about the more eastern regions. The maesters on the continent of Westeros are uniformly trained in the citadel of Old Town, and the time and financial costs are extremely high. In Arthur's impression, it takes more than 10 years for a maester to graduate, and then go to various castles to serve. And because of the inconvenient transportation, in order to allow the maesters to better assist the nobles, the maesters are all-rounders who know everything. This is a waste. Society needs division of labor. I think Margaret can persuade the Duke of Mace to train a group of witch doctor-like doctors in your River Bay to treat the common people. The level does not need to be too high, just being able to treat simple fever and diarrhea will be fine. Arthur suggested. His own territory is small, and there is no bachelor serving him, so he cannot do such an experiment. This kind of witch doctor-like doctor is more like the Redfoot doctor in the previous life, who only needs to know a few simple common diseases. The popularization of doctors of this level is enough to double the average life expectancy of the common people. Because most people die from common diseases and infections after injuries. Little Rose nodded. You two are right. I will suggest this to my father. After thinking for a while, Margaret said, in fact, Mr. Arthur thinks more deeply. What I'm doing now is actually meaningless. It has no effect, except that it can let the children write their own names. The meaning of the existence of the school is to cultivate talents. Talents who can treat diseases, talents who can farm, and talents who can do manual work. Her beautiful face showed a trace of seriousness, and it seemed that she really took this seriously. Marguerite, who had the highest status, fell into deep thought, and the conversation stopped. The group hurried on in silence until they arrived at Highgarden. After listening to his daughter's words, the Duke of Mace, who was still sitting behind the huge carved wooden table, said, I was impulsive this morning. Since Mr. Arthur is an upright and kind noble, my Tyrrell family will definitely help you wholeheartedly. It's getting late now. You can go to the armory tomorrow to choose whatever you want. The price is a little lower than the market price. His round face showed some sincerity, which made Arthur unable to fool him. This person doesn't care about his face at all, and he can easily take back what he said. Among the lords and their heirs of the Seven Kingdoms, only Edgemere Tully of the Riverlands can compete with him. Coincidentally, both of them are very soft-hearted. After solving Arthur's problem, Marguerite decided to express her thoughts. According to Mr. Arthur's explanation, I think the school I run is really useless. It's good for you to know. For common people, the only useful thing in school is to be able to write their own names. The rest is a pure waste, the Duke of Mace said. But I have another idea. We can organize a group of civilians who are familiar with herbs, let the maesters who are familiar with pharmacology and know how to treat diseases teach them, and train some witch doctors to treat the civilians. Margaret said quickly. The Duke of Mace opened his eyes wide. Daughter, how can you still have such an idea? Isn't this causing trouble for the maesters? Arthur said for Little Rose, but it brings convenience to your people. Yes, the civilians need such convenience. Some of Mr. Arthur's ideas are really good. I decided to run such a school. The inflatable fish spread his hands helplessly. Okay, your father supports your idea. We will discuss it in detail at the party tonight. After that, he waved his hand and let Arthur and others leave. It was dinner time, and Arthur was taken to the hall where breakfast was eaten, and finished dinner with 20 or 30 guests. The people of the Rose family never ate with these guests. Earl Paxter and Earl Randall Tully did not appear in this hall either. Arthur guessed that it might be the visiting little nobles who were arranged here. Those with higher status were arranged separately. After dinner, Arthur, who wanted to rest, was dragged by the twins to attend a party in the evening. Come on, the nobles and warriors of the Reach all want to meet you, the champion of the tournament. That's right, show everyone your handsome face. P.S. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 83 Dick and Tolly. If you are familiar with Highgarden, you will know that this is a very ordinary party. The main guests, the Earl of the Arbor and the Earl of Tolly, are regular guests. Except for Loras, all the members of the House of Rose came out to entertain the guests. But for Dick and Tolly, it was very unusual. Not to mention that his serious and cold father Randall Tully rarely let him come to Highgarden. The fact that he met the champion of the tournament, Arthur Braykin, at the party was enough to make him excited. This is the champion of the tournament of the entire continent, and the champion of both the lance competition and the team battle. Just based on these 2 points, Arthur must have a place in the bards of later generations. The elderly have their own circles, and the young have their own circles. Dickon and many young men from the Riverlands family surrounded the twins of the Redwine family, listening to them bragging about how Arthur broke the great sword of the mountain with a few hammers and saved Loras. My heart was in my throat at that time, thinking about how the fallen Loras could escape from the mountain sword, and then Mr. Arthur appeared with the great hammer. Hobber's saliva flew all over the place, describing his feelings at that time in a somewhat exaggerated way. However, he was thirsty from talking continuously, so he grabbed a glass of his own wine and drank it. The audience around him were just in the mood, and they could only watch Hobber's Adam's apple slide up and down, and listen to him gulp down the wine. In order to avoid a dull moment, his brother took over his words. At that time, everyone in King's Landing was shocked. No one believed that Mr. Arthur could rescue the Knight of Flowers. After all, the mountain was notorious, but after only a few battles, the mountain fled because his greatsword was broken by Mr. Arthur's hammer. Unlike the stupid people of King's Landing, I knew that it was only a matter of time before the mountain lost the moment Mr. Arthur appeared. My vision is always accurate. Most of the nobles of the Reach made sounds of surprise, regretting that they could not be there to see such a famous scene. But someone asked Horace curiously, "Why did you think so at the beginning?" Arthur, the protagonist in their mouths, was eating a plate of grapes. After hearing this, he answered vaguely, "Because he was beaten by me, and he knows that everyone is equal under my hammer." Everyone laughed, and Horace's face turned slightly red, and the atmosphere became cheerful. Dickon looked at Arthur with complicated eyes. He really longed for such a life of becoming famous in one battle, and then being sought after by everyone. He also longed for Arthur's freedom. He heard that he was a small noble, but he could go to King's Landing and Highgarden to play. Dickon himself couldn't do it. He was still young, and his rigid and serious father would only let Dickon follow him obediently, and would not let him leave Hornhill to wander around the continent. If only I could follow Lord Arthur for a while. He sighed softly. Someone encouraged him. "Mr. Arthur is here, Dickon. You can just ask directly." Dickon's serious face was a little melancholy, "But my father won't let me leave the territory to take risks." Hearing this conversation, Arthur looked at Hopper with some doubts, wanting to know who this young and serious guy was. "This is Dickon Tarley, the second son of Randall Tolley." Hopper introduced Arthur in a low voice. Arthur was happy, and some unpleasantness caused by Randall Tarley in the morning disappeared immediately. Dickon is the second brother of Fat Sam of the Night's Watch. He has been trained as an heir by Randall since he was a child, and his own military literacy is very high. Randall himself is a famous general of the time. During the War of the Usurper, he defeated Robert, who had won 3 battles in a row, at Ashford at the junction of Stormland and Riverland. Although it was only a battle of a few thousand people, it was enough to show Randall's military command ability. How could the heir he focused on training be bad? At least he is also an excellent military commander. Such people are exactly what Arthur's team lacks. He put down the plate, pulled Hopper's silk sleeve to wipe his mouth, then walked quickly to Dickon and whispered, "I heard that you want to go on an adventure with me for a while. I formally invite you to travel around my territory. First, get Dickon and get him to the Riverlands. In a few weeks, Tywin will lead 20,000 Lannister main forces to station on the Golden Road. By then, the connection between the Riverlands and the north will be cut off, and it will be difficult for Dickon to go home." Dickon, with a long face and serious expression, suddenly became excited. I'm not ready yet, and my father won't agree." His expression changed from excitement to decadence visibly. Arthur glanced back at the other side of the hall where the heads of the Riverlands were surrounding the Duke of Mace and the Queen of Thorns. He found Randall Tolley, confirmed that he was not paying attention to this side, and quickly said, "How old are you? Do you still want your father's permission? Even if he doesn't agree, you can sneak out." Dickon looked very entangled, hesitating and unable to say anything. Most of the young nobles of the Riverlands around knew the situation of Dickon's family. In order to pick a suitable heir, Randall Tarley would rather send his eldest son Sam to the Night's Watch in the far north to suffer, which shows that he is unblooded, stubborn, and has a strong desire for control. With such a father, how could Dickon have a happy childhood now? So they repeatedly persuaded Dickon to make his own decision and go out with Arthur, a legendary warrior, for a while. Arthur thought for a moment and whispered, "Your brother, Sam, is now in the Night's Watch in the north. With his personality, I think his brothers in the Night's Watch often make things difficult for him. You can go and see him, and use your noble status to support him, and make his life more comfortable. Fatty Sam did not have a good life when he first arrived at the Wall. Several Night's Watch often bullied him, but after the kind-hearted Jon Snow taught them a lesson, Sam was still living a good life. Of course, Arthur would not tell Dickon these things, he just needed to get this man under his command. I do miss my brother, he is a very good person. After Dickon said this, he looked at Arthur, who was eagerly waiting for him, for a long time. Until they were both a little embarrassed, he finally made up his mind. I'll go with you. I'll sneak out after my father, and I return to Hornhill tomorrow. The Hornhill of the Tully family is just a few dozen leagues south of Highgarden. It's not far, just a day's ride away. Arthur was very happy to see Dickon so powerful, so he conspired with the son of the famous River Bay general in a hall of Randall Tully on how to reunite. The final result of the discussion was that after Dickon returned home, he would find a time when his father would not pay attention, ride north to reunite with Arthur. According to the distance of Hornhill, Dickon would reach the banks of the Manda River 2 days after leaving home, and Arthur should have set off north at that time. But Dickon's time to leave home is uncertain. Maybe Randall will always ask his son to be by his side, so Dickon will not find an opportunity, so Arthur and him agreed to reunite at the Bitter Bridge. The Bitter Bridge is located at the intersection of the Rose Avenue and the main branch of the upper reaches of the Manda River. It can be said that it is a must-pass place to go north, and Dickon and Arthur's caravans will definitely not miss each other. P.S. Please recommend on monthly tickets. Chapter 84 Heading North. The next morning, Arthur followed one of the stewards of the Rose family to the armory to select the weapons and armor promised by the Duke of Mitz. Lord Inflatable Fish said very domineeringly last night that he could pick whatever he wanted, but his steward was very fussy. He only let Arthur pick 50 sets of plate armor, and the remaining 250 sets were all chainmail. This may be because it is easier to see the King of Hell than to deal with the little devil. The Lord of the Red Mill did not bother with him. After selecting the armor, he selected the weapons, all of which were a combination of half-handed swords and one-handed small round shields. After selecting, the steward had them loaded on the ox cart and sent to the ferry town. This still satisfied Arthur. The price was affordable, 50 sets of plate armor, 250 sets of chainmail, and 300 sets of weapons, a total of 2,465 gold royals. When he checked the account with the Duke of Metz, he waved his hand and wiped out 65 gold royals. The 2,100 gold royals from the arbor have been settled by the Rose family and the steward of Earl Paxter. In terms of money, the Duke of Mace is still very reliable and did not embarrass Arthur at all. Now Arthur has 53,500 gold royals in the Rose family. He thought about the situation and decided to take out 1,500 and keep the rest in Highgarden. Anyway, with the strength of Highgarden and the alliance of Hightower and Redwine, no one in the whole continent dared to touch them. It is very safe and reliable to keep them here. It is second only to the reliability of the Iron Bank in the eastern continent of Essos. Moreover, during the War of the Five Kings, no money was paid for major events, and the troops at hand were relied on. For minor events, it depends on Arthur's mood, and he can reward his subordinates who are capable of doing things. In the afternoon, he went to the ferry town again, and selected the mercenaries who arrived one after another with the leaders of the blood troop, such as Wager and Ange. Today is much better. It is estimated that 70 to 80 people were organized by the mayor in the center of the town, waiting for the visit of Arthur, the gold owner. Master, choose me, choose me, choose me. I can kill the mountain by myself, so you must be right to choose me. The mountain should kill you, but this guy is full of dirty talk and looks like a scoundrel. I'm different. I will do whatever you tell me to do. These people are no good and cannot go to the battlefield. You should find someone like me who has his own bow and arrows and armor. Before Arthur walked in, the mercenaries had already started to promote themselves. The stuttering leader Wager was very familiar with this situation. He asked a backbone of the Blood Opera troupe to come forward and shout twice, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Arthur knew that he had no experience in selecting mercenaries, so he asked Wager and Ange to be in charge of this matter. He sat on the chair that the mayor had brought out of courtesy and urged the two to work. Nearly 2 hours passed in a flash, and more mercenaries arrived during this period. Wager and Ange finally picked out 63 people. Most of them had their own armor, mainly chainmail and plate armor, and their weapons were mainly bows and arrows and hand and half swords. There are actually very few mercenaries who use spears like the Dornish. Most of the salaries are between 15 and 20 gold royals. Varg negotiated a price of only 20 gold royals per person for his entire mercenary group. He couldn't let this group of stragglers get more than his own people. Those who were not selected also received 2 silver deer. In this process, Varg did a lot of work. He directly drove out those who fished in troubled waters. 63 River Bay infantrymen joined your team. After paying the deposit, the blue light screen indicated their joining. The morning before departure was almost the same as yesterday. Maybe the news spread, and the number of mercenaries who arrived was a little more than yesterday. In the center of the ferry town, after nearly 3 hours of selection, 87 available ones were finally selected. According to Ange, except for the inability to face the mountain, these people can fight on the battlefield, burn villages and collect taxes just like family soldiers. After all, Westeros has been at peace for nearly 10 years, and there are very few jobs for mercenaries, so this business is still relatively competitive now. Those who can be selected are all available. 87 riverband infantrymen have joined your team. The caravan that the mayor had found was ready. 600 sets of armor and weapons were placed on more than 20 ox carts, and the rest of the carts were filled with food. It would take 2 to 3 weeks to go north to the Riverlands, and it would not work without sufficient food. After everyone had lunch, Arthur ordered to set off. This time, in addition to the urgently needed armor and weapons, we also found 161 mercenaries with combat experience in Highgarden, which was a good deal. 6 days later, by the Bitter Bridge. Lord Arthur, I'm here as promised. Dickon, wearing silver plate armor, caught up with Arthur and others who were waiting here with 2 followers. Arthur noticed that the 2 followers were wearing chainmail, carrying bows on their backs, half swords hanging from their waists, and wearing the robes of the Tully family's fast-footed hunters. It is rumored that the family motto of the Hornhill family is strive for the first on the battlefield. From these 2 followers, it can be seen that this family is really martial and warlike. When the 2 sides approached, Dickon's serious face actually showed a hint of liveliness. Where is your caravan? Dickon asked after reining in his horse. Arthur did not waste time, and after motioning him and his 2 followers to continue on their way, he said, let's set off first. In fact, since the mercenaries in the Reach were all infantry and the speed of the ox cart caravan was extremely slow, the time consumed was much longer than Arthur expected. It took them 6 days to reach Bitter Bridge on the Rose Road. Then, Arthur let the caravan go first, and he took Ange and a few others to wait for Dickon. Half a day later, the young man from the Tully family came to the appointment. Arriving at Bitter Bridge, they had only walked 1/3 of the way north. Next, they had to go straight north to the Golden Road, and then cross the Blackwater River to enter the scope of the Riverlands. At that time, Arthur could learn about the movements of King's Landing, the Westerland army, and the small forces of the mountain from the people on the Golden Road. Look, what am I holding? Dickon was a little excited and rode to Arthur's side and raised his sword to him. Arthur took it, weighed it twice, and felt that the sword was unexpectedly light. This is the Vulcan steel sword, the one in your house. Broken Heart. Dickon shouted excitedly, it's called Broken Heart, my father's sword, and also the sword of every generation of the head of our Tully family. I stole it. From now on, it will accompany me on adventures on the mainland. Hey, this is really... Arthur smiled and shook his head, and couldn't think of an adjective to accurately describe this behavior. According to the original plot, Dickon's eldest brother Sam also stole the Broken Heart and left home after returning to his own home. The 2 brothers are of the same lineage. I just don't know what treasure Sam, who is still on guard at the wall, will steal from his father when he returns home. After throwing the Broken Heart back to Dickon, Arthur stopped talking and rushed with everyone. 7 days later, a convoy of nearly 300 people arrived at the junction of the Golden Avenue and the Blackwater River. Here, Arthur finally got timely information. As expected, Tyrion Lannister the Imp has been captured by Catelyn Stark. It is said that Lord Tywin was furious. After receiving the news, he decided to summon his vassals and troops on the spot to teach Lady Stark and her relatives a lesson. The Tully family in the Riverlands was unwilling to be slaughtered. Edmure summoned a large number of vassals and their troops in the name of his father, and assembled near Averin and Tumblestone River upstream of the Red Fork. The two families are on the verge of a fight. P.S. I went to see a doctor today and was delayed. This chapter is posted a little late. Please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 85 Situation. At the intersection of the Blackwater River, which flows from northwest to southeast, and the Golden Road, which stretches from east to west, an inn is operating at full capacity to receive guests. Here, Arthur got the news he wanted, but was also confused by more rumors. Combining his understanding of the plot of Game of Thrones with the rumors of mercenaries flocking to the Westerlands in the inn, he concluded the general movement of the Riverlands and Tywin's army. After receiving the news that the little devil was kidnapped, Jaime in King's Landing was eager to protect his brother. He first confronted Prime Minister Duke Eddard. During the period after the Lion soldiers injured Eddard, Jaime fled back to Casterly Rock. Duke Tywin directly summoned the army and then divided the troops into two groups. One group consisted of Lannister family soldiers and a small number of elite vassal family soldiers, about 20,000 people, directly commanded by Tywin, starting from Casterly Rock, advancing eastward along the Golden Road, and then heading north near Deep Caverns, and stationed troops near Horndale. Horndale is the home of the Brax family in the Westerlands. It is located between the mountains of the Golden Tooth Mountains and close to the source of the Red Fork River. If there is a change, Tywin can enter the hinterland of the Riverlands east of the river from the narrow valley between the south bank of the Red Fork River and the Golden Tooth Mountains, and then attack east to seize Erenhall. Another route, consisting of soldiers from the vassal families of the Westerlands, sworn knights, property knights, mercenaries, etc., about 15,000 people, led by Jaime, set out from Casterly Rock, along the river road, through Sarsfield City and other places to the Golden Tooth. Lady Stark made the first move, but it was the Westerlands that took the initiative militarily. The response of the Riverlands was a bit disorganized. Edmure first sent 4,000 soldiers from the two Earls of the Piper family in Pink City and the Vance family in the City of Travelers Rest, to approach the vicinity of the Golden Tooth, trying to block the river road and prevent the Westerlands army from entering their own territory from here. This meant that the riverland between Horndale and Pink City was not heavily guarded, which was equivalent to opening the door for Tywin's main force of the Westerlands to attack. Then the young and inexperienced Edmure gathered most of the soldiers of the vassal families and all the troops of his own Tully in Riverrun. More than 3,000 people from the Blackwood family of Raventree, more than 3,000 people from the main family of Bracken in Stonehenge, more than 1,500 people from the Mellister family of Seamarsh, more than 1,000 people from the Vance family of Arryn, more than 1,000 people from the Richer family of Willowwood, all the earls and nobles above the earls in the entire Riverland, except for the Free family of twins who continued to sit on the fence, the Mutin of Maidenpool in the east who did not arrive, because the journey was too long, and the Reverend family who really had no troops, all arrived. As for the viscounts, barons, property knights, etc., there were countless of them, and they all gathered near Averin according to Edmure's orders. At present, an army of between 25,000 and 30,000 gathered near Averin, the western gateway of the Riverlands, leaving the east of the Red Fork basically empty. So Lord Tywin saw the opportunity and sent the Mountain to lead a small force of more than 100 people to harass and plunder the east of the river so that these nobles would rush back to their own territory, thus dispersing the troops of Riverrun. This made the farmers in the entire Riverlands panic and confused. In King's Landing, Robert went to the King's Forest to hunt. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be seriously injured by the charge of wild boars and then die according to the procedure. Lord Eddard was powerless. He only brought 50 people to King's Landing and could not influence the dispute between the Riverlands and the Westerlies at all. The rest of the Vale and the Reach were quiet, and the great nobles were ready to watch the show. After receiving a silver deer award from Arthur, the envoy said, "I dare say that the mountain is near God's Eye Lake. God's Eye Lake is the largest lake in Westeros, and its area is far larger than ordinary people can imagine. According to Arthur's experience, only the legendary Yunmeng Lake in Asia and the 5 Great Lakes in North America can be compared with it. It is a big question whether the mountain is on the east or west side of God's Eye Lake. If you go to the wrong place, a week or so of time will be wasted." So Arthur shouted to the diners in the restaurant, "1 silver deer for 1 piece of news. Who else knows the accurate news about the mountain?" Under the charm of money, many people who are not good at speaking immediately started to talk. "My lord, I'm from the Rhaeg family of Willowwood. The mountain appeared in our territory 5 days ago and burned 4 or 5 villages. Hundreds of people, men, women, children, and the elderly were killed by them. Not a single copper coin was left. I'm from Arryn City. The mountain looted my village 2 days ago. My relatives and friends did not escape. I think they have." Before he finished speaking, he started crying. Some people from other places shouted angrily after hearing this, "What are the nobles in the Riverlands doing? They have only one responsibility, to protect their subjects. Don't they want to fulfill it? My Lord Bracken, I'm from Pink City. The mountain was there 9 days ago. Damn the mountain. How did the dispute between the Lannisters and the Starks harm us civilians?" Everyone began to tell their stories, and many of them were victims. From their words, Arthur gradually described the trajectory of the mountain's activities. He set out from Tywin's main army in Horndale, followed the valley of the Red Fork River into the Riverlands, and after killing his way through the territory of Pink City to the north, he went south to wreak havoc on the earldoms of Willowwood and Allen. Then the mountain went around the south side of God's Eye Lake and headed to the east side of God's Eye Lake. After throwing a dozen silver deer to the group, Arthur nodded and said, "Very good. Your information is very useful. I will go and kill the mountain now. You can also help me spread the word that Arthur Bracken, the Lord of the Red Mill, will protect all civilians who come to his territory." Then, he led his men out of the inn and summoned all the important people in the caravan. "Dickon, help lead the caravan straight north to my territory, Red Mill. My servant Meaden will lead the way. The 161 people recruited in the river bend will be under your jurisdiction. After you arrive, train the new recruits at full speed. And you also follow Dickon north, taking your 13 spearmen. After arriving in my territory, you will be responsible for training archers, and the spearmen will be responsible for training the newly recruited militia to practice spears. Wag, you select 30 or 40 elite players from the blood troop. We will go to the east of the God's Eye Lake to do something. The remaining members of the blood troop will form a team of 3 or 4 people and go to all the river villages north of the Blackwater River and south of the Red Fork River to show them that Arthur of the Red Mill will protect them, and let the farmers go north as soon as possible." Since most members of the blood troop have horses, Arthur sent them to carry out the task of promoting themselves. By then, when the hundreds of thousands of refugees in the east of the river are gathered, Arthur's strength will expand greatly. You know, in 192 AD, Ko took over the Onalasians Hau, accepted the surrender of 300,000 King's Hau Yellow Turban army and millions of refugees, and then stood out from many warlords, and became the hegemon of the Central Plains. The war is about to break out, and everyone must follow my orders to the letter. Now, let's get started. Vargar and Dickon had no objection. One was paid to do the job, and the other was immersed in the novelty of running away from home. Angai and 13 Dornish spearmen did move. They all walked to Arthur and knelt on one knee. "My lord, the mountain killed our Dornish princess Elia Martell and her children. This is a shame for all of us Dornishmen. We beg to follow you to kill the mountain and avenge the tragic death of the princess and her children." In the late stage of the War of the Usurper 15 years ago, Tywin led his army to capture King's Landing. In order to give Robert, the rebel army, a token of surrender, he asked the mountain to kill Prince Rhaegar's wife, Princess Elia of Dorne. Arthur had not thought of this. After a moment's silence, he made a decision. "Then the 14 of you follow me. The mountain has committed an unforgivable sin. I will give justice to Elia and her children, as well as hundreds of thousands of farmers in the Riverlands. The gods in heaven are watching what people do. I will deliver the retribution of the mountain to him. Without any more problems, Dickon led the team north, and the rest of the bloody mummers went to recruit refugees for Arthur, while the backbone members and the Dornish followed Arthur eastward. After 4 days of chasing along the information of burned villages and fleeing refugees, Arthur and his men finally caught up with the mountain and his men. P.S. Please recommend, please vote for the monthly ticket, and please support. Chapter 86. I sentence you to death. The wind was blowing, and the rain was drizzling. The Westerland troops, wearing robes of various colors, were attacking the stone outer wall of the village in the rain under the command of the mountain. Although they were not wearing the scollard cloaks of the Lannister family, but disguised as bandits, the lion-shaped half-helmets had clearly revealed their identities. Who else would wear such a helmet, except the Lannister soldiers? Arthur looked at the village called Shield, and suddenly a sense of fate rose in his heart. Just like the sense of fate that Hodder had spent his whole life just to block that door. More than a month ago, when he was on his way to King's Landing with Desmond, Patrick and others, he passed by here and fostered a tired red horse here. At that time, he had just traveled through time and space. Although he had a sense of justice in his heart, he was self-righteous and invincible with the system, but he had no fear. The gods and prophecies, he casually said, were even more laughable. In the past few days of chasing the mountain, everything he saw slowly made him understand fear, and he was not omnipotent. There were many things he couldn't do, and he didn't have time to stop them. For example, he couldn't save the villagers who had been killed before. Just the ones he encountered. There were more than a dozen villages that were killed and burned by the mountain. Men, women, white-haired old people, and little children. Once living people turned into corpses in front of him and his companions. Some of them might have been villages that had strongly resisted. A large number of male heads were chopped off, impaled on long wooden sticks, and hung in conspicuous places at the entrance of the village in the main road, silently warning and intimidating passers-by. What's more hateful is that some little girls were stripped naked, pregnant women had their stomachs cut open, and smiling white-haired old people were chopped until only a complete face was left. They could have died more happily, but the mountain and his men wanted to get some kind of satisfaction from killing and torturing people. So they made them suffer in their lives, and never kept their bodies intact after death. Even the leader of the famous bloody troop, Varg, said that compared to the extremely evil man, the mountain, all the members of the bloody troop were kind people. After his mood changed, Arthur returned to the village of Shield. It might be a coincidence, or it might be the push of fate. Anyway, he came. That's how they killed Princess Elia 15 years ago, Angus said with a trembling voice. The normal decibel voice could not conceal the anger and murderous intent of this Dornishman. The princess of the Martell family, whom they swore allegiance and protection, was killed by the mountain first, and then the baby was thrown to death. That was the princess of their Dornish people. Varg also sighed. The mountain is really evil. I don't know how the gods in the sky would allow such a demon to come into the world. Mission: save Shield Village. The blue light screen appeared, but this was no longer the main motivation for Arthur's actions. Innocent people should not be responsible for the war, nor should they be dragged out of their homes and killed after being tortured. They had never done anything evil to hurt others. They simply lived on their own land. However, they were besieged by the mountain because of a dispute between two noble families. This was not right. Arthur could not save the burned village in front, but he could lend a hand to the village of Sheer. Come with me, let's go and have some fun with them. Arthur pulled out the moon sword on his waist, pointed the sword at the mountain's army outside the village, and shouted with full energy. You will fight the enemy's 135 with a team of 47 people. Although the enemy was outnumbered, Arthur was not afraid. Many things in the world cannot be done with 100% certainty. If you don't try, how can you know if it works? Besides, the situation at hand was that you had to do it, even if it didn't work. If he watched a village of hundreds of people being killed and remained indifferent and stood by, then he was not worthy of being called the righteous Arthur. The 47 people rode their horses and charged, and under the cover of the rain, they killed the mountain's army. Lord Clegane, the enemy is coming. The horses' hooves shook the ground, and soon, some Westerland soldiers spotted the enemy. Gregor Clegane, who was wearing 3 layers of armor, leather armor, chainmail, and plate armor, looked back and caught a glimpse of Arthur, who was leading the group, and the soldiers behind him. "Just these few people? You want to attack us?" The mountain sneered, and then ordered, "Not a bird, sweet-mouthed Raff, you to take 50 people, to continue attacking the village, and the rest of you follow me. Let them know how powerful we Westerland soldiers are." The mountain asked his 2 trusted men to lead the attack on the village, and he led his own men to meet the enemy. Soon, the 83 men of the mountain side and the 47 men of Arthur's side faced off in the open space in front of the village. The Dornish were spearmen, not used to fighting on horseback, so they dismounted just now, and then ran to charge. The core members of the blood troop included cavalry and infantry. Most of the mountain side came running, and the enemy came in a hurry, and they had no time to get on their horses. "Hey, isn't this the man called Arthur Braykin? Where's your giant hammer?" Poliver, another confidant of the mountain, recognized Arthur plate armor and asked. There was no way, the hammer was too scary, and a normal person would be finished after being hit by it. "Do I need a giant hammer to deal with you?" Arthur's giant hammer was brought to the territory of the Red Mill, and was not with him at the moment. The weapons he had were the small hammer, the Great Sword New Moon, and the golden guandeo made by Tob. These were enough. "Let your people stop attacking the village, and then everyone surrender to my judgment, otherwise I will hit your heads hard with my hammer," Arthur shouted. The mountain was very surprised. "What did we do wrong to be judged by a small noble like you? Do you have the qualifications? Your territory is not much bigger than mine, right?" He commanded the army to maintain formation, while bickering with Arthur. Arthur dismounted, holding a sword in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand, and replied, "Just based on the burning, killing and looting you have committed along the way, anyone with a sense of justice in their hearts can judge you, not to mention that you killed Princess Elia and an innocent child 15 years ago. I thought it was nothing." Seeing that Arthur really didn't have the giant hammer, the mountain was relieved, and his tone became cheerful. "These are the orders of Lord Tywin. I'm just faithfully carrying them out." Arthur also asked the core members of the Bloody Mummers and the Dornishmen to maintain the basic formation. "Faithfully carrying out the orders. You sound proud?" "Yes," the mountain replied. "Did you see my family emblem? I'm Lord Tywin's dog. He gave me the castle and the territory, and bestowed me with glory and wealth. Naturally, I will do whatever he tells me to do. Besides, I'll let those villagers die very quickly. From this point of view, I'm still a kind person." Glory, kindness, do you have anything to do with these 2 words? Angai, the Dornishman, couldn't bear it when he heard this, and asked, "You are also a knight who has been anointed with holy oil. Which of the 3 requirements of a knight have you fulfilled?" "I did them all. I cut off their heads with one sword, so that they would never suffer. Isn't this kindness? Being loyal to your lord, loyal to the oath I swore to him, and using my life to defend the glory of the Lannisters and my Clegane family, I have fulfilled the 3 requirements of a knight at all." Seeing that his own formation was almost ready, Arthur thought it was time to start fighting. "You can't escape punishment by making excuses," he said coldly. "Because of all the sins you have committed before, I sentence you to death." After that, Arthur took the lead in the charge. P.S. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 87 Reinforcement. The Westerland army commanded by the mountain was the core elite of the Lannister family soldiers. Clegane himself was usually just Tywin's guard, and often lived in his family castle near Silver Mountain. In other words, the 2 were not familiar with each other. So after the fight, the ordinary Westerland soldiers cooperated well in 2s and 3s, while the mountain himself had only 2 of his men, Dunson and Poliver, guarding the flanks. Originally, Arthur wanted to fight the mountain and his 2 men, while the others would fight the Westerland soldiers. But because the Dornish really hated Clegane, it became Arthur and 5 Dornish spearmen fighting the mountain and his 3 men. As for the sharpshooter Angai, he rode a horse to output on the periphery, and also served as a supervisor. After all, Arthur's main force was the Blood Troop, and their loyalty was only full to the Golden Dragon. They would not do anything that would definitely cost them their lives, so it was necessary for Angai to supervise the battle. The 8 extra quivers in the team were given to Angai. With 160 arrows, at least 40 to 50 people could be shot dead. Arthur held the new moon in his left hand and the hammer in his right hand, and started to fight head on with the mountain holding a big sword. Because of the extra layer of chainmail, the mountain's movements became more rigid, but without the consideration of defense, he could fully unleash his size and strength advantages. This made the mountain's attack damage directly maximumed out. In several rounds of attacks, only Petyr was stabbed by a gun among the 3 people on the mountain's side, and the rest were not injured. On Arthur's side, a Dornish spearman who wanted to kill the mountain with one blow rushed forward, and was directly split in half by the mountain from the left shoulder to the right thigh. The Dornishman was split, but when he fell, he still glared at Clegane. Anyone could see that he did not regret his recklessness, but hated himself for not killing the mountain. The hatred between the two sides was evident. Arthur was also inspired by this warrior. His strength was much stronger than this man, but he did not have the courage of this Dornishman. So Arthur shouted and rushed up waving his hammer. The mountain also swung his sword and slashed fiercely. After Arthur blocked it with his hammer, he held the sword in his left hand and hit Dunsen, who was rushing towards him with a sword flower. Dunsen's strength was far inferior to Arthur's. He was pushed back 2 steps before he could stabilize his pace. Then a Dornishman accurately stabbed Dunsen's calf with a gun, making the best man under the mountain scream in pain. Arthur's one-handed strength could not hold back the strength of the mountain's 2 hands, so he could only pull the hammer down to relieve the force. The mountain did not want to miss this opportunity. He exerted force with both hands and slashed along the handle of the hammer towards Arthur's right arm. Sparks flew between the sword and the hammer, but Arthur was much more flexible. The new moon in his left hand suddenly slashed into the gap between the mountain's right thigh and calf. Although he could not break the defense, the force could be transmitted along the chainmail in the gap, which made the mountain's right leg a little unstable. A Dornish soldier saw the opportunity and stabbed the mountain's right knee from behind, so the clumsy mountain knelt on one knee to keep his balance. Arthur pulled back, turned half a circle, and hammered the back of the mountain's square helmet with his hammer. It couldn't break the defense, but the force transmitted from the hammer made the mountain's mind dazed. Great, do it this way. Arthur shouted to the remaining 4 Dornish soldiers. He was more than half a head shorter than the mountain, and he didn't have a huge hammer to break armor, so he was at a disadvantage in normal fighting. At this rate, he would sooner or later hammer the mountain into a concussion. You wish. The mountain stood up with one hand on his knee, and started the same situation again. Arthur's side was evenly matched, but the others were miserable. The backbone of the Blood Mummers and the elite of the Westerlands should be evenly matched in a one-on-one fight, but they couldn't stand up to the large number of people. If Angai's arrows hadn't been effective against all those who escaped, the old soldiers of the Blood Mummers would have run away at the beginning of the battle. 40 people against 80 people are still at a disadvantage. Even with the help of Angai outside the field, it was now 17 against 42. Fortunately, the dead were mainly the backbone of the Blood Mummers, so Arthur didn't feel bad. The mountain also noticed that his side had the upper hand, so he shouted, "Come on, some people, drive these Dornishmen away. I want to have a good fight with this annoying little noble from the Riverlands." Hearing this, Arthur knew that it was not good, so he took the mountain sword and, at the cost of a clear dent on his left arm armor, he gave Dunsen, who was protecting the mountain, a hammer. Stab him to death. The Dornish soldiers had cooperated well with Arthur, so one of them went around and shot Dunsen in the back. This man was stabbed to death, and Polliver's strength was only the same as that of an elite Westerland soldier, and he was also stabbed to death in no time. Before the 8 Westerland soldiers rushed over, it became a 1-on-5 situation for the mountain. So he was stabbed again on one knee with no one defending his flank and back. Arthur also hit him hard on the back of the head like last time. No. Sweetmouth Draff roared in the distance. He was also a diehard fan of the mountain, and he couldn't bear to see his idol get hurt. So he didn't attack the village, and let the remaining 50 people rush directly to protect the mountain. Now Arthur's side was even more precarious. After knowing the death of the 2 younger brothers behind him, the mountain said in a low voice, "I swear, you won't have an easy time when you die, especially you, Bracken. Your asshole will be so big that your hammer can be stuffed in." The mountain was still very kind to his younger brothers. Now he just wanted to stab the spears of these Dornishmen into the assholes of the enemies in front of him. The remaining backbones of the blood troop were all cavalry, so Arthur's side temporarily maintained the advantage of flexibility. But after the 52 people joined the battlefield, they were really at a disadvantage. After a while, Arthur's side was left with only 5 backbones of the blood troop, 4 Dornish spearmen, Anguy and Arthur himself. And the enemy, there were still 79 people. Lord Arthur, let's retreat. The leader of the blood troop, Varg, was alive and yelled at Arthur from afar. He didn't feel bad that his men died. After all, the remaining commissions fell into his hands. But it was a bit stupid for his financial sponsor to insist when he was obviously defeated. If it weren't for Ange's arrows outside the field, Varg felt that he would have slipped away long ago. Arthur also felt that this battle was a bit difficult. If he hadn't had to hold back the mountain, he would have gone to the Westerland soldiers to fight. How could a group of soldiers be in front of him? The mountain also knew that his opponent had reached his limit, so he waved his sword and shouted, "Let's go together, they only have a few people." So 78 people gathered around the mountain, and then rushed over in a black crowd. It seemed that Arthur and his men were dead. But at this moment, a voice came from afar, "Friends, hold on, the Derry family is coming. The Piper family is coming too." Then, the sound of horse hooves rang out, and dozens of people rode their horses and rushed to the battlefield. "Good job, warrior." Marco Piper praised Arthur for fighting the mountain while swinging his long sword and slashing a Westerland soldier. At the same time, the gate of the village of Sheer opened, and hundreds of farmers with axes and dung forks rushed out. "Hold on, sir." The newly arrived river reinforcement were all cavalry, much more mobile than the Westerland soldiers, and the number of farmers in Sheer was large, so they crowded on the battlefield and let the Westerland soldiers fight alone. The situation on the battlefield was directly reversed. The mountain had no choice but to shout, "Retreat, retreat." Finally, after leaving behind another 21 corpses, the remaining 58 people on the mountainside successfully escaped. Although the river reinforcement were all cavalry, they would not have the advantage in numbers if they caught up. So they stopped chasing. "Arthur Braykin, it's you." Marco Piper, who was leading the way, recognized Arthur, who had lifted his mask, and said in surprise, "Who can fight the mountain for such a long time? It's you. No wonder." Then the heir of Pink City pointed at Arthur and introduced him to his companions. A middle-aged strong man with grey hair and beard dismounted and walked to Arthur. "I've heard of you, an upright lord." Marco also dismounted and ran to Arthur without even wiping the sword in his hand. "This is Raymond Derry, the Lord of Derry." Then another important person appeared, Carol Vance, the heir of the Vance family in Traveller's Rest. "I heard a long time ago that you won the championship of the Duke of Eddard's tournament, but I haven't seen you since the last time I met you in Stonehenge City. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's fate." Seeing that Arthur could fight the mountain for so long, several people praised the Lord of the Red Mill. Although Arthur enjoyed this flattery, he did not forget the business. "What are you doing?" Marco smiled awkwardly and explained to Arthur. It turned out that Reverend knew about the evil deeds of the mountain, and the seriously ill Duke Hoster suddenly became energetic, so he sent these people to chase the Westermen while collecting evidence of the mountain's crimes, and then brought them to King's Landing for the Iron Throne to judge. But they didn't expect that they lost the mountain, so they headed east along the Red Fork River, circled south on the north side of God's Eye Lake, and finally met the mountain heading north and Arthur, who was chasing him. "Next, we will take the witnesses behind to King's Landing. Do you want to go, Arthur?" Marco invited enthusiastically. Arthur curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. If Robert was still alive, the alliance of the 4 families of Fish, Wolf, Deer and Eagle would be enough to crush the Lannister family, and the Duke of Hoster's move would have a righteous cause. Unfortunately, the unbreakable alliance is about to fall apart, and this move is in vain. "I won't go. The mountain is still on the run. I have to chase him to prevent him from continuing to harm the people of the river, so I need some men and horses." He made his request. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 88, Rising to Fame. Raymond, the head of the Derry family, was the oldest and was obviously the backbone of the group. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "We have 53 cavalrymen and a dozen servants. The mountain has already gone north. There is no danger in King's Landing. All the cavalrymen are given to you. We just need to take the servants and witnesses to see the king. Yes, now only the brave Arthur can tie with the mountain. Give him all the cavalrymen. The straightforward Marco shouted. This earned Arthur his second title, the Brave. Also, this is an order issued by Duke Hoster. Raymond took out a roll of sheepskin with the common language written on it, and the trout seal of the Tully family printed on it. With it, you can get the help you want from any noble, village, or town in the Riverlands. Yes, give it to him. Marco patted Arthur on the shoulder. The important task of chasing the mountain is now on you. Callel also said, you are the only one who can fight the mountain. The rest of the Riverlands can't do it. Arthur took the parchment scroll and carefully read the common language on it. He found that it only asked the Riverlands to provide help, but did not say what to help for. This is a good thing, and it will be very useful after the war begins. Arthur accepted it with peace of mind. My lords, there is one more thing. The leader of the blood drama troupe, Wager, squeezed next to a few people and rubbed his right index finger and thumb. My backbone died. 27 of them died. Shouldn't I give the remaining gold dragons? When mentioning the gold dragon, Wager spoke much more fluently. According to the agreement, each person will get 20 gold dragons, which includes compensation for those who died in battle. Arthur had previously given Wager a deposit of 565 gold dragons, and the remaining 3/4 would theoretically be issued after the mission is completed. But since someone died, it was reasonable to give them in advance. 27 people, 15 gold royals each, that's more than 400. Arthur muttered. 405, my lord. Wager smiled when he heard the money. This made his wrinkled old face become lively. You are really optimistic. You are not in a hurry, even though so many of your men died. Raymond beside him sighed. After they die, the money will be mine. Of course I'm happy, my lord. Wager explained. I only have more than 20 gold royals on me. Do you have any money? Lend me some first, and pay Mr. Wager. Arthur took out his small purse from under his plate armor, but only found some. He put the rest of the money in a cowhide bag, and followed the caravan to the Moulin Rouge. Marco, Raymond and others also took out money, but only collected more than 200 gold royals. Wager was visibly unhappy, but he quickly adjusted. The financier in front of him won 60,000 gold dragons in the tournament, so he still has money. He can get it by following him. Arthur looked at the mercenary leader who was not sad for the death of his men, and suddenly remembered something. He was a Koha from the free trade city-state of Essos, where mercenaries were very popular. He thought that he could recruit more Essos mercenaries through him. Arthur told him this idea. Wager immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, no problem, I can recruit more mercenaries. As long as there are enough gold dragons. The backbone who translated Wager's meaning also died in the battle, which made Arthur have to listen to the stuttering words of this leader all the time. Wager meant that he had his own way to get people, but he had to send someone to the east of Essos. Arthur agreed, so one of the 4 remaining people around Wager was sent to do this. This person would go south to King's Landing with Marco, Raymond and others, and then take a boat across the narrow sea to Essos to recruit people. In 1 to 2 months, at least 200 mercenaries will follow, said Wager. Raymond, Marco and the others had to take the witnesses to King's Landing, so they picked 2 villagers from Shire Village who spoke fluently, and added them to the witnesses. After saying goodbye to Arthur, they mounted their horses and left. Ange, Wager and the others had to rest in Shire Village for half a day before they could set out to chase the mountain. After all, these warriors did not have abnormal physical fitness like Arthur. Task: complete the rescue of Shire Village. Experience plus 500. The favorability of all villages in the Riverland plus 5. And the favorability of Shire Village plus 30. Arthur looked at the sentence the favorability of all villages in the Riverland plus 5 on the blue light screen, and suddenly had a strange feeling. It was the kind of surprise that was not expected but came unexpectedly. The mission experience, combat experience and troop training experience allowed him to successfully upgrade to level 7. Baron, Arthur Braykin level 7 experience. 6107/10,000 strength. 19 agility. 12 intelligence. 7 charm. 9 skills, iron bone 5, power attack 8, power throw 1, Strongbow 1, Weapon Mastery 2, Shield Defense 1, Running 2, Riding 5, Horse Archery 0, Looting 0, Coach 0, Tracking 0, Tactics 1, Guide 0, Scouting 0, Healing 0, Surgery 0, First Aid 0, Engineering 0, Persuasion 1, Prisoner Management 1, Leadership 3, Trading 0, Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Weapons 74, Two-Handed Weapons 125, Palliums 97, Bows 31, Crossbows 31, Throwing 31, Attribute points should be added to Strength. Strength is essential when fighting against the full level strength of the mountain human. One skill point is to strengthen attack and the other is to add iron bone. These two can make Arthur's attack more penetrating and strengthen his defense. The weapon points were increased to long pole weapons. In the future, when we are about to fight, we will need to use Gwandeo more. The Lord of Derry City and the heirs of Pink City and Traveller's Rest City left, but Arthur still had to clean up the battlefield. He called the old village chief of Shield Village and ordered, "Take off the armor of all the dead, and then send a caravan to my territory. The Red Mill is in the middle of the Red Fork River. There should be a lot of people there now. You can find out by asking a little." The mountainside left more than 80 corpses, and Arthur's side lost more than 30 people, which means more than 100 weapons and armor. Can't waste it here. Arthur thought of the mountain's 3 layers of armor, so he asked the old man to watch him strip a larger chainmail. A real man wears 2 layers of armor. If there is more, his plate armor can't fit in. "Okay, my lord, you are our god now, we will do whatever you ask us to do." The old man agreed happily, and then shouted for the villagers to come out to entertain Arthur's 10 people and 53 cavalrymen. The rain had stopped long ago, so everyone had a very sumptuous meal in the open space in the center of Shire Village. From roasted tender lamb, stewed chicken to roast goose, all kinds of meat that could be taken out in this village were taken out, and there was plenty of ale, bread and fruits. After eating and drinking, Arthur put on the chainmail that was picked, and then put on the plate armor again. Then he called the village elder and carefully instructed him, "Lord Tywin is preparing to attack the Riverlands, and this place will not be safe in the future. After we leave, you will immediately organize the villagers of Shire Village to go north, and take all the food, clothes, and money to take refuge in my territory. I swear, I will protect you." The old man nodded and accepted it all silently. Rumors that the Lannisters were preparing to start a war were flying all over the sky, and all the farms in the Riverlands were in panic. The farmers in the territory of the Riverrun family in Harrenhal were even worse. Their lords were weak, and could not stop the army of Lord Tywin. Now there was a nobleman with superior military power who promised to protect them. How could he, the village chief, let the opportunity slip away? "By the way, will you take in the villagers from the nearby villages?" "They will also." The old man asked tentatively. "Take them in. Take them all in. As long as they are in my territory, I will definitely protect them." This was Arthur's answer. The old man was ecstatic. The relationship between Shield Village and the neighboring villages was also good. He sent someone to inform the neighbors. After a good rest, Arthur set off with 4 core members of the Blood Troop including Varga, 5 Dornishmen including Angai, 53 cavalrymen from Pink City, Derry City, and Traveller's Rest, and the Red Horse that was previously fostered here. Their target was the still escaping Demon Mountain and Westerland soldiers. It was estimated that more than 50 people on the Demon Mountain side had escaped. The strength of the two sides was now 1 to 1. As long as they were caught, they would not be able to escape. A few days later, the legend of Arthur Braykin began to spread throughout the east side of God's Eye Lake. The evil mountain burned, killed, looted, and brought disaster to the world. Fortunately, the gods in the sky sent just Arthur to punish Clegane. Whenever the mountain led his army to burn the village, Arthur would appear with his men, carrying a golden sword, holding a sword in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. He arrived to rescue just before the mountain broke through the village. So the mountain and his men, who had worked for half a day and were tired and hungry, were expelled, while Arthur, who was carrying the parchment order of the River Guardian Horst, was entertained by various villagers and only pursued the next time, after eating and drinking. Most of the rescued villagers also listened to Arthur's advice, packed up food and daily necessities, and dragged their families north to avoid the war. At this time, the just Arthur, who was called by 30,000 to 40,000 farmers on the east side of the God's Eye Lake, was running to Harrenhal with more than 30 of his men. In the past few days, they had fought more than a dozen small-scale battles with the mountain. Since Arthur also wore 2 layers of armor, the leaders of both sides fought against each other and then scraped for a long time, but no one could break the defense of the other. The remaining westerly soldiers, river soldiers, bloody mummers, and Dornishmen cooperated with each other in the battle. When the mountain felt that his physical strength was declining, he ordered a retreat. Arthur felt that without the giant hammer, he really had no way to deal with the 3-layer armored war god, the mountain, so he let them slip away. So the two sides fought for 5 or 6 days, and each of them died nearly 30 people. At present, Arthur brought his soldiers to the territory of the Heron family to appease Lady Heron. If Lady Heron did not escape later, Arthur could lead his army to the largest castle in the 7 kingdoms in the name of rescue. And only a few thousand militiamen and a few hundred veterans would be enough to defend Harrenhal. At that time, Tywin would confront him near Harrenhal with 20,000 troops. The situation in the early stage of the entire War of the Five Kings will change greatly. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 89, The End of the Demonic Playboy Beach. Delu carried Arthur through a doorway at least 10 meters long and entered the Kingbanner Tower of Harrenhal. The Kingbanner Tower is one of the 5 towers of Harrenhal and is also the location of the City Lord's room. Although the Heen family has declined, its hospitality still maintains the level of the Earl family. Several horseboys hurried over and held the reins of the guests. I want to see a Lady Heen. Arthur handed the parchment scroll with a trout print to a steward and then stated his request. No problem, the Countess is bored because there are no guests. The steward was very smart. He just glanced at the Tully family logo and returned it to Arthur with both hands. As for what was written on it, he did not study it in detail. The steward hurriedly left to report to the master and asked 2 male servants to take the guests to a suitable place. When he arrived at the destination, Arthur realized that it was still the hall he came to last time. Although it was also a large room that could accommodate about 100 people, it was not the castle hall. The real castle hall, the 100 Furnaces Hall, would not be open to Arthur and his people. That was a huge room that could accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. The Heen family might not even be able to find enough people to clean the 100 Furnaces Hall. After a while, the butler Richard helped the 60-year-old Lady Heen into the room. It's you, the young man who helped me. Do you have something to do with me? Arthur suspected that Lady Heen could no longer remember her name. After all, she was very old. After thinking about it, he decided to start with the current situation. What does the lady think of the situation where Duke Tywin sent out 2 armies? Lady Heen sat down on the main seat and then asked Arthur and the guests to sit on the chairs beside her, and then she said slowly, I'm an old woman, what can I see? If Tywin leads his army to attack, I will just slip away. The chair was placed on the side of the wall. Arthur felt that it was not very comfortable to talk to the owner like this, so he took the chair and took a few steps forward, then turned 90 degrees and faced Lady Heen. The Dornishmen, the members of the Blood Troop, and the Riverland Cavalry did not know why Arthur did this and followed suit. Then Lady Heen, Richard the butler and the 33 people in front of them stared at each other. But Arthur was not embarrassed. He said calmly, but if you flee, there will be no dangerous pass in the Riverland south of the Red Fork and north of the Blackwater River that can stop Tywin's 20,000 troops. Do you want an old woman like me to wait for death here? Lady Heen asked doubtfully. Arthur began his persuasion plan. It's like this, I'm chasing the mountain, and now he's heading west. When the time comes, I'll go to Riverrun, Stonehenge in my own territory, to bring some people to defend Harrenhal with you. You also know that this huge castle is the strongest castle in the Riverlands. As long as there are 3,000 or 4,000 people, it is enough to withstand the attack of tens of thousands of troops. As long as Harrenhal is in the hands of us river people, and we implement the strategy of clearing the fields and fortifying the walls, Tywin will never be able to lead his army to run around in the vast land around the God's Eye Lake, because we can attack his food line at any time. But according to rumors, Tywin has 20,000 troops in Horndale. How many people do you have? Just these 30 or 50 people? Forgive the old woman in front of you. She can't count now. Lady Riverrun chuckled. She didn't care much about these things outside of her body anymore. Just staying alive was enough. Tywin has Tywin's army, and I, Arthur, have Arthur's friends. We must borrow a team of soldiers to hunt down the mountain. I will lead the soldiers to help my lady defend Harrenhal. Arthur replied. Lady Heen shook her head and said nothing. Richard, the middle-aged steward who was still young beside her, questioned. Forgive me, this is about the master's life. I have to ask clearly. If you can't borrow the army, do we still have to wait for you in this dilapidated castle? I have 1,000 people myself. Arthur felt that with his current reputation, he could still gather 1,000 peasants. Whether we can borrow the army or not, I will come in person within 3 weeks. The Heen family did not take Harrenhal seriously, but Arthur treated it as a treasure. The young man is a responsible person. For some reason, Lady Heen found Arthur very pleasing to the eye. I will listen to you and wait for you here for 2 or 3 weeks. With the dozens of guards and the people in Harrenhal, thousands of people still cannot break through here. If more enemies come, I will have to escape. She made the final decision. Harren is a nearby town, with the largest dock in God's Eye Lake and a permanent population of several thousand. It is also the only place where they collect taxes. After all, there is only one noble and her servants living in Harrenhal now, and the tax revenue of one town is enough. Excellent. Arthur stood up and praised. When historians write about Harrenhal in the future, you will be the smartest owner of all generations. Maybe, do you want to stay for dinner? Arthur waved his hand to reject the proposal. No. In order to come here, we have strayed from the trail of the mountain. We must catch up with them as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned around and left with his men. Steward Richard watched the group of people walk out of the door and then asked, really wait for them? I think it's better to make 2 preparations. Lady Heen said a little tiredly, what's the use of trusting him once? Tywin's army is not all cavalry. Even if they arrive in Harrenhal, we will have time to escape. In Harrenhal, Arthur used Hoster's parchment order to recruit 21 soldiers from various families in the Riverlands who passed by. Originally, these people were going to gather at Riverrun, but they were civilians and could only rest in Harren. Now, with Arthur, they had a total of 54 people, and they had an advantage in strength against the mountain's 30 odd people. The Lord of the Red Mill did not waste time and ordered to set out to pursue Clegane and the Westerlands along the Red Fork River. 3.5 days later, the mountain was caught up by them again. This time, because there were more people, the results were quite fruitful. The mountain was dragged by Arthur and fought with him for a long time, but he was still scraping. 7 gods, don't you get tired? Clegane lost his patience with Arthur's fight and shouted angrily. Even if I'm exhausted, I have to kill you. Because I sentenced you to death. Arthur swung the hammer again and hammered the mountain's thigh armor with all his strength. There, it had been deformed by the continuous impact of the hammer. I won't fight anymore. Retreat, retreat. The mountain shouted. In the past 7 or 8 days, due to Arthur's day and night pursuit, retreat has almost become his catchphrase. As usual, he turned around and ran, and then waited for his subordinates who could run fast to lead his horse. But this time, he couldn't wait for his loyal and reliable subordinates to lead his horse, because there were only 7 or 8 people left out of more than 30 people. The chronicler had been killed, and Sweetmouth Rat himself was injured. Arthur's attack came again, and the mountain had no choice but to turn around, push down the enemy, and run to his mount. There were still 28 people left on the river people's side. Looking at the fleeing Westerland soldiers, Arthur stood up, gathered the remaining people, and then ordered them to find a boat by the Red Fork River. Prepare to cross the river. A cavalryman from the Pink City asked, Sir, are you no longer chasing the mountain? He only has a few people now, and he can't burn the village. And you can see that my little hammer can't break the mountain's 3 layers of armor. This place is not far from my territory. There is a huge hammer there that is enough to break the defense. I can only kill the mountain if I take that handy thing with me. Arthur explained. Since we are here, we have to go back and check the territory. There are quite a few people in the Red Mill now. The manager Amber is an honest man. He may not be able to control the newcomers. Arthur has to go back and set rules. It is not easy to find a big ship, but a small boat can be easily summoned. A farmer who was transporting the fish he caught saw them first, and then said that he could call 2 more such ships, which were enough to transport Arthur and his men to the other side. The Lord of the Red Mill left 10 people to guard the horses, and then led the people across the river. After seeing Master Tully's parchment, the peasants worked hard to carry Arthur halfway upstream, which allowed them to land at the small ferry crossing at the riverside village. Due to rumors of war, the ferry crossing had been monitored for a long time. After seeing their lord bringing people back, many people came out from a distance to greet them. Of course, some people also went to the village to inform them. Soon, Arthur met the village chief Jace and others who came to greet them. "Master, you are finally back. I tell you, there are a lot of outsiders coming now, and it's hard for me to manage them." Arthur ignored him and ordered a few ox carts to be found. The soldiers following him were very tired, and they couldn't let them walk to the castle. Jace quickly executed the order. About an hour later, Arthur saw the big village he had built. Although it was considered sufficient when it was built, it is still a bit small now. There was a circle of tents outside the village, where farmers who took refuge from the south bank of the Red Fork River lived, since they could arrive here by boat. After going north to the Trident River and its tributaries, they arrived earlier than Arthur. It was estimated that the number of farmers who had arrived was already several thousand, and there were more on the way. Although the north bank of the Red Fork River was relatively peaceful after the outbreak of the war, and there was no forced requisition of military rations by the Westerland and Northerland soldiers. But with so many people, some defensive measures had to be taken. But before Arthur could think, a large group of people came over. "It's the righteous Lord Braykin. He must have killed the mountain. Where is the head of that beast? Can we go home now?" These were all victims of the mountain's evil deeds, and at this moment they looked eagerly at Arthur sitting on the ox cart, expecting him to give a satisfactory answer. The crowd began to gather, and the ox cart could not move forward at all. Arthur had no choice but to stand up and press his hands to calm the group down. Then, he chose his words carefully and said, "I have killed more than 120 of the mountain's followers. He escaped with a few people. It was my mistake that I failed to kill him. But don't worry, Clegane won't be able to jump for a few days. I will bring more powerful weapons and smash his head with a hammer, so that the injustice and suffering you have suffered will be justified." People began to cheer quietly, but were drowned out by Arthur's voice. "But you can't go home yet. Tywin's army is eyeing you covetously. It's not safe south of the Red Fork River. Staying on the north bank may make life a little difficult, but you can save your life." After saying that, Arthur signaled the crowd to make way for him to pass. After pacifying the peasants, no one blocked his way next, and Arthur was able to enter the big camp and then the castle. Hearing that Arthur was going home, a dozen people of status gathered in the hall. Steward Amber, several village chiefs, Dickon Tarley, Ange, leader of the Blood Troop, Varg Hoth, leader of the King's Landing Mercenaries, Bill, leader of the River Reach Mercenaries, and Carrie, leader of the River Reach Mercenaries, all came. This made the small room seem crowded. Steward Amber first reported the situation of the territory. After the construction of the big stockade, the Maester Benji of Allen City had left, and the 100 elite soldiers who assisted in the defense of Stonehenge City were also taken to Reverin by Earl Janus. There are now about 6,000 people in the territory. In addition to the original 2,000 people, the rest are landless farmers on the south bank. Fortunately, most of them brought food and daily necessities, so there is no problem with supplies for the time being. Amber had previously selected 200 relatively strong adult men for training, and after Javier and the Stonehenge City soldiers left, they also stopped. The recruitment and training of new soldiers from the farmers will be handed over to Dickon and Bill. You two must do a good job of this. One of them has received professional military training, and the other is a well-known mercenary with rich experience. The combination of the two is enough to train new recruits. Okay, Mr. Arthur. As you wish. The two replied. Now Arthur has more than 800 sets of armor, enough to arm an army. There are enough soldiers. The Riverland is the second largest grain producing area in the Seven Kingdoms, and its population is also in the top 2 of the Seven Kingdoms. Amber is responsible for asking the farmers to hand over their farm tools and then forge them into round helmets and spear tips. The new recruits who have not been assigned full armor will be equipped with long spears and iron helmets, and let them practice the long spear and large shield formation as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Amber accepted the order. After instructing for a long time, Arthur asked people to carry his giant hammer away. The giant horse Red Hair was transported to the south bank by the chief steward Amber. It was big enough with a golden vest to carry Arthur's giant hammer. Many members of the blood troop gathered, and Arthur took 20 of them to the Demon Mountain. Wager also went with him. He had no objection to Arthur's consumption of his men, and he had no moral burden. Anyway, for every member of the blood troop who died, he could get 15 gold dragons. After the nearly 200 gold royals that were missing were made up, Varga felt that this gold owner was good, and he would get gold if he worked for him. 8 days later, in the territory of Pink City, Mama's Beach, the battle is ahead. The two armies led by the Mountain and Amory Lorch have already fought with Earl Beric's men. A cavalryman from the city of Travel replied. He was one of the 53 people that Marco and Raymond had lent to Arthur more than 20 days ago. After more than a dozen battles, there were only a few of his companions left. Because he was familiar with the nearby terrain, Arthur sent them to scout everywhere and finally found the whereabouts of the Westerland soldiers. At the same time, he also found that the Westerland soldiers had already started a war with the King's Landing law enforcement team led by Earl Beric Dondarrion from the Stormlands. The situation was not very optimistic. After the Mountain returned to Tywin's main army near Horndale City, he got another team of 150 people. In addition, another team of about 100 Westerland soldiers, led by Sir Amory Lorch, was also sent to snipe Earl Beric. The King's Landing law enforcement team only had about 120 people, and the situation was precarious. Ange, plunder the formation, the rest of you follow me, Arthur shouted. He led 46 people to charge. The battle that had already begun was taking place in front of the beach of the small town of Mummer's Strand. Without an opponent of the same weight as Arthur, no one could stop the Mountain sword. The sword, which was covered with black and red blood, flew up and down, and could send a member of the law enforcement team to see the 7 gods in one go. Considering that there were 20 guards of Duke Eddard in the law enforcement team, they might have met the old gods. This group of law enforcement team members came from all over the world, including Stormlanders, Northern soldiers, King's Landing people, Rivenmen, and me people. They may not have known each other before, but just to punish a group of demons who did the most evil things in the world, they gathered together under the order of Duke Eddard, and then chased all the way to the upper reaches of the Red Fork River. At present, only about half of the members of this group of law enforcement team were standing, and the rest were killed in the battle. What made them despair was not the Mountain's great sword. Dying under the Mountain sword would have fulfilled their honor, but the countless Westerly soldiers around them. Why are there so many Westerly soldiers in the Riverlands? What is the River Army of Reverin doing? Earl Beric, Raymond Derry, the Red Monk Thoros and others, who were in the lead, were huddled together back to back. Just accept your fate. Young Beric sighed. The dense scarlet robes made people despair. This time, Lord Tywin's soldiers did not bother to disguise themselves. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Brother Derry, Brother Marco, hold on, I'm Arthur. The owner of the voice used a dazzling golden guandeo to chop a Westerly soldier into 2 pieces. Then, in the eyes of the law enforcement team, Arthur rode his horse and rushed towards the invincible Mountain. Although the speed was slow, due to the huge size of Red Hair, it knocked the Mountain back several steps after chopping people. Arthur put the guandeo behind his back, turned over and dismounted. Then he swung the giant hammer and hit the Mountain, who had no time to react. It hit Clegane's left foot. Ah! The Mountain screamed. The pain made him extremely angry, so he slashed at Arthur, who was bending over. Arthur ignored the sword and continued to swing the giant hammer, hitting the Mountain's left leg desperately. The Mountain felt pain and hurriedly pulled his feet back, but this made him lose his balance and staggered back several steps. Arthur chased after him, only focusing on the Mountain's calves and feet. In terms of height, he was more than half a head shorter than the Mountain, and he was at a disadvantage in normal fighting. But after Arthur bent over and hit the Mountain's feet, the Mountain was at a disadvantage. After all, he was too tall and slow. After hitting the Mountain's thick iron boots and calf armor 7 or 8 times, Clegane finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Arthur only paid the price of 7 or 8 dents on his plate armor. With the help of the giant hammer, the two finally didn't have to scrape. There was no one around the mountain to hold Arthur back, so Arthur took 2 steps to the back of the mountain and began to smash his square helmet. Although the square helmet was large, it was still a little fragile compared to the solid giant hammer. In just 2 or 3 breaths when the mountain tried to stand up, a large part of it had already dented. Hoo. After being hit on the head 5 or 6 times, Clegane didn't stand up in the end. The continuous heavy blows to his head almost made him lose control of his body. He roared in a fuzzy voice, but couldn't fight back and slowly fell down. Arthur learned his lesson and hit the square helmet of the mountain more than a dozen times, flattening the square helmet and bleeding pale brain and red blood. After confirming that he was really dead, the Lord of the Red Mill ended the battle with the mountain and turned to support the members of the law enforcement team. P.S. Thank you ZZIU for the leader award. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 90, One Man's Army. To deal with ordinary Westerland soldiers wearing only 1 layer of iron armor, using a giant hammer was like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Moreover, the situation was serious. The law enforcement team and the people brought by Arthur only had more than 70 people, and 20 of their own soldiers were killed. The Mountain and Amory Lorch's manpower combined remained at about 200. It was too late to use a weapon like a giant hammer that delayed Arthur's dexterity. So he put the giant hammer in the hole where the mountain's great helmet was smashed, and then picked up the golden guardeo and rushed towards the Westerland soldiers wearing scarlet cloaks. Originally, Arthur thought that vertical slashing was the coolest, and it could cut the enemy in half at once, but the efficiency was not as high as horizontal slashing. The golden guardeo was originally a heavy weapon, but in Arthur's hand it was as flexible as a wooden spear. After a moment, the Westerland soldiers immediately felt the fear of the members of the King's Landing law enforcement team being dominated by the mountain a few minutes ago. With a horizontal sweep of the guardeo, Arthur could often push 2 or 3 people who hit the blade to move half a circle and then knock down other Westerland soldiers. In this way, Arthur's men of 1 week can be gathered together, and then with 2 strong cuts, they can be sent to see the gods in the sky. This behavior is a bit like when harvesting wheat. One hand gathers a handful of wheat together and then cuts it off at the root with a sickle. Arthur's efficiency in harvesting the lives of the enemies suddenly increased a lot. He is now an ordinary old farmer. However, the Westerland soldiers are not fools. After a few attacks, a large area around Arthur has been vacated. The nearby Westerland soldiers were either killed or kept away from Arthur. Helplessly, he had to chase the Westerland soldiers, one by one. At the other end of the battlefield, the red-robed monk Thoris, waving the flaming sword in his hand, knocked down the enemy in front of him, and habitually observed the surroundings. The long fight has made him very tired. The fatigue from all over his body reminded him of the tournament a month and a half ago. In that group battle, a handsome little nobleman from Aegean entangled with him for 2 hours, causing the same fatigue as now. He thought of himself fighting with the little nobleman, and he felt a little unhappy. He was so tired last time, and this time he was tired for the river people. While holding on, he observed the situation and immediately saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. My god of light, is that still a human? He stared blankly at Arthur, who was wielding a golden sword, cutting an enemy in 2 with 1 sword, and then chasing a large group of Westerland soldiers to cut them in half. With the addition of Arthur, a strong ally, the pressure on the entire King's Landing law enforcement team was greatly reduced. Thoris was able to get close to Beric Dondarrion and watch Arthur and his dazzling golden sword show off to the whole audience. It should be said that he chopped the whole audience. Beric, the Earl of Blackhaven in the Stormlands, also noticed the little river nobleman who joined later. He and the Red Monk looked at each other and saw the surprise and fear in each other's eyes. Arthur's performance was much more powerful than the mountain. At least the mountain couldn't run and chase the enemy after wearing armor. I thought the mountain's opponent was the most desperate person in the world, but I didn't expect that Arthur's opponent was. Beric sighed. Thoris shook his head, which made the small bun on his head shake twice. Arthur's opponents are not desperate at all. They just need to run faster than their companions. Those who run slower are the most desperate. After Arthur killed a few Westerland soldiers, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. Although the Lannister soldiers still had the advantage in numbers, they could not withstand Arthur's attack, so these ordinary soldiers from civilian backgrounds stayed away from the battlefield and Arthur. Amory Lorch was still alive. Seeing the mountain being killed, he knew that he was not Arthur's dish, so he shouted to retreat. Those who survived until now were all the most responsive veterans, and their escape speed was even better. After hearing someone shouting to retreat, both the Mountain's men and Lorch's men ran away to the south. They took off their armor while running to reduce their weight. Their speed, flexibility in removing armor, and abundant physical strength were enough to make people doubt whether they had really fought hard just now. The King's Landing law enforcement team and Arthur's men combined were less than 100 people, and they had no advantage in catching up, so they rested on the spot. The others were already lying on the ground exhausted, but Arthur was still very energetic. While checking the battlefield, he stabbed the seriously injured Western Territory soldiers a few more times, and put his own bodies together. When Arthur came to the Red Robe Monk, he was about to stab the Red Robe Monk, and stared at Thoros, who suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm not dead yet, what are you doing?" Arthur put down the golden guardeo. "I thought you were a mercenary from the Western Territory. After all, the law enforcement team from King's Landing are all nobles from the Riverlands and Stormlands. They are all dressed very luxuriously, not as sloppy as you." He recognized Thoros from the small bun, but he couldn't recognize him by his face because the blood and scars covered his facial features. The law enforcement team members lying around sat up when they saw Arthur coming. "I knew Arthur could kill the Mountain. The 2 championships in the tourney are not for nothing. Arthur has so much blood on him. Are you hurt?" "Fool, that's the enemy's blood. Arthur is a tough guy wearing 2 layers of armor." A group of people chatted and chatted. Arthur looked around and found that they were all familiar faces. Raymond Derry, Marco Piper, Carol Vance, Thoros, Earl Barrick, etc. It can be said that Arthur and the people he brought saved the lives of many people, so some people wanted to repay him. "I see your plate armor is full of holes and not smooth and beautiful anymore." Lord Beric stood up, walked around Arthur, and then said, "When I return to King's Landing, I will ask someone to make you a new set of plate armor, in gold, to match your sword and vest." Marco agreed with this idea and nodded. "Yes, Arthur's hammer is black. It doesn't match this set. I will ask someone to make you a golden hammer when I have time." If a tough man with a full set of golden armor goes to the battlefield, wouldn't he attract everyone's attention? A group of exhausted and blood-stained men started chatting about this topic again. Arthur, as they were talking about, was not in the mood to pay attention to these things. What happened in the next week or 2 would affect the war situation in the entire Riverlands and the West. He had to pay attention. "How is King's Landing?" Arthur asked. Although he knew the next plot, there was no guarantee that there would be some small mistakes. "When we set out, the king was still hunting in the royal forest in the south. It is said that a rare white deer appeared," Raymond replied. When Arthur heard this, he knew that Robert had to go through the process of death. The white deer had already entered his stomach. How could the king kill it? After thinking for a while, Arthur asked the heirs of Vance and Piper, "Are your armies still near the Golden Tooth now?" Duke Tywin sent out 2 small troops, indicating that his army was still near Horndale. Before King Robert died, Tywin could not lead the army into the Riverlands. But James' 15,000 troops were not like this. The Golden Tooth was originally the territory of the Westerlands, and they could go to war without worrying about Robert's life or death. It should still be there. Carol Vance replied. "Great, the Kingslayer Jaime is heading for the Golden Tooth. Let's go and capture him," Arthur said. His idea was to go near the Golden Tooth and then trick the heads of the Vance and Piper families into retreating. After all, they have 4,000 people, and it is not good to die in vain. After discussing it, several people felt that it was feasible. "We are the law enforcement team. The Kingslayer attacked the King's Hand and should be punished. And Jaime is a member of the King's Guard. He fled back to the west without the King's permission. He has violated the oath of the White Robes and should be arrested." Arthur was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. "Then there is no time to lose. Let's cross the river and set off now. Mama Strand is located near Pink City. After crossing the river, it takes a day and a half to ride west to the Golden Tooth. Moreover, this is a shallow beach in the upper reaches of the Red Fork River. The water flow is small and the river can be crossed without a boat. Everyone stood up and commanded their subordinates to collect supplies and wounded soldiers. The town of Mummer's Strand was half destroyed by the mountain. The remaining 200 or 300 residents were called out by Marco Piper, the heir of Pink City, to clean up the battlefield and take care of the wounded. After we leave, you also cross the Red Fork River and seek refuge in Riverrun. Arthur ordered. Tywin's army will soon pass by here, and this place is no longer safe. Seeing that it was the Lord's young master's companion, the residents of Mummer's Strand agreed. After gathering the 62 people who could still fight, they went to find the body of the mountain in a chaotic manner. Some people spit, some people urinated, some people stabbed the mountain with a knife, and some people farted at the mountain. The mountain, who was rampant when he was alive, could no longer feel these kind greetings. In short, the survivors vented their anger in their own way. Cut off his head, I want to use it as a urinal. Someone shouted. Brother Arthur has smashed it flat, and it may not be able to hold your urine. Earl Baratheon, who had the highest status, and was a more stable person, said, the head of the mountain is Arthur's honor, and should belong to him. His headless body can be placed on this river beach, to deter the passing Westerland soldiers and bandits. Someone followed this order. So Arthur got the smashed head of the mountain. Fortunately, he hit the back of his head. The front of his face was a little flat, but his features were very clear. He could recognize that this was Gregor Clegane. No more problems. After taking some food given by the residents of Mummer's Strand, they rowed across the river and rushed towards the Golden Tooth. 2 days later, the Golden Tooth. God of Light, why is the war starting again? Thoros said helplessly. After hundreds of miles of rapid travel, they finally arrived at their destination. But the scene in front of them made them feel bad. The Skolotrobes all over the mountains were attacking the two camps beside the river road. The castle not far away stood quietly, watching the stupid behavior of humans killing each other. My father is in there, I have to go in and save him. Marco Piper was straightforward. Seeing that his family soldiers were surrounded, and his father was still trapped inside, he was immediately anxious, and was about to rush in with the people of the Pink City. No hurry. Arthur stopped him. Look, the Kingslayer Jaime is over there, with only a few hundred men around him. Let's go and kill him. He pointed at Jaime who was commanding the army from behind. Someone keenly noticed something was wrong. A few hundred men are not just a few. That should be described as up to many. Arthur waved his whip. Anyway, that's what I mean. Shoot the horse first when shooting a man, and capture the king first when capturing a thief. My idea is that, if we capture Jaime, this westerly army will be in chaos. By then, we will have relieved the siege of the Vance and Piper families, and captured the enemy commander. Thoros looked at the hundreds of westerly soldiers that Arthur pointed at, and suddenly felt timid. They only had 62 people, and even if each of them fought 1 against 3, they could only defeat less than 200 people. The remaining enemies had 1 sword each, and they would have to go to heaven to see the gods. Let's go to rescue Vance Piper's camp. We will find friendly troops after we kill our way through, and then lead them out. The Red Monk said to Earl Beric. Since this place is at the intersection of the Golden Tooth Mountains and the river plains, the flat open space is not very wide, so the Lannister soldiers did not fully deploy, and could only fight in batches. This made the Vance and Piper families seem to be able to hold on. The rescue camp was also much more feasible. Earl Beric was only a few months older than Arthur, but he was mature. Arthur, why don't you go to the rescue camp with us first, and then discuss the capture of Jaime? After all, they have a lot of manpower. Arthur thought for a while and said, then you go to the rescue camp first, and Guy, Varja, you also take people to follow Earl Beric. I'm wearing 2 layers of armor, which is enough to kill through the Lannister army. You don't have to worry about me. I'm worried about the Kingslayer and the Westerly soldiers. You can chop the soldiers as you like, but don't chop Jaime with 1 knife. Raymond Derry warned. They are now very confident in Arthur's strength. Carlisle agreed. That's right. Jaime must be alive before Duke Tywin can stop the war. One of his sons has been kidnapped. If this son dies, he will go crazy, and the whole Riverland will suffer. No problem at all. Arthur agreed. There are many enemies on this way. Take care. After that, he waved his whip and let Red Hair carry him to James' army, leaving everyone with a tall and charming back. The remaining 61 people also started, and they began to charge towards the two camps on the right. Stop him. An officer of the Lannister family found Arthur charging and ordered, "You want to be a hero alone? Do you think there is no one in our west?" Dozens of elite lions wearing lion-shaped half-helmets, black armor, and scarlet cloaks on their backs faced Arthur and prepared to meet the enemy. Not far away, Jaime, the commander of the Westerly Division, who was surrounded by people, also found Arthur charging alone. At the same time, he also saw his own soldiers defending. So he shouted, "Are you so scared by his charge alone? Go." The officer had no choice but to lead his men to meet him. A few minutes later, the officer who was split in half by the Golden Guandeo died. Before he died, he didn't even have time to greet James' mother, who instructed him to charge. Half of his men were split in half, and the other half retreated. Jaime and many nobles in the West Territory around him were amazed when they saw Arthur breaking through dozens of people alone. "This is too brave. He can form an army by himself. I think he is slightly inferior to the Mountain. At least he is much better than us standing here." They were just surprised at Arthur's amazing fighting power, and they didn't know that the Mountain, the most powerful warrior in the West Territory, had died under his hammer. More soldiers were sent to fight with Arthur, trying to stop Arthur riding a golden horse. Jaime was aroused by the words of those around him. He shouted, "Let me show you who is braver, me or him. Bring your guns. P.S. Please vote for me and give me monthly tickets." Chapter 91. Arthur is here in Aegean. Arthur had just split a poor Westerlander and was about to search for the latest target when he caught a glimpse of a man rushing towards him. This man was wearing golden armor, a lion helmet on his head, a white robe on his back, riding a tall horse, and holding a hard lance in his hand. It was the eldest son of Duke Tywin, Kingslayer Jaime Lannister. This is really a rat crying cat out of its nest, looking for death. Arthur kicked Red Hair's belly with the heel of his iron boot and jogged towards Jaime. The two began to run in both directions. The Westerlanders along the way retreated one after another. They didn't want to be split in two by the river god of war on the back of the golden armored giant horse. At the command center of the Westerland army, Countess Alicent Redford of the Golden Tooth, Dammon, the head of the Malbrand family of the Branded City, Earl Gorwyn Westerling of the Rock, and other powerful people in power in the Westerland, gathered together to bet on who would win. I'm optimistic about Jaime. After all, he's a long-established knight. It's hard to say. It's said that the man on the golden horse is called Arthur, the champion of the tournament a month ago. The battlefield is different from the competition field. This Arthur can only chop people. His mount is too slow, so he may not be able to beat Sir Jaime. That's right. When he falls off his horse, a bunch of soldiers will rush up and take him down and tie him up into strokes. This is a battlefield. You should be more serious. People will die. Everyone has their own opinions and views, and they started arguing. There was no powerful figure from the Lannister family to restrain them at the scene. This group of nobles only cared about their own mouths. In their expectant eyes, the two horses crossed, and both of them were on the horse well, but Jaime's lance was broken. Because the regicide's horse was too fast, Arthur only had time to put the Guandeo horizontally on the horse's back, thinking that Jaime would rush up and hit the blade. Unexpectedly, Jaime directly pressed down the horse's head, and he also fell on the horse's back and rushed under the knife. The lance also pierced Arthur's calf armor accurately, but it didn't work. There was no way. Although Jaime's horse was tall, Arthur's horse was taller than a head of horse's shoulder, which made the two of them not at the same height. Jaime turned his horse's head, pulled out a new lance from the horse's belly, fixed it on the lance rack at his right elbow, and then charged again. Arthur didn't need to look back to know that the Kingslayer would rush over before Red Hair turned his horse's head. At that time, he would be stabbed in the back. So he got off the horse directly, raised the Guandeo, and slid under the belly of Jaime's horse. He didn't even need to use any strength. The poor horse caught the knife with its belly. Arthur was drenched in blood, intestines, stomach and other organs from the horse's belly that fell from the head. Even with a helmet, Arthur could feel the hot horse blood flowing into his mouth. The horse corpse rushed forward with its head on the ground by inertia, and Jaime on the horse's back was also thrown off. Arthur got out from under the horse's hind legs, and first quickly wiped his head and face to get rid of some of the horse blood on his head, so that it would not block his vision. Then he turned and rushed to James, who was a little confused after being thrown. He didn't care about the organs on his body, as long as it didn't affect his movements. After reaching the Kingslayer, Arthur directly smashed James's golden helmet several times with the back of his knife, making the Kingslayer even more dizzy. Then he carried him on his shoulders, rushed to his giant horse, jumped on the horse, and rushed to the camp of Anson Piper. While the giant horse turned its head, he laid James horizontally on the horse's back, and then chopped down a Westerland soldier who wanted to save him. Red Hair carried the two people, and rushed towards the camp in small steps. The Westerland Army Command Center. Countess Alicent of Golden Tooth City was directly nauseated by the scene she saw. Arthur's silver plate armor and golden guandeo were turned bright red by the horse's blood and internal organs. Even from a distance, Alicent felt that she saw the horse intestines on Arthur's body still throbbing. The other nobles were not much better. Although they were on the battlefield, they thought the fight would be exciting, but they didn't expect it to be so bloody. After a while, someone finally realized that their commander had been robbed. He took Jaime away. Chase him quickly. Go, everyone who is resting in the back, go and take back Sir Jaime. Take back the Lannister people, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 gold dragons. The nobles of the Westerlands gave orders. However, due to the command system of this detachment, they could only command their own men. Fortunately, the bounty of 10,000 gold dragons played a big role, and the messenger promptly passed it to the ears of the Westerland soldiers who were resting in the rear. The soldiers who were resting in the rotation battle were immediately excited. The nobles promised that they just needed to take it back, which was much easier than killing the giant horse and golden armored warrior. Therefore, 2,000 or 3,000 Westerland soldiers rushed over from the vicinity of Golden Tooth City. Their target was very conspicuous. They only needed to rush towards Arthur. The Westerland soldiers besieging the camp did not know the bounty of 10,000 gold dragons, so after hacking to death more than a dozen people, the Riverman soldiers appeared in front of Arthur. The advantage of the tall size of Red Hair was revealed. It jumped directly over the pile of corpses, leaving thousands of Rivermen and Westerland soldiers to continue hacking at each other. The scattered tents, overturned ox carts, burning wooden fences, and injured soldiers were the main eye-catching things in the back. The vest was not stained with much horse blood, so someone recognized Arthur and directed him to Claremont, the head of the Piper family. Hey, I grabbed the Kingslayer, hurry up and retreat. Arthur shouted. Marco Piper, Raymond Derry, Earl Beric and others had already rushed in and were resting. They looked up and saw Arthur, who was covered in blood, with a section of intestine and several pieces of meat hanging from his body, and James who was still struggling on his horse. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This scene was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. God of Light, how many people have you killed? Thoros muttered to himself. Count Clement of Pink City, who was here before, was also frightened by the newcomers. Is there really such a fierce general in the Riverlands? He asked himself in disbelief. Why are you standing there? Retreat. The Westland soldiers behind are crazy. They want to take back James. Arthur shouted again. This made these inexperienced Riverland nobles and Stormland nobles react. Count Clement ordered a retreat. Count Vance of the city of Journeys was seriously injured, and now he was commanding the armies of the two families. After the messenger galloped and gave the order, the soldiers of the two families finally responded to the order to retreat. Under the cover of Arthur, Raymond Derry, Thoros, Earl Beric and a group of other good players, the river army began to retreat towards Riverrun. The river road was not far from the camp, which made the retreat much faster and easier. Since there were too many Westerland soldiers, they could only take the slightly injured, and the soldiers from Vance and Piper who could run on their own. The Kingslayer was handed over to Earl Claremont, and his personal soldiers would lead this Lannister all the way until they reached Riverrun. After all, this was the greatest achievement since the war between the River Army and the Westerland. After another fierce battle, the bodies of the River Army and the Westerland soldiers piled up into a hill, and the soldiers from Vance and Piper completely withdrew from the camp. Okay, Brother Raymond will take the people away first, and I will be the last one to leave. Don't worry about me, Arthur shouted. Thoros, who was also covered in blood, muttered, who has ever worried about you? I have always been worried about the Westerland soldiers on the opposite side. Raymond and others were not polite and retreated on horseback. The Western soldiers were still rushing over from all over the mountains. The bounty of 10,000 dragons had already reached the ears of these 10,000 people. The civilian soldiers who might not be able to earn so much money in their lifetimes had gone crazy. Even if Arthur killed one person with one sword, he still couldn't stop the enemies from rushing over. No matter whether these enemies came voluntarily or were squeezed in. He had to drive red hair to run slowly backwards, otherwise the pile of corpses would squeeze the red hair. I don't know how long it took when Arthur felt that the guandeo in his hand was clogged with blood and couldn't hold it. The Western soldiers were still rushing towards him. At this time, another pile of corpses had piled up in front of him. Guessing that the Hegian army had gone far away, Arthur felt that he should slip away. Hegian Arthur is here, who dares to fight me to the death? He reined in his horse and shouted. Maybe the Western soldiers were finally tired, or maybe his invincible momentum suppressed the Western soldiers. The whole battlefield was actually quiet. The cries of the crows in the Golden Fang Mountains were clearly audible, echoing with Arthur's shouts among the Golden Fang Mountains. The Western infantry finally realized that they were facing the invincible river god of war. Although 10,000 gold dragons were tempting, their lives were also important. So they all hesitated to move forward. Although the people behind them slowly pushed them forward, they still stopped the offensive. A great noble in the west saw that his soldiers' attacks had stopped and said angrily, "Come on, come on." Arthur laughed when he saw the Western soldiers who dared not move forward and the Western nobles who shouted, "Come on, come on." The laughter and echoes were transmitted among the Golden Fang Mountains, falling into the ears of the Western soldiers and the hearts of the Western nobles. This made the Western nobles, who had started off badly, even more angry. "What are you laughing at, little noble in the Riverland?" someone asked loudly. Arthur stopped laughing and replied, "Wait until you understand the difference between coming for me and following me before you command the army." He felt very happy when he saw the Western soldiers who stopped for him. A real man should be like this. "Who dares to fight me to the death?" Arthur asked again. Still no response. The entire Western territory of more than 10,000 people was as quiet as if there was no one. Arthur raised his sword and pointed it horizontally. "There is not a single man." Finally, a noble in the Western territory reacted. "Archers ready." So the Western archers in the back began to gather, and the Western soldiers in the front row slowly made way. Arthur saw that this group of people really wanted to shoot him to death with arrows, so he quickly turned his horse's head and officially ran away. This is not a Mountain Blade game where a person can borrow a body of arrows and still survive. Even if his plate armor can withstand the damage, the giant horse under his crotch can't withstand the rain of arrows. Of course, you have to say something harsh before running away. Lose the people, but not the battle. As he rode his horse towards the north, he turned back and shouted, "You are playing dirty tricks, right? Wait until I gather my army and fight again." After saying that, he slipped away without looking back. Lord Gawain Westerling, Lord Daemon Miranda, and Lady Alicent of the Westerlands watched Arthur riding away silently for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, Lady Alicent said, "It is better to camp in the Golden Tooth. This man is really unstoppable. Send a raven to ask Lord Tywin to send the mountain to him. Perhaps he can be defeated. The lady is still clear-sighted. Let's do it." A group of people did not want to bring their own soldiers to the Lannisters to die in vain, so they commanded their soldiers to camp near the Golden Tooth and wait for Lord Tywin's order. After 2 hours of riding, Arthur caught up with the retreating river army. "There are only more than 2,200 people left. My family lost 800 people, and the Vance family in the City of Travelers Rest lost 1,000 people." His family's head was seriously injured. Marco said to him. Arthur thought, "Aren't there still more than 2,000 people left?" If it were according to the original book, these 4,000 people would have all died outside the Golden Tooth City. With heavy losses and no results, everyone was silent and quietly hurried along the river road. 3 days later, Runliu City. This second tier city in the river stands at the intersection of the Tengshi River and the Red Fork River at the node of a horizontal Y, and when the two rivers reach the vicinity, the river surface is already very wide, so the army cannot easily cross the river. So after thousands of years of experience, if the army of the West wants to invade the riverland along the river road, it must capture this important town surrounded by water on three sides. If the Western Border Army invades along the Red Fork River, it must either cross the river in the territory of the Red Powder City upstream, or attack along the valley between the Golden Tooth Mountains and the Red Fork River. This is exactly the meaning of the existence of the Red Powder City and the Journey City. They are to block the attack of the Western Border Army in the upper reaches of the Red Fork River, so that the enemy can only attack Reveron. But Edgemere was really a little bit stupid. He let the two families block the Golden Tooth with 4,000 people, and almost lost these 4,000 people. At present, the eldest son of the Tully family, who was not very smart, was leading the prominent lords of the Riverlands to Reveron to welcome the two family heads and the members of the King's Landing law enforcement team who returned victoriously. Yes, his term was returned victoriously. The scouts had already received the news that the westerly detachment of the Golden Tooth had stopped moving forward, which made Edgemere feel that his previous decision to send people to block the westerly soldiers was correct. After a round of greetings, many nobles boarded the boat, crossed the moat, and entered the Hall of Reveron. Everyone sat down in the Hall of Reveron according to their status. Arthur sat in a very front position because of his outstanding military exploits. Edgemere first praised Arthur's feat of killing the mountain with great enthusiasm, and then praised his great feat of capturing Jaime. I won the first battle in the Riverlands, and Arthur contributed the most, he concluded. He also praised the Vance and Piper families. But the people of these two families were not happy. The head of the Vance family had been seriously injured and died, and Carol inherited the title and territory. The Pink Castle of the Piper family had been burned by Tywin's army, and the entire earldom had been destroyed beyond belief. The king is dead, King's Landing is in chaos, and now we have to resist the westerly army by ourselves, Edgemere said. He briefly introduced the current situation. In the 5 or 6 days, when Arthur killed the mountain and went to the Golden Tooth in King's Landing, Robert died after being wounded by a wild boar. Duke Eddard was imprisoned, and Renly and the Knight of Flowers fled with only a few followers. Robb Stark of Winterfell has summoned the army of his vassals, and is preparing to go south, to rescue his father and sisters. They will be a great support for the Riverlands. The other great nobles of the kingdoms, the Riverlands, the Westlands and Stormlands have begun to gather troops. Only the Vale and Dawn have temporarily remained on hold. As for the Westerlands, Lord Tywin led his troops north, captured the Pink Keep, and is now attacking Traveller's Rest. It is rumored that Stafford Lannister of Casterly Rock was sent to take over the Golden Tooth's detachment, and with him came 3,000 men. This brings the Golden Tooth's troops to 16,000. Tywin's cavalry passed Stonehenge last night, and their target should be the empty and defenseless Harrenhal. Lord Janos Bracken added. A raven from his own territory reported the news to him. Arthur was shocked. Tywin's speed was too fast. How many people are there? He asked his distant uncle. The spy said there are at least 1,000. He didn't dare to get close, and could only watch from afar. Janos replied. Arthur remembered that he had set out from Harrenhal to chase the mountain, running day and night, and it took him 3.5 days to reach the middle of the Red Fork. Tywin's army had more people, and was far less mobile than the small force he led, so it took them more than 5 days to reach Harrenhal. Although Reveron was farther away, the speed of water transportation was also faster. Although the ships on the Red Fork were not large, there were many of them, and there was no problem carrying some soldiers eastward. 5 days was enough time to take over Harrenhal before Tywin's cavalry. Edgemere, I have to rescue Harrenhal. Give me enough troops, Arthur said. Perhaps because of the victory in the first battle, Edgemere's face was a little happy. Don't worry, while everyone is here, let's discuss the next situation and strategy. Then the heir of Reveron expressed his thoughts. We now have 18,000 people, plus more than 2,000 from the two Vinces Bibers, a total of 20,000 people, which is enough to compare with the westerly detachment of the Golden Tooth, so we can fight the Golden Tooth first, and then turn back to fight Tywin. Previously, Edgemure had assembled most of the family soldiers in the Riverlands, and the number reached nearly 30,000 at that time. After that, small forces of the Mountain and Amory Lords successively burned, killed, and looted the Riverlands, so Edgemure asked some nobles to return to the territory with their own soldiers for defense. After that, he received the news of Tywin's march and summoned the vassal soldiers again. But the second time there were fewer people. Many noble family heads were selfish and left some soldiers in their own territories and did not bring them to Riverrun. But Edgemure still had 20,000 people in his hands. Turned back to fight Tywin. You can say that. Arthur was amused. If Tywin really took Harrenhal, your nephew Robb would have to march south from the Twins. Otherwise the soldiers of the north would have to fight with the soldiers of the west in the narrow area between the Green Fork and the Mountains of the Moon. Harrenhal's military status is far more than just controlling the south bank of the Red Fork. In fact, controlling Harrenhal means basically controlling all traffic north of the Blackwater River. If the North wants to join the war, they can either go south along the King's Road or go around the Twins. If the Vale sends troops, they have to go out of the Bloody Gate and cross the Ruby Ford before they can go south. Even the Rivermen themselves, without Harrenhal, can only live north of the Red Fork. Some people supported Arthur's point of view and wanted to lead troops to rescue Harrenhal. Others supported Edgemure's point of view, to first fight a decisive battle with the 16,000 people of the Westerland army, and then go back to fight Tywin. More noble heads of families were silent. They were convinced by the seriously ill Hoster, and the words of Edgemure, a young man, and Arthur, a young boy, could not convince them. The Pink City had been burned, and Marco decided to support Arthur's point of view to defend Harrenhal. He persuaded his father Clement, which allowed Arthur to get his first army of thousands of people. Callel of Traveller's Rest was immersed in the sorrow of his father's death in battle. He also had to worry about whether the family castle he had just inherited would be taken down by Tywin's army. So he did not speak out. Raymond of Derry agreed with Arthur, but he had too few soldiers and his voice was not influential, so he did not have a big impact on the positions of the nobles present. Others, such as Earl Barrick, were not willing to interfere with the military strategy of the Riverlands, because he was a noble of the Stormlands. The Red Monk Thoros was only regarded as a warrior by everyone present. After a period of stalemate, finally a noble with enough influence publicly expressed his support for Arthur. I agree to send troops to defend Harrenhal, and I will give him 2,500 of my own people. The statement from Janis immediately livened up the scene. The Free family of the Twins did not come, so Raventree and Stonehenge were the two strongest families present except the Tully family. The head of the main family of Bracken was enough to make some people who were waiting and watching make up their minds. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 92 Self-Recommendation. 2,500 people. Lord Bracken only brought these people this time, right? If you give them all to Arthur, wouldn't that mean that no one from your family will come to defend Riverrun? My master is just seriously ill, but he is not yet. Well, don't forget the oath you made. Desmond, the head coach of Riverrun, said. Although he has a close relationship with Arthur, the Tully family is the one he swore to. In such an occasion where most of the Riverlords are present, he still knows who to speak to. That's right, it's impossible for your family to not come to defend Riverrun. You must leave some of the 2,500 people behind. Edgemure also expressed his thoughts. Lord Bracken is a relative of Arthur. If he insists on dividing the troops, Edgemure can't control him, but at least he can make him leave some people behind. Who said I want to give all the people here to my nephew? Janis was calm and composed, and he even had the leisure to take a sip of beer. There are still 1,000 men in Hendry's hands at Stonehenge. I will let these men and the 1,500 men in Riverrun follow Arthur. Another 1,000 men will stay here with me to guard my fiefdom. Originally, the main family of Bracken had 3,500 men. More than 300 men were killed in the conflict at Arthur's Raventree castle nearly 3 months ago, but they were quickly replenished. When Tywin assembled his army, Lord Janos was already summoning strong peasants from his own territory, so there are still 800 peasant soldiers in Stonehenge, who are being intensively trained. Because some of Edmure's actions did not suit Lord Bracken's wishes, he did not tell Tully all about his own situation. But there is one condition. With these 2,500 men in hand, Arthur, you have to help me defend Stonehenge. Janos turned his old face to his nephew. The farmers in the territory are like crops. After they are harvested, they will grow several more in the next long summer. The Westerlies can harm them as much as they want. But there is only one Stonehenge. Our ancestors passed it down to me, and I cannot destroy it in my hands. So, you have to help me keep Stonehenge. I will send a letter to Hendry. After you show up in Stonehenge, you will replace him as the acting lord of the city. Janos nags for a long time, and Arthur finally understands what he means. It turns out that the condition for him to borrow troops is that Arthur must keep Stonehenge. Mission: defend Stonehenge. Anyway, Tywin is still attacking Traveler's Rest. When he knows that his 2 sons have been captured, he will calm down for a while to consider the next move. The situation in Stonehenge is not very dangerous yet. Okay, no problem at all. Arthur liked his distant uncle who was very supportive. 1,200 people from Pink City and 2,500 people from Stonehenge City, that's enough. If there were some cavalry, I could lead the troops to Tywin's tent and let the proud Westerly Guardians see the fierceness of us river people. No, you can't take all the troops from Pink City. Edmure still insisted on defending Reverin first. He insisted on leaving some soldiers in Pink City, otherwise he would tell his father about the actions of the Piper family and let the real river lords control the disobedient lords. Earl Clermont had no choice but to leave 600 people in Reverin and only let Arthur take 600 people. Arthur was very angry about Edmure's behavior, but after all, this man was the only able-bodied male of the Tully family, the River Lord, so he couldn't just fight back. Regarding the issue of cavalry, the Malista family of Sealand City and the Vance family of Veron City, who were friendly with Janos, were willing to provide their cavalry to Arthur. But Edmure opposed it again. His reason was that the cavalry in the Riverlands was pitifully few, and it was impossible to take some of them away for Arthur. And according to his point of view, only infantry was needed to defend Harrenhal, not cavalry. Arthur and he had obvious differences on this issue again. Both sides had many nobles to support them, but every time Edmure brought out his father to calm the situation, the voices supporting Arthur became much less. After arguing for a long time, the problem was still not solved, but it was time for dinner. So everyone agreed to eat first, and continue the discussion in the afternoon. The Tully family's lunch was still worthy of his family's status as a feudal family. The rare foie gras was a small dish for each person, and the staple food was grilled tender steak, served with fried golden fish, which was enough to whet one's appetite. But before the meal, Arthur was squeezed out of the castle hall by Patrick and others from the seafront city, and then taken to a bathroom to take a bath. Because he was too smelly, the contents of James' horse's belly were all poured onto his plate armor and body, but he only had time to rinse it briefly after the battle. The blood in the cracks had fermented for a few days and had become sour and smelly. If it weren't for the fact that everyone's attention was not on the smell during the morning military meeting, Arthur would have been forced to take a bath by the nobles who loved cleanliness. After washing up, wearing a linen robe given by a servant that belonged to someone unknown, Arthur walked into the hall to have lunch with everyone. "Where's the mountain's head?" asked Janos next to him. "It's hanging on my saddle, and it should be smelly now." After Arthur took a bath, he realized how bad he smelled before, so he didn't want to mention the mountain's head that had already smelled and rotted. "You shouldn't be so careless," Janos reminded in a low voice. "You should have pickled the mountain's head early in the morning and hung it in a conspicuous place on the horse. When discussing in the morning, you should have shown it to this group of people first, so that most of the nobles in the territories invaded by the mountain on the south bank of the Red Fork River will support you," he advised his nephew. Arthur thought about it and agreed. The princes of the east of the river all hated the mountain to the core. After killing the mountain, he had already gained a group of allies. After quietly thanking Janos, Arthur ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and went out to instruct the servants of Reverin to pickle the mountain's head. In the afternoon, The mountain's head really worked. The Vance family of Allen City clearly wanted to lend their cavalry to Arthur. His relative, Carol, the head of the Vance family of the City of Travelers, also made the same decision. Although the cavalry of these two families added up to only 400 people, their attitude was enough to influence some people. Under the influence of the two families and the instigation of his son Patrick, Lord Jason Mallister of Sealand City also lent 400 cavalry. This made Edgemere very dissatisfied. Anyone could see that the heir of Reverin was going to bring up his father again. Arthur knew when to stop. 3,100 infantry and 800 cavalry were enough. There are still more than 17,000 people left in Reverin. Although the strength of the troops is evenly matched with that of the Westerland detachment of the Golden Tooth, considering the bonus of geographical advantages, the situation on the western front of the river should be very stable. As long as Edgemere does not come to micromanage and command blindly. There is another problem. Since you are going to fight the Westerland detachment in Reverin first, there will be no one to command the two major areas of the east of the river and around the God's Eye Lake. I recommend myself to take on this role until you are free to lead the army across the Red Fork River. Arthur volunteered. The Red Fork River originates from the Golden Tooth Mountains, flows north for half of the way, and then flows east until it merges into the Trident River. Therefore, the Red Fork City, Travelers Rest, Stonehall Town, Stonehenge City and other places on the east side of the upper reaches of the Red Fork River can be described as the east of the river, and the areas around the God's Eye Lake from south to north, such as Arryn City, Willowwood City, Irenhill, Derry City, Sells Corner, etc., are the areas around the lake. As for Maiden Spring and the coast of Crab Bay further east, they were too far away for Tywin to reach them in the early stages. At present, except for Lady Reverin, the 5 earls of the east and lake regions were all in Reverin. Without Edgemere's permission, they could not leave. Therefore, there were no powerful figures in both places to preside over the battle, and no heavy troops were guarding the castles. That's no problem. Edgemere did not want to fight Tywin's main force of the Lion family in the East region in the early stage, so he readily agreed. I'll ask the nobles on the south coast to send ravens to their castles, and their subjects and soldiers on the territory will cooperate with you in the battle. This was decided. Then, Arthur and some people prepared to leave Reverin. The members of the King's Landing law enforcement team had become wanted criminals, so Elberic of the Stormlanders, Thoros of the Mee, and the guards of the Wolf family in the north decided to go to the east region to protect the farmers from the westerly soldiers. Marco Piper, Raymond Derry and others followed Arthur eastward. Patrick, the eldest son of Siren, also wanted to go, so he joined the team defending Irenhill. In order to save time, the eastward journey must be by water. However, all the larger ships around Reverin combined can barely carry 1,500 people to the east. Considering that Tywin's cavalry advanced troops have passed Stonehenge, and the Red Fork River is still a long way from Irenhill. So Arthur decided to take the cavalry troops to set out first and march quickly to rescue Lady Reverin and her home castle. There is a shortage of horses in the Riverlands, so the cavalry did not have auxiliary horses to assist in marching and fighting, so there were only 800 military horses. Let all the military horses get on the big boats. It doesn't matter if they are a little crowded. The horses will sleep standing up. Just bring enough fodder. The soldiers will get on the small boats first, and then change to the larger boats when they go downstream. Arthur ordered. So the nearby farmers who were conscripted were easy to find again. All the canoes that could only carry 2 or 3 people were found, and finally all the necessary transportation tools were found. Everything was ready. Edgemere and the riverlords who stayed in Reverin came out to see him off. At the ferry, they watched Arthur and his 800 men and 800 horses squeezed into hundreds of large and small ships and boats, and sailed down the river. As for the 2,100 infantrymen in Reverin, the ships that would return later were taken downstream by the Red Fork River. Edgemere would not object to what had already been agreed upon. A day and a half later, at the ferry of the Red Mill Riverside Village, send the head of the mountain to all the farmers on the south bank. Arthur ordered the steward Umber. Passing by his own territory, he led his men to send this pickled and smelly giant over. This would make many landless farmers return to Arthur. As you command. Umber immediately went to arrange this matter. My lord, a total of 1,100 people have been selected to form a new army. Dickon Tully reported on the training of the soldiers. From him, Arthur learned that there were more than 25,000 refugees in his territory. Of course, there are many more people in the noble territories on the north bank of the Red Fork River, and a large number of refugees are heading north, heading to the peaceful north bank. Okay, you continue to train. These ships will take you to Hirennel in a few days. At that time, I will rebuild the entire army system. You will use new training methods for different types of soldiers. Dickon nodded, and then realized something was wrong. Go to Hirennel, isn't that the next target of Lord Tywin? Isn't it dangerous for new recruits to train near there? Arthur smiled. Do you know how big Hirennel is? The castle hall, the Hall of the 100 Hearths, is enough for these people to train. It's very safe there. Ignoring Dickon, who was a little confused, Arthur gave everyone another warning, then got back on the boat and followed the large army down the river. They had to arrive at Hirennel before the cavalry of the Westerlands. P.S. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 93, Battle of Herrentown. The main gate of Hirennel. Next to the 30-odd horse guards were 7 or 8 carriages and ox carts. Lady Heen glanced to the west. They haven't come yet. The westerly cavalry hasn't arrived in Hirennel yet. Should we leave later? Butler Richard looked at his elderly master anxiously. Just get on the carriage and run away. Lannister spies have appeared in front of Hirennel in broad daylight. If you don't run away, you may not be able to escape. The westerly cavalry are not all nobles. You may not be well if you fall into their hands. I still think we can wait. I don't know why, but that Bracken looks very reliable. Lady Heen was tired of standing, so she sat down on the low stool for getting on the carriage. Richard was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. The guards around him also looked at their increasingly confused lord helplessly and shook their heads and smiled bitterly. I really admire you. You are so leisurely, even when you are in a hurry. Richard complained repeatedly, but he could not urge his lord to get on the carriage. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. Hurry up and get on the carriage, Tywin's cavalry is coming. Richard was shocked. He didn't think about why the Westerland advance cavalry came so quickly. He directly supported the old woman under the armpit, thinking of carrying her on the carriage. Lady Heen sat for a while, came back to her senses, looked at the shaking north, and let go of her heart. Richard, it's Sahigian cavalry that's coming. That Arthur brought people to rescue me. Richard was slightly stunned, turned to the north, and saw that it was indeed the cavalry of the Hegian land. Lord Edgemere sent people to rescue us. The Tully family is a real relative. Minisha Tully, the wife of Duke Hoster, the head of the Tully family, is from the Heen family. Although Lady Heen and her are only sisters-in-law, in terms of kinship, the Tully family is the closest to the Heen family. The steward of Hirennel squinted his eyes and recognized the flag of the incoming army. Silver eagle flag with purple background, black farmer flag with tangerine background, black dragon gold eye 4-point checkered flag, green dragon white tower 4-point checkered flag. The people coming are Lister, Derry family, Vance of Traveller's Rest, and Vance of Arryn. He muttered and sighed. It seems that Lord Edgemere still hasn't forgotten your aunt. After all, relatives are still useful. That Arthur is not reliable at all. Lady Heen shook her head and did not refute her steward. She insisted that it was the young man Arthur who came. The towering Hirennel stood in the distance. From a distance, the 5 huge towers that reached the sky could be clearly seen. Arthur was depressed while riding his horse and observing the surrounding situation. He had thought about changing his flag before, but he always forgot. This small mistake was revealed in the rescue operation. The cavalry of each family flew their own flags, which made the farmers who saw them along the way praise him. He was the leading general, but he didn't even have a flag. This was not okay. It's impossible for him to fight for the Westerland army with all his strength and let these families take all the fame. Fortunately, there should be a small workshop like a dyeing factory in Herrentown, so it won't be a problem to make a flag for him. The pattern was slightly changed from the original flag of Bracken, the golden shield and the red horse. The golden shield was changed to a golden guardeo, and the red horse was changed to a giant horse in golden armor. These are the 2 most famous features of Arthur. After riding for a while, they finally arrived at the bottom of the huge Hirennel. From a distance, Arthur saw that Lady Heen was ready to escape. "Hey, I'm here on time." Arthur led the way to the castle gate and shouted to the people of Heen's family. Seeing that the person who came was exactly what she expected, Lady Heen showed some joy on her face. "You are quite punctual. You told us to wait for 3 weeks, but you came on the 22nd day." Arthur shook his head helplessly. "Isn't it because the mountain can run too fast? I chased him from here to the middle of the Red Fork River, which took me 3.5 days, and then another 8 days of pursuit, before I ran to the vicinity of the Pink City and found him, and then I killed Clegane. Later, it took me 5 days to go to the Golden Tooth City, and then I took a boat all the way from Reveron, 4 days on the water, and 1.5 days on land, and I rushed to rescue you." He jumped off the horse and walked to Lady Heen and Richard. "It seems that I came at the right time. Where are Tywin's cavalry? How many people are there?" The accompanying Raymond Derry, Patrick, Marco Piper, the sharpshooter Anguy, the leader of the Blood Play troop, and others, as well as the cavalry who had been running for a day, also dismounted, drinking water, and peeing on the spot. Of course, the horses were also fed with hay by the cavalry. The Westerland Vanguard cavalry is only half an hour's ride from Harrenhal. The spies have already appeared outside the town, which makes tens of thousands of refugees there very uneasy. The road from here to Harrenhal is now blocked by fleeing refugees. As for the number of people, at least thousands. Our news was reported by the mayor, and his militia only dared to watch from afar. Although he was very surprised why Arthur was leading the team, Richard still told the information he had in time. As the steward of a large castle, his key cultivation skills were still very good, and he did not show his thoughts on his face. "You cavalry are the vanguard, right? How many people did Lord Edgemere send? 8,000? Or 10,000? Asked the steward of Harrenhal. "There are only 783 people now." Arthur replied, "More than 3,000 infantry will come later, but they are not sent by Edgemere. He wants to fight the Westerland detachment at Reveron first, and then fight Tywin. These cavalry and subsequent troops are all borrowed by me." When they set out from Reveron, there were 800 cavalrymen, including Gehrman, Marco, Patrick, Anguy, Varger and 30 others. However, several small boats capsized. Although the soldiers swam to other boats, the packed armor sank into the Red Fork River. What's worse is that many horses on the big boats were seasick. They could still stand in the crowded boats, but they lay down and couldn't move once they reached land. So after landing on land, Arthur asked the 47 soldiers who lost their armor and whose horses were seasick to stay where they were and look after these poor horses. The remaining 782 people were brought here by him, asking for help as a favor. Arthur described the relationship to Lady Heen, so that he would not be the one who did the work, but owed the favor to the Tully family far away in Reveron. Richard's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he said nothing. Lady Heen sighed. "I knew Edgemere would not send anyone. He may not even know where my aunt is. This relative is not very reliable. Since you are here, I don't have to run away. Let's go into the castle and rest first. I think these guys behind you are exhausted." Lady Heen called. Her servants were smart enough to lead the guests' horses into the castle. "Wait." Arthur stopped the servants. "Tywin's cavalry is not far away. There are still peasants fleeing on the road. The Westerland cavalry came in a hurry, so they must let the soldiers rob to replenish their rations. I have to save the peasants, who lost their land." He turned his head and looked at the soldiers behind him. "You are tired, but Tywin's cavalry is more tired. They have been running for 5 consecutive days. They are seeing stars. Get on the horse. Before they can stand, we will hit them head on." Patrick, Marco and other nobles of higher status also repeated Arthur's order, which made the soldiers who had just dismounted to rest, put on their helmets, and climbed back on their horses. Arthur also jumped on his giant horse, and shouted to Richard, "Don't close the door of Harrenhal. I want to let the civilians of Harrenhal come in for refuge." Richard was stunned. "What are you talking about? Isn't this letting the Westerland soldiers in?" He didn't want to follow this order. After all, Harrenhal was his master's castle, not Arthur's, let alone the exiled civilians. "Do as he says." Lady Heen stood up and walked to the reinforcement. "Young men, I wish you a successful first battle. We will win the first battle. Arthur turned his horse's head and shouted with his guardeo. This not only responded to Lady Heen, but also boosted the morale of the Hegian cavalry. We will win. The cavalry was also infected by Arthur's overwhelming fighting spirit. They shouted and followed the first fierce general of Hegian, who ran out first, rushing towards the town of Heron. Nearly 800 people went forward together to meet the invaders from the west. The tall back of the golden armored giant horse in the front gave many people courage and allowed them to dispel the fatigue of chasing them. The whole team's will to fight reached its peak. Not far away, they saw a large number of civilians driving ox carts or pushing carts by themselves, dragging their families to the northeast. Go to Harrenhal, the gate there is always open for you, Arthur shouted. Some cavalry were sent out to carry out the task of shouting. Some farmers heard Arthur's words and silently adjusted the direction of advance. Some were different and continued to head northeast as before. Some even reminded them, "My lords, hurry up and head north. Lord Tywin's army has several thousand men and they are all coming this way." That's right. How can you fight against Lord Tywin's men? It's more important to save your lives. There is a man called Arthur the Just in the north. It is said that he killed the mountain. He will protect us. A group of fleeing peasants said to the passing cavalry. They were proud of the courage of the river cavalry to fight, but they didn't want them to die in vain. I'm the Arthur you are talking about. Some people call me the Just, and some people call me the Brave. He reined in his horse and shouted, "If I abandon you today, because of insufficient troops, I don't deserve these two titles. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, I will still lead the army to attack, until you all enter Harrenhal safely. Now, everyone, take refuge in Harrenhal, and then watch us chop down the invaders from the west. Follow me." The last shout was to the river cavalry behind him. The whole team's speed suddenly increased, rushing towards the west. After Arthur shouting, most of the refugees chose to move towards Harrenhal. They were originally going to join Arthur at the Red Mill. Since the real master was here, there was no need to go north to cross the Red Fork River. Outside the town of Harrenhal, a Westerland spy was reporting to Amory Lorch, who was leading the army. Behind Lorch were 1,500 Westerland cavalrymen wearing crimson robes and black ringmail. A large group of river cavalry was clearly visible a quarter of a league in front of him. "My lord, there are about 800 troops coming, and they are flying the flags of Sealand, Derry, and the two Vance families. They should have been in Riverrun, but I don't know why they appeared here." Professional spies are much more professional than the militia of Mayor Harrenhal. They not only accurately provide the number of enemy troops, but also find out their origins. "Is there anything unusual?" asked Lorch, the sworn knight of Casterly Rock. The mountain was dead, and he was basically the most capable sworn knight under Tywin, so it was his turn to seize the opportunity to seize Harrenhal. This was a great achievement. The leading general rode a golden horse and held a golden sword. He was suspected to be Arthur Braykin in the Battle of Golden Tooth. The spy replied hesitantly. He was not sure that it was Arthur, but the characteristics were too obvious. In the past 10 days, the rumor that Arthur killed 15,000 people in the Golden Tooth in one battle and dared not to move forward has spread throughout the army of the Westerlands. After all, no one wants to encounter such a fierce enemy. It doesn't matter if it's him. Loki waved his hand. "It's just Arthur. I can kill him with one hand." After seizing Harrenhal, the entire southern part of the Riverlands was left to the Westerland soldiers to gallop. This was an amazing achievement. Loki has seen the rewards he deserves after the war: a big castle, a territory that matches his status, and a wife of a noble family. Shaking his head, he shouted, "We have twice as many people as them. Follow me." The 1,500 cavalrymen started slowly, and the speed gradually increased until they were advancing at full speed. In just a moment, the two armies had rushed very close, and after a few breaths, the fight would begin. On Arthur's side, nearly 400 cavalrymen from Hegiang City were in the middle, and on both sides were two cavalrymen from the Vance family with nearly 200 people. The entire team, like a huge triangular scissors, fiercely inserted into the Westland cavalry. But the one in front of Arthur was not the commander of this army. Although the personal soldiers around Loki were very curious about why the commander who was charging with a sword rushed straight to the flank of the river cavalry, they wisely did not question it. The two cavalrymen collided violently, and the fight began. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 94 Taxes. Arthur performed very steadily, using his left and right hands to slash dozens of times, and the cavalry of the Western Territory was penetrated by them. He didn't care whether he killed the enemy or not, because Marquette, Patrick, and others behind him would finish him off. The current situation is that more than 700 cavalrymen from Aegean followed Arthur, who was leading the way, and divided the Western Territory cavalry into two groups. The northern group, where the Western Territory coach Rocky was located, had about 1,000 people, and the southern group had more than 500 people. Great. Arthur shouted. Patrick, Marquette, Raymond, you lead all the Aegean cavalry to besiege the 500 people in the south. And Wager, take your men. We will attack and kill the coach of the Western Territory cavalry. Okay. Patrick responded briskly. Among the cavalry present, the most came from Aegean City, so it would be helpful for Patrick and others to lead the team to boost morale. So they turned around and headed towards their target after just completing the charge. Arthur was accompanied by Anguy, 2 Dornishmen, Varg, and the core members of the Blood Troop, a total of 18 people. Led by the Golden Giant Horse, they charged towards the Westerland soldiers who had turned back to the north. The enemy commander is at Loki, Anguy suddenly shouted. As a sharpshooter, his eyesight was naturally amazing. He recognized Amory Loki wearing a helmet from a long distance. Old enemy. Arthur waved his knife and pointed at Loki. I let him run away last time at Mama's Beach. This time I will twist his head off and you sit as a chamber pot in front of them. Whoever kills the Knight of the Golden Giant Horse will be rewarded with 1,000 gold dragons by Lord Tywin. Loki shouted casually while charging with his sword raised. This was naturally a lie. Lord Tywin could not have expected Arthur to appear here. Loki just said it casually to boost morale. But if he really killed this person, Lord Tywin would not be stingy. These people were all Lannister's freelance cavalrymen, whose monthly salary was in silver deer, and 1 gold dragon was enough to exchange for 210 silver deer. Gold dragons were very far away from them, and 1,000 was beyond their ability to count on their fingers. But after they converted countless silver deer with the wine from the arbor, the big-butted prostitutes, and the beautiful full body plate armor according to their own preferences, more than 1,000 people looked at Arthur differently. He was a walking treasure boy. Give me your head. My gold dragon. The entire Westerland soldiers were boiling with excitement. Seeing that the morale was good, Loki was overjoyed. He waved his hand to the cavalry behind him to charge forward, while tightening the reins to slow down the horse under his crotch. In this way, he would not be the one rushing in the front. Unfortunately, Arthur had already locked onto him. Loki, do you still recognize me? Arthur led his men to attack the center of the army. Go, 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 go. Amory ignored him and ordered his soldiers to pile up around Arthur, or 1,000 people would crush him to death. Under the stimulation of the Golden Dragon, the entire Western cavalry was unusually brave. Arthur's charge was immediately delayed, and a steady stream of enemies came to kill him. The difference between a dozen people and more than 1,000 people soon became apparent. Arthur and his men were completely surrounded by Westerners. There were people on the left and on the right, and the human wall was so tight that the skyline in the distance could not be seen. Half an hour passed. Although the Westerners could only survive 1 round in Arthur's hands, and after many rounds, a pile of corpses was piled up around Arthur and his men. Human corpses, with heads, without heads, horse corpses, gasping, dead, all piled together, squeezing them. Only Ange, Wager and 5 others were left around the river god of war. Ange had already shot all his hundreds of arrows, and he was now holding a half-handed sword to defend against the enemy. Wager and his men even stood directly on the pile of corpses to fight, and their mounts were buried underneath. Fortunately, the red hair was high enough to carry Arthur without being squeezed by the corpses. Arthur, where are you? There was a shout from outside. It seemed that Patrick, Mark and others had defeated the 500 people on the south side and came back to rescue. Here, the stuttering Captain Wager was quick to respond and responded directly. I see. Rush in and fight your way out. Loki was commanding the Westerland cavalry to dismount and climb onto the pile of corpses to fight Arthur, but suddenly noticed the river cavalry charging again and hurriedly instructed the guards around him to block them. "Why don't you, sir? Let's retreat." "That's right, there are another 300 fresh troops over there, plus this invincible Arthur. We are going to get into trouble today." But the guards cherished their lives very much and were unwilling to die. Amory glanced at Arthur, who was still killing people with his sword, and then looked at Erenhal from a distance. "Retreat, retreat, retreat," he said a little weakly. Although the great achievement was in front of him, his life was still more important. The reason why he was better than the Dead Mountain was that he knew he had to escape when he had to. So the remaining western border soldiers were gathered by the messengers and then quickly retreated to the west. Those who were able to survive until now had the ability to survive to the fullest, so in a dozen breaths, hundreds of people retreated cleanly. The corpses, the wounded, and the ownerless horses were all ignored. "Finally, we drove them away," Wager said bitterly. "Master, you have to pay more." Arthur wiped the blood off his face and looked back at the goateed uncle. This man was still alive. Arthur's idea was to use the battle to kill the backbone of the blood troop and then send his own people to take over the command of the blood troop. But he didn't expect Wager to be so resilient. He is worthy of being a veteran who has been tested in the mercenary war on the Essos continent and has experienced many battles. "Okay, I'll increase it. Seeing how hard you've worked these past few times, each member of the blood troop will be paid 50 gold royals. Excluding the 5 that have been paid, the remaining 45 gold royals will be paid in the next few days." 13 core members of the blood troop participated in the battle this time, and now only 2 are alive. Wager was overjoyed and laughed. Arthur shook his head at his heartless attitude, expressing his helplessness, and then said to the Dornishman, "Your commission will also be increased to 50 gold royals, just like this. The wages of the 12 Dornishmen who died in the battle will be led by you two." The only Dornishmen still alive were Anguy and a spearman named Dutch. "That's not necessary. You killed the mountain, and this favor is great enough," Dutch said. Arthur waved his hand. "It's better to settle the gold royals. When the war is over, you can find a way to send it to their families." The matter of commission was settled. Patrick commanded the cavalry of Seafront City to dismount and move the bodies so that Red Hair could come out. "Your performance this time is not as good as before," Patrick said to Arthur. There were more than 700 Westerland cavalrymen who escaped. Arthur, Wager, and others killed more than 200 people together. "We are surrounded. I can't do anything." The Lord of the Red Mill jumped on the pile of corpses and walked down first. Maybe he was hungry, and the smell of blood made him uncomfortable. After paying the price of more than 400 people, the river cavalry defeated the enemy army of more than 500 people. The task of cleaning the battlefield was naturally handed over to the residents of Herrontown not far away. Thousands of cavalry suits can be obtained here, and Arthur was reluctant to leave them here. Although the equipment of the dead soldiers in the Riverlands would be taken back by their lords, the equipment of the Westerland soldiers fell into his hands. Horses are in short supply, and human armor can be equipped to infantry. When the cavalry is formed in the future, saddles and stirrups will also come in handy. 6 days later, in a room in the burning King Tower of Erenhal. At this time, when the war has begun, and the refugees are scattered, I think it is necessary for you, as the actual controller of Erenhal, to make a fortune. The little girl Haley from King's Landing stood in front of Arthur and expressed her opinion. 12,000 people have entered Erenhal. We can collect some food as taxes from every refugee who enters the castle for refuge, and then wait for them to finish eating the food they brought, and then use the collected food to exchange for their copper coins until they are squeezed out. Arthur sat behind the huge desk and looked up at her. "I just appointed you as the logistics director. You are quite sensible. A day ago, the new army of the Red Mill that landed at the Ruby Beach of the Trident River arrived at Erenhal, and with them came Haley, who volunteered to come. Since Arthur really couldn't find a few capable people under his command, Haley, who could calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within a few hundred, became a high quality talent. So Arthur, who actually controlled Erenhal, made her the logistics director, responsible for managing supplies and logistics. What you said makes sense, but I will never do it. Arthur shook his head and rejected her proposal. Why? Haley was puzzled. This can increase your wealth several times. Taxes are collected, but what they get in return is the dispersion of people's hearts. When wealth gathers, people disperse, and when wealth disperses, people gather. This is an eternal truth. Arthur would not be tempted by such petty profits. But in this case, isn't it reasonable to collect taxes? In the king's territory, civilians have to give the lord a fat chicken leg when they kill a chicken. Haley insisted on her point of view. She was determined to persuade Lord Arthur so that his wealth would increase by a large margin. This way of collecting taxes is very common, but not fixed. For example, Arthur's territory, the Red Mill, did not have such temporary taxes before. It only collected in-kind taxes during the harvest season every year, and collected monetary taxes from handicraft workshops every quarter. Most of the in-kind taxes collected were wheat, fruits and vegetables, etc. Every year, the original owner's father and the general manager undertook the family soldiers to collect them in 9 villages. And it was not a fixed amount of tax, but a tenth of the harvest of that year. Although clarifying the harvest of each farmer made the tax work much more complicated, it also reduced the burden on farmers. This is also one of the sources of the good reputation of the original owner's father. You know, in order to save trouble, many earls and viscounts in the river area set a certain amount of grain to be collected for a piece of land, and only collect this amount every year. As for the taxes in the handicraft workshops, they are collected through the ferry in the riverside village. The village chief Jace is responsible for registering the number and price of handicrafts transported from the ferry, and then summarizing them every quarter, and collecting them at 1/10 of the market price of the goods. Arthur thought about it, and decided to make it clear to the little girl, lest she would not give up. Do you know why the people in the north like to say that the north will never forget? He asked Hallie. I don't know, maybe they have a good memory. The little girl shook her head. No. Arthur raised his right index finger and shook it. First, it's because the tax rate in the north is extremely low. The tax rate is 1 in 30, which civilian is not grateful for the generosity of the Stark family. The entire Westeros continent, except for the north, is basically 1 in 30, although it doesn't seem high, considering that the winter can sometimes last for several years, plus some compulsory labor for the lord. The tax is still very heavy. It just allows civilians to live decently in the long summer and have enough food in the winter. There are 2 reasons why the tax rate in the north is so low: the long winter and the vast land and sparse population. The former requires that the nobles in the north cannot collect high taxes, otherwise the civilians will starve to death in winter and sometimes even provoke civil unrest. The latter greatly increases the cost of tax collection, because the tax collectors and soldiers sent by each castle can eat a lot of food on the road. Arthur stretched out the second finger of his right hand. The second reason is that the Wolf family is generous to their vassals. The Manderley family of White Harbor used to be from the Reach. After being defeated by their neighbors, they fled to the north. So the Stark family waved their hands and gave them an earldom. Although this was meant to be wary of the Bolton family, it shows the generosity of the Wolf family. The name of the Manderley family evolved from the Mander River in the Reach. These 2 points, one satisfies the common people, and the other satisfies the nobles. How can the Stark family not be supported by the people of the north? Now is a time when people are in panic. I ruined my reputation for a little profit. Isn't this too short-sighted? Don't you think so? Arthur explained the reason to her and sent her away. Haley knelt and saluted. Thank you for your teachings. Then she turned and left the room. Then, Dickon and Bill, who were training new troops in the 100 Furnaces Hall, walked in. Bill was one of the 97 mercenaries hired by Arthur in King's Landing. He was elected as the leader by his peers, and was responsible for communicating with the financiers. When the new army was sent by the captains of the Red Fork River, the 97 mercenaries from King's Landing, and the remaining 64 members of the Blood Troop were also sent over. In the territory of the Red Mill, there were 161 mercenaries and 34 family soldiers from the Reach, as well as strong farmers who were selected during the ongoing screening process. 11 days ago, when Arthur led his men down the river from Riverrun, he dismantled all the bridges on the Red Fork River. In addition, most of the large ships and small boats on the south bank were brought to the north bank, so it was impossible for Tywin's army to cross the river all at once. Therefore, the north bank was relatively safe. These people were enough to maintain order and repel small groups of enemy troops. Most of the soldiers from Raventree City were also in Riverrun and had no time to cause trouble for the Red Mill. Of course, they probably didn't dare to go against the god of war in the Riverlands now. Lord Arthur, I'm here. Dickon walked in and said hello. Bill, who was in his 30s, followed behind him, first quickly observed the room, and then nodded to the financier. Arthur said, I want you two to come here, because I want you to compose 2 military songs for the new army. Military songs? Dickon was surprised. I haven't learned this before. I'm not asking you two to compose them. I'm asking you two to be in charge of this matter. There are always a few refugees who love to sing in the castle. Let them compose them. After I review them, you will be responsible for letting the new soldiers sing them several times a day. Arthur explained. Bill was surprised by this military song and asked, Master, do you have any requirements? Arthur thought for a while and said, I will give the song title and they will compose it. It will be 4 beats. The song title is, Arthur's orders are heard by everyone. We only listen to General Arthur's orders. After you compose it, let me review the lyrics. The new army is different from the borrowed foreign soldiers. This is the foundation for Arthur to fight for the world in the future. He has to pay attention to all the details. Using such lyrics with strong suggestive meanings can subtly influence the psychology of the new soldiers. In other words, it is to stamp the ideological stamp. Interesting. Dickon's serious long face showed a smile. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of military song. Bill nodded in agreement. Me too, but we will do a good job of this. Arthur waved his hand and let the two leave. Next, he had to discuss with Patrick, Marco, Raymond, Wag, and others how to keep Stonehenge City. P.S. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 95. Hear me roar. In a secret room in Traveler's Rest, the tall Duke Tywin with sparse hair sat at one end of the long table. His face was looming in the candlelight, which made him look even more majestic and unpredictable. In front of him were the leaders of the main force of the West, the Duke's brother Kevan Lannister, the heir of the Branded City, Sir Adam Marbrand, the heir of Braxton Horndale, Titus, the Earl of Crake Hall, Roland Cree, the Earl of Silver Mountain, and Leo Lefford in the Golden Tooth. From the members here, we can see that Duke Tywin has a strong desire for control. Every big family in the West has an important person here, and their fathers or heirs are often in the Westerly division led by Jaime. For example, Titus in Horndale, his father Andros Brax is in the Westerly division. The same is true for Adam Marbrand's father Earl Dammon, and the Lefford family in the Golden Tooth is even worse, and the couple were taken to 2 places respectively. Tywin placed his right hand on the long table, tapping the beechwood table with his index finger. The tapping sound echoed in the small secret room, making everyone even more restless. This was supposed to be a top secret meeting for the main force of the West, to discuss the next battle plan, but the atmosphere was a little wrong. Tywin's younger brother, Ser Kevan, coughed twice, breaking the strange atmosphere, and then reported to Tywin and everyone with the intelligence he had obtained. Ser Locke, who was defeated in Herrentown 6 days ago, has led his army to retreat to Stonehenge. He and the advance infantry are stationed together, surrounding the home castle of Earl Bracken, waiting for the arrival of the main follow-up army. Although Adam Marbrand is young, he is appreciated by Tywin for his outstanding insight and excellent ability to read people's minds. He is currently in charge of the 5,000-man heavy cavalry force of the main force of the West. Therefore, he sat opposite Kevan, and on Tywin's right. After the first piece of information was said, the head of the Lannister family did not express anything. He was still tapping the table. So clever Adam guessed the Duke's intention, and rebuked him harshly. Amory Lorch is not retreating. It's clearly fleeing. 1,500 light cavalry can't beat 800 river cavalry, and half of them have been lost. They let Erenel fly away in vain. It's really incompetent. After rebuking, the Duke still didn't say anything. So Adam added, I suggest that he hand over the more than 700 cavalry and only take 100 or 200 light cavalry to escort our grain collection team. Ser Kevan opposite him nodded. This is exactly the second point I want to say. Earl Beric brought Thoros and some guards of Duke Eddard across the Red Fork River and attacked our grain transport team and returned the collected grain to the farmers in the Riverland. Amory Lorch's intelligence and ability are just right for dealing with this situation. Because the city of Horndale is far away from the hinterland of the Westerlands, the supply line of this army is stretched very long. After entering the grain-producing Riverland, the logistics of the entire army were solved on the spot. Several small forces from the Westerlands were sent to collect food from the Earls of Pink City and Traveller's Rest, but they were attacked by the remaining members of the King's Landing law enforcement team led by Earl Beric, which made the logistics of the main force in the Westerlands a little unstable. After the two finished talking, Lord Tywin still didn't speak, but Kevin felt that his brother should agree to this proposal, so he asked the officer who was recording to write it down. The news from the twins is that old Free said he could help get Jaime out, on the condition that Jaime marry one of her granddaughters or great-granddaughters, and the title of Guardian of the Rivers and Lord of the Rivers after the war. Kevin added. Adam guessed something from the Duke's silence. The Frees are now rich with no background. They have only been rich for 600 years. Are they worthy of marrying Sir Jaime? This is absolutely not allowed, but we can pretend to agree first and let them create Sir Jaime. Kevin also agreed to Adam's proposal. Then I will send a raven to the twins. Old Free is still good at plotting and scheming. No. Duke Tywin said the first sentence he said when he entered this secret room. The Frees can't even think about touching my son. In his early years, he hated his weak father for marrying his sister to the second son of Old Free. His nephew Cleus was a famous playboy in King's Landing. He often acted in the name of a relative of the Lannister family, which made the Duke hate the Frees even more. Cowardice often wears a mask of hypocrisy, and incompetence is always there. He must never make the same mistake made by his father, the Laughing Lion. Seeing Tywin angry, Kevin quickly opened the topic with another piece of news. Lord Bracken is also in Riverrun. The insider said that Janis lent Arthur Braykin 2,500 infantrymen on the condition of defending Stonehenge. In this way, we can find a way to ambush Arthur, who came to rescue from Hirennel in Stonehenge. Adam agreed with Kevin's point of view. For a general like Arthur who is invincible in frontal combat, we can dig some traps, use baits to lure him to rush over, fall into the pit, and then stone him to death. Or form a formation of strong crossbows and shoot him to death with arrows. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to speak in front of Tywin, who was on the verge of rage. The Duke sent troops to the river for his son, but he lost another son, and he was protected by 15,000 troops. Anyone would question what those 15,000 people were doing. Kevin was Tywin's military assistant, so he naturally paid more attention to the gossip on the battlefield. It is said that Arthur wore 2 layers of armor. I don't know if the crossbow can penetrate it, but we can set up an ambush at Stonehenge Castle, wait for him to fall into the trap, and then stone him to death. No. Lord Tywin once again overturned the two's proposal. The Brackens are a family with a long history and noble bloodline. He looked at his brother Kevin. Go and ask a high-ranking insider in Riverrun to talk to Earl Janis. If he is willing to get my son out of Riverrun, I will give the title of Guardian of the Rivers to the Brackens, and by the way, I will keep a complete Stonehenge for him. After all, this is his family castle that has been passed down for thousands of years. I can also find a way to capture Arthur first, and then ask him if he is willing to work for me. The mountain is dead, and we don't have many brave warriors who can stand alone. The main family of the Brackens is a second-tier noble family in the entire continent, slightly weaker than the feudal lord family, like the Bolton family in the north, the Free family and the twins, the Hightower and Redwyne in the Reach, which can challenge the title of Guardian of a Realm. They are also called sub-top families. In addition to the 1,000-year-old grudge with another second-tier noble Raventry, the most famous feature of the Brackens of Stonehenge is that they defect. The camp his family was in at the beginning was always doomed to lose, and before the losing signs appeared, the controller of Stonehenge would be able to jump to the winning side. Jumping to the other side was the ultimate secret of his family's standing for thousands of years. Considering that there were 3 major changes in the past few thousand years, the battle between the first men and the children of the forest, the invasion of the Andals, and the conquest of Aegon of Targaryen, this standing still was quite valuable. After all, not everyone can accurately jump to the winning side. Kevin was shocked. Isn't it too much to give Earl Janos? Just saving a person gives him the title of Guardian. That's my son. Tywin shouted in a low voice, like a lion about to explode. My only son who can inherit Casterly Rock. Although Jaime, who is still a member of the Kingsguard, cannot inherit private property, Duke Lannister will never hand over Casterly Rock to Tyrion. Adam saw that the two Lannisters had a disagreement, so he hurried to smooth things over. It is more in the interests of our Westerlands to let Lord Janos be the Guardian. The strength of the Brackens is only the third or fourth in the Riverlands. I think he will have to rely on us to control the three rivers in the future. This gives us a legitimate reason to intervene in the affairs of the Riverlands. The Tullys have fallen out, and the Frees are not in a stable position. Kevin was yelled at by his eldest brother, and he accepted this obediently. I will send someone to contact Janos. He has 1,000 men in Riverrun, which is enough to save people. He has been educated all his life to assist his lord brother. After Tywin clearly expressed his views, he would obey 100% and do his best to implement them without any compromise. Tywin did not speak, but stood up and turned around, looking at the map hanging on the wall. A clever noble picked up a candle and ran in front of the lord. This allowed the clever Adam to see the two focus points of the Westerlands Guard, the Bitter Bridge on the Rose Avenue and the capital King's Landing. There is no big problem in King's Landing. Joffrey I has ascended the throne, and Queen Mother Cersei of the Lion House is ruling there on behalf of her underage son. Stannis on Dragonstone was not strong enough, and most of his forces were navy, so he could not take down the fortified King's Landing. Bitter Bridge in the Reach was a bit troublesome. It was said that the nobles of the two southern territories responded to the call of Renly, who had declared himself king, and gathered there. The Southern Alliance, which could muster 70,000 to 80,000 troops, was the biggest threat to the Lions. There is no problem in King's Landing. As long as His Majesty Joffrey I lets Lord Eddard wear black clothes and serve as a night watchman, we can't fight with the North. It is the South that we should be wary of, Adam said. Kevin agreed with Adam's words. The wise King Joffrey has changed his flag to a roaring lion and a crowned stag. Although his surname is Baratheon, he is a Lannister. The 5 or 6 people sitting in the secret room knew very well that Lord Tywin did not like his dwarf son, the imp, at all, and sent troops to the Riverlands just for the reputation of Lannister. He was so proud that he would not allow trout and wolves to insult the roaring lion. Now that Jaime is captured and war breaks out in the south, they have to change their next battle goal. After all, they already consider Joffrey of King's Landing to be one of the lions, and the King's Iron Throne is being challenged by his two real uncles. According to rumors, Renly and Stannis may not be the King's real uncles, but they dare not say it here. Tywin looked at the map for a long time, and finally said something in a normal tone. I guess Renly thinks he is the real king now. We have the Greenhorn and the weak and incompetent Edgemere to help deal with the most threatening people to him. He only needs to hold a tournament by the Bitter Bridge and wait for the major forces in the north to decide the winner. Then he will lead all the troops in the south to the north and defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Adam nodded in agreement, but he is just a usurper. Even if the first battle is not going well, the advantage is still on our side. We can mention the title of our ally, Earl Baelish. Let him marry Lady Lysa of the Vale, and we will get the support of 30,000 troops in the Vale. Kevin said, the young and widowed Lady Lysa has attracted most of the young talents in the Vale. Insiders report that the Eyrie is packed with people, and the Gates of the Moon at the foot of the mountain is also full of suitors. If you marry her, you can get the whole Vale. Actually, I want to go too. The titles of Duke and Protector of the Realm are really tempting. Adam joked. This was just talk. He was the first heir to the Earl's family, so there was no need to compete with hundreds of people for Littlefinger's position. There's no rush. Robb has never fought before, and everyone here can easily defeat this young boy. Tywin turned around and looked at the people present with his deep eyes. Besides, the war is not going well now. If we use Littlefinger and the Vale as a good card, the rewards we will give him will be much greater. The Vale has not only the large grain producing area of the Moon Valley, but also a large amount of mineral reserves. It also relies on special products such as incense candles, special spices, and geographical advantages to have close exchanges with the free trade city-states on the other side of the narrow sea. Its overall strength is second only to the Westerly, ranking third in the entire continent. If the Vale is mobilized to the maximum, it can recruit more than 30,000 troops, including the Vale cavalry, that is famous throughout the continent. You know, the Vale Knights are a well-known knight group that can be compared with the King's Guard, the White Harbor Knights, and the Lannister Heavy Cavalry. Tyrion and Lady Stark are still missing, and neither the spies in White Harbor nor the Frees have reported their whereabouts to us. We are still carrying out the plan to clear the Riverlands, until we find my youngest son, or until the Tullys can no longer hold on, and propose a hostage exchange. Kevin agreed with his elder brother's idea. Yes, we have Lord Eddard and Rob's two sisters in our hands, so we still have a big advantage. Although I don't know what Lady Stark is crazy about. Before Tyrion's incident, we really had no conflict with the North. Tywin pointed to Adam on his right. You will be responsible for the siege of Stonehenge. Before Janis clearly refuses to give up my son, just make a feint. As for Arthur, find a way to capture him, and then test the waters. Tell him that I'm a person who cherishes talents, and I will not have a prejudice against him, because he killed the mountain. The Warden of the West pointed at his brother again and said, you will cross the Red Fork River now, and take over the 16,000 men of the detachment. The war will be long in the future. Stava needs to continue to gather troops in Lannister Harbor, to prepare for our final battle with Renly. Edgemure cares about his civilians very much. We can start from this point and set a trap, to give the Trout family a hard blow. According to his original plan, Stava would have been gathering troops in the heart of the West, and training the peasant soldiers, but the capture of his eldest son disrupted the previous arrangement. The news of Renly and the rebellion in the south had already come. As the head of the Lion family, he had to be prepared for a big fight with the Southlanders. No problem. Kevin closed the small notebook in his hand that collected all kinds of information. Defeating the river army of Reverin will also allow Janis to show his family's famous skills more quickly. Everyone. Lord Tywin leaned on the beach table with both hands and looked around at the 7 or 8 people. Robert's short-lived dynasty has ended. In the future, we, the Westerlands, will have the final say on the continent of Westeros, but before that, we have to kill a few buzzing flies. Everyone has to work hard until the Westerlands win this war. Adam flattered him lightly. In the future, when historians write biographies of the Lannisters, conquering the Riverlands will be the first step for you to establish your grandson on the continent. Maybe. Lord Tywin did not deny it. Now, let the entire river hear our roar, and let the Trout and the Wolves understand that the majesty of the Lannister family is inviolable. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 96, Battle of Stonehenge Castle. Irenhall, Barracks Hall. A dozen people gathered around Arthur, watching the training of the new army. Arthur Braykin, 100%. Jules Bracken, 90%. Amber, 100%. Dickon Tarley, 100%. Angai, 100%. Blood Troop, 67. Level 5 Dornish Lancers, 1. King's Landing Mercenaries, 97. Reach Mercenaries, 161. Level 1 Unarmored Militia, 1300. Level 2 Round Helmets and Cloth Armored New Soldiers, 220. Level 3 Round Helmets and Mail Armored Veterans, 29. Level 4 Masked Round Helmets and Armored Light Infantry, 6. The troop panel clearly showed the military force that truly belonged to Arthur. The most important of them were the 1,100 people recruited by the Red Mill and the 200 strong peasants recruited from the refugees of Irenhall, as well as the more than 200 people that Arthur ordered to train before going to King's Landing. Since the training time was not long, the 1,300 people recruited from the refugees were all at the level of level 1. The more than 200 strong peasants selected by Arthur himself from the people have been trained to level 2 by Harville, Dickon and Bill in 2 rounds of training. What is surprising is that among the original 35 family soldiers, 29 have been upgraded to level 3 and 6 have been upgraded to level 4 after 2 rounds of training. However, no level 5 plate heavy infantry has been trained yet, which makes him a little disappointed. Although the purchased armor is not enough, it is enough to equip soldiers of level 2 and above. Moreover, the Heen family itself has more than 2,000 sets of discarded armor. Although most of them cannot be used due to years of lack of maintenance, they can still be used after being remelted. Now, in the armory under the barracks hall, more than a dozen forges have been started, and the blacksmiths found from the refugees and their assistants have begun to recast various weapons and armor. Lord Arthur, it's really tiring to train these people, the serious Dickon complained. Although he has undergone a full set of military training from his father, this is the first time he has trained new soldiers. It would take half a day to line up these farmers who farm and do manual work, not to mention getting them familiar with various military orders and fighting moves. Thank you for your hard work. The Westerlands are really bullying us this time. If we don't work harder, the entire Riverlands will be occupied by Tywin's army. Arthur replied. The borrowed soldiers are from other families, and the mercenaries are not reliable. This group of recruited militia is the foundation for his future hegemony. Those who have no permanent property have no perseverance. This group of militia are all farmers in the Riverlands. Their families and the property they brought are all under Arthur's control. After forming an army, their loyalty is much higher than that of the Blood Troop, a mercenary who earns gold dragons at all costs. With such a group of people, it is enough to defend Harrenhal. Patrick waved to the west. We can set off to rescue Stonehenge City with confidence. He regarded Arthur as an idol, and naturally regarded Janis's request for Arthur to defend Stonehenge City as his own responsibility. That's right, screw the Westerman, poke Tywin's asshole, and see if he really pulls gold. The straightforward Marco waved his fist. 600 of his infantrymen were borrowed by Arthur, and are now being transported down the Red Fork River on a large ship. Patrick said, Hendry sent a raven, saying that the Westerman's advance infantry were just besieging but not attacking, and it seems that they are waiting for Tywin's army in Portsmouth to come to help. As early as 11 days ago, Portsmouth was surrounded by Tywin's main Westermen. After 2 days of holding out, the newly crowned Earl Carlisle lost his castle. Raymond of Derry shook his head. Tywin's heavy cavalry and heavy infantry are stationed there. They may want to join forces with the Westerlists to encircle Reveron. Stonehenge is not worth the time of 20,000 people to siege it. His family's territory is just east of Harrenhal. He used to be an earl, but he supported the Dragon family in the War of the Usurper 15 years ago. He was demoted and reduced by Robert, who sat on the Iron Throne. Now he can only support 350 soldiers. 20 cavalrymen were led by Arthur to fight with the mountain all the way, and died in the battle. 330 infantrymen stayed in Derry, and he summoned 300 people with a raven, and they are now in Harrenhal. Not really. Arthur pointed at his feet. Tywin will not stop the war until Little Devil and Jaime are handed over. With Robb already leading his troops south, he will definitely control Harrenhal and the crossing of the Trident River, to gain the initiative, to fight against the Wolf soldiers. That's right. Raymond agreed with this view. With Tywin's strength, whether he fights the Stark army or not, the Westerlands will always have the geographical advantage. But Stonehenge still needs to be saved. Since their main force is still in Traveller's Rest, we have enough time to defeat the part of the Westerlands outside Stonehenge, and then return to defend Harrenhal. Patrick said. Traveller's Rest is north of Pink City and southwest of Stonehenge. It is about dozens of leagues from Stonehenge to Traveller's Rest, which is about 2 days' ride. If Tywin rushes to attack Harrenhal, he will have to march eastward from Traveller's Rest, and pass through the north side of Willowwood's territory, and will not pass through Stonehenge near the Red Fork River. Arthur nodded. Then let's do as we agreed this morning. We will lead our troops north, from the Rubyford ferry to the middle of the Red Fork River, then land and approach Stonehenge. The battle plan they had discussed before was to go upstream by water, intercept the fleet of 2,100 infantrymen heading down from Reveron, and take them to Stonehenge. Everyone nodded and approved of the plan. So the relevant people got busy. The King's Landing mercenaries and Arthur's new recruits were left behind to guard Harrenhal. The 5th level Dawn spearman named Dutch was also left behind. He was appointed by Arthur as the spear and stick coach of the new army. Dickon was in charge of the defense of Harrenhal, and the sharpshooter Angar assisted him. All members of the Blood Troop, 320 cavalrymen, and 300 Derry infantrymen were led north by Arthur and the young and strong river nobles to rescue Stonehenge. 5 days later, outside Stonehenge, the orange burning tree flag of the Marbrand family and the roaring lion flags of the Lion family were placed side by side. The purple unicorn flag of the Horn Valley City and the striped boar flag of the Crake Hall were placed at a later position. Below the flags were the fully armed Adam and some nobles of the Westerlands, as well as their personal soldiers. Surrounding the stone fence were nearly 2,000 family soldiers of these nobles, 2,000 Lion family infantry, 500 heavily equipped heavy cavalry of the Lion family, and 600 light cavalry left by Amory Lorch. The unfortunate Lorch was deprived of the command of the light cavalry by Sir Adam, who led his army here. The latter asked him to lead more than 100 people to hunt down the Lightning King Beric, Thoros and his men. The remaining members of the King's Landing law enforcement team should now be called the Brotherhood Without Banners. With the participation of the Riverland skirmishers, peasants and small nobles, Earl Beric's power has grown rapidly. This caused great trouble to the Westerland's army. The infantrymen who arranged various siege weapons were in front of the Westerland's nobles. Small catapults were testing the distance, and siege hammers and siege vehicles that could only be pushed by 20 to 30 people were placed aside. Although it was a feint, Adam still made preparations and arrangements for a real siege. The specially transferred crossbow battalion was waiting in the open space to the north of the western nobles. They calmly adjusted the crossbow strings and filled the quivers on their waists with sharp arrows reflecting black light. In front of the crossbowmen, there were 3 rows of western heavy infantry holding large shields, spears, and battle axes. They were responsible for protecting their long-range attack comrades behind them. Behind them, there was another team of soldiers with ropes and large stones piled at their feet. The stones were used to smash the river cavalry to death if they did not surrender. Dozens of deep pits used to trap Arthur were in the open space in front of them, covered with thin wooden boards, camouflaged soil layers, and trampled mud. There were no things to prevent barbs in the pits, so falling in would at most break bones, but no one would die. In order to ensure that the charging river war god could fall into the pit, these pits were dug into 3 rows, each facing the gap between the other 2 rows of deep pits. Therefore, Arthur, who wanted to charge directly into the center of the army, would definitely fall into a row of deep pits, unless he moved in an S-shaped position. The scouts reported that more than 2,500 people led by Arthur landed on the north bank of the Red Fork River yesterday morning, and will arrive at Stonehenge today. Earl Roland Cree said to the westerly nobles behind him. Duke Tywin sent all non-Lion family soldiers to Stonehenge City, which brought the commander of this westerly army, Sir Adam, to 5,500 soldiers. The westerly guards themselves led the remaining Lion family heavy cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, etc. More than 14,000 people, carrying all the large-scale weapons and sufficient horse grass, military rations, etc., and marched towards the important river town of Harrenhal. It was just that the multi-army army was not moving fast. It took 4 or 5 days for Duke Tywin and the Lion army to leave the earldom of Traveller's Rest and enter the earldom of Willowwood in the lake surrounding area. Great. Earl Charlotte of Silver Mountain City waved his whip excitedly. We can see what the man who killed the mountain looks like. His family motto is unrivaled, and among the earls and nobles above in the west, it is considered the most warlike family. It's just her shoulders carrying a head. What's so strange about that? Earl Leo Leford of Golden Tooth City said. Earl Creech shook his head. It is said that this man is extremely handsome, the kind that can fascinate men and women, and is still more interesting than the mountain. Then he should wear a mask to fight, otherwise he will lose his dignity, Leo said. A group of people chattered and talked about the river war god who has been very popular recently. Hey, here he comes. Adam Marbrand saw the dust rising in the north and several large flags fluttering in the wind, and knew that the most important guest of the day had come on stage. Arthur's golden armor, red horse, and golden Guandeo flag were held up by a blood troop mercenary at the front of the team. The breeze blew, and the flag unfolded, allowing this newly made noble symbol to be fully displayed in the eyes of the Westerland nobles. More than 300 river cavalry and 66 members of the blood troop surrounded Arthur and others 300 infantrymen of Derry Castle, 600 infantrymen of Mark Piper's family, and 1,500 infantrymen of the Lord of Bracken followed their respective commanders. In a safe place not far from Stonehenge City, the entire team put on armor. In order to ensure that their physical strength was at a high level, they moved forward slowly. Stonehenge City on the big mound had entered the sight of the people in the Riverlands. Surrounding it were thousands of Westerland soldiers and some siege equipment. After marching to a distance where they could launch a charge, the group stopped and began to observe the situation. Are they crossbowmen? The steady and mature Aemon Derry was the first to notice something unusual. It seems that they have also learned to be smart and know how to use crossbows to deal with Arthur. Patrick pointed his fingers and roughly counted. At least 50 or 60 people. One round of volleys can turn Arthur and the giant red horse into hedgehogs. He shoots at them, and we charge at ours. Marquette didn't care. If we all charge together, we can always take some arrows away from Arthur. As long as we let our god of war usher the group of western nobles behind, this battle will be over. Patrick clapped his hands and chuckled. That's exactly what I want. With Arthur's bravery, the heads of the western nobles are like watermelons on the ground. One cut open with a knife, and the red melon juice will flow out. These two people, one straightforward and the other simple, are quite compatible. The protagonists they are talking about don't want to do this. That's a crossbow. Our plate armor can withstand it, but the horse under our crotch is a bit dangerous. Arthur likes the giant horse red hair very much, and doesn't want it to be shot by a crossbow. We can let the cavalry carry small round shields to protect the front. Raymond suggested, as long as we rush in front of the crossbowmen, it will be much easier. Arthur nodded in approval of the proposal. The cavalry's charge speed is fast enough, and the crossbowmen shoot arrows much slower than archers. Just hold on for 2 or 3 rounds. The plan was decided, and the commanders quickly executed it. Soon, each of the charging cavalry was given a one-handed small round shield to protect the vital parts. Everything was ready. Follow me. Arthur waved his sword directly at the command center of the Westerly army and shouted angrily. The whole team started, and the cavalry controlled the horses to keep the same speed as the commander Arthur with a 2-beat quick step. Behind them were more than 2,000 infantrymen from various families. The robes on their chainmail clearly showed their respective affiliations. Sir Adam, who was surrounded by the nobles of the Westerly, looked at the shield-bearing infantrymen in front of the river cavalry, and was a little dumbfounded. Not all of these people are fools. They know how to use small round shields to protect themselves. Earl Leo Lefford said, "It's okay. The cavalry rushed very fast. There is no time to stop them. They will definitely fall into the deep pit. I hope so, otherwise the hundreds of people will have wasted 2 days digging." Adam sighed. The situation was as expected by everyone in the West Territory. As expected, part of the charging river army fell into the deep pit. Adam looked carefully and saw that the golden armored giant horse and the legendary Arthur also fell into the pit. What made people even happier was that several nobles of the river army also fell into the same pit. This meant that the more than 2,000 infantrymen behind and the more than 200 cavalrymen who did not fall into the pit were missing a backbone. It's perfect. He clapped his hands and laughed. The heavy cavalry will encircle them from the side and block them, and the light cavalry will be responsible for chasing the deserters. The flag bearer and the messenger issued Sir Adam's order, and the Lion family army, which was pretending to prepare for the siege, immediately tore off the disguise. Soldiers from various families also started, and they followed the heavy cavalry to complete the encirclement. Stone Fence City, on the city wall. Henry slapped the stone wall hard. I knew they were doing something there the other day. They also discovered the Hegian army coming to the north to help, but because they were too far away, they didn't have time to remind them that there was a problem there. Hans Derry, the hired knight, suggested the friendly troops coming to help are as many as 2,700 to 8,000. With our more than 1,000 people, the total force is nearly 4,000. Compared with the more than 5,500 people in the west, it's not much different. We can fight them and help them in. That's right, we have been surrounded for so many days, and it's time to fight them. Young lord, please give the order. The brothers have been wanting to vent their anger for a long time. Friendly troops are coming to help, but we are still staying here and suffering. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to tell others? Many soldiers expressed their opinions. Seeing that the army was ready, Henry suddenly drew out his sword. Okay, let's go and have some fun with these bastards from the west. He ordered Hanstery to lead 800 recently recruited soldiers to defend the city, and he himself led 1,000 veterans to rush out to meet the friendly forces from the river in the north. In the deep pit, groans and curses continued, and the lingering sound lingered. Patrick used all his strength and finally squeezed his face out of the horse's belly. Most of his body was buried under a black horse. There were 2 or 3 more horses and their owners on his side and above him. The huge pressure made his mediocre and immature face wear a mask of pain. Those who fell into this pit were all river nobles who coveted the safety behind Arthur, but they didn't expect that the original safety would become a danger. Patrick took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "Arthur, are you okay?" "I'm fine." A muffled voice came from below. "If you can move away, I can be better. I'll call someone." Patrick was about to speak, but was interrupted by a foreign object falling on his face. It was a pile of warm horse manure. It should be that some poor horse was stressed by the fall and couldn't control its poop, but the consequences had to be borne by Patrick alone. He hurriedly used his cowhide gloves to wipe the horse manure off his face, and then shouted in grief and anger, "Where are the people from Heijiang City? Get us out of this damn place quickly. PS. Please recommend on monthly votes." Chapter 97 I Can Still Fight. Additional chapter for Alliance Masters EZIU. For the River Army, the situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. 500 heavy cavalrymen from the West Territory surrounded them from both sides, and nearly 2,000 soldiers from various families in the West Territory followed behind. In front of the River Army, there were traps that had not yet been discovered, crossbowmen protected by swordsmen, and hundreds of Lion family soldiers, and their commander was still buried in the pit. Fortunately, most of the infantry were soldiers from the main family of Bracken, and Stonehenge City was considered to be fighting at home. Therefore, after the cavalry of the salient in front stopped, someone found traces of the ground being moved. So nearly 2,400 infantrymen from various families in the river stopped in front of the trap area. "Quick, get the people up first," the Bracken officer named Andrew commanded. Previously, in the conflict between Arthur and Raventree City, it was he who led Hendry to lend 500 soldiers. This time, he was also one of the infantry commanders of the guest soldiers. The incident happened suddenly, and the river army could only use long pole weapons to pull out the nobles and shield soldiers who fell into the pit. Other pits are difficult to deal with, but Arthur's pit is quite easy. The people and horses were piled up to 2/3 of the height of the pit. With just a full-length axe, the person at the top could be pulled out. Some shield soldiers surrounded the pit to block the crossbow arrow shot from the front, and dozens of soldiers were responsible for pulling people up. Patrick shouted the loudest, so he was pulled out by the ordinary cavalry in the pit, and then one person held him from the bottom, and 2 people pulled him from the edge of the pit, and finally the young master of Heijiang City was pulled out. "Arthur is at the bottom, get him out quickly, otherwise he will be crushed," he shouted. "Get Lord Arthur out first. The enemy has surrounded us from both sides, and we need him to fight his way out," Andrew shouted. Marco Piper also fell into the pit and was found from the bottom. After being pulled out, he stepped on the horse's neck and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Pull Arthur out first, and then a bunch of people will come down to fill the pit. Then we can get out, right?" This suggestion was a bit stupid, and Andrew, who was commanding from above, ignored it. After several people in the pit communicated with the buried Arthur, they found his position and finally pulled him out from the fallen horses and people after a while. Then several people built a ladder for Arthur, who was holding a guardeo, to climb up. Although he was a little dizzy from the fall, his abnormal physical fitness and recovery ability allowed him to quickly adjust to normal. As soon as Pooh came up, Arthur saw a large group of heavy cavalry surrounded from both sides, and a large group of infantry completed the encirclement from behind. The cavalry and infantry on his side were mixed together, some pulling people and some standing randomly. Patrick asked, "Arthur, how are you?" "I can still fight." Raising the iconic golden guardeo, Arthur shouted, "Andrew, you are responsible for the formation. The rear team becomes the front team. Move to the north, and don't lose your footing. It is not clear how many traps there are in the south, so the battlefield can only be set up in the north. Follow me." Arthur raised his arms and strode towards the enemy. A large group of Hegian soldiers were led by Arthur to the oncoming soldiers from the major families in the West Territory. The two walls of people slowly collided and then began to fight. Although the soldiers from the West Territory families maintained a certain formation, since they came from more than a dozen families, their combat coordination was about the same as that of the Hegian infantry. In this battlefield, the total number of infantry and cavalry was 3,100. The number of Western soldiers was only slightly higher than that of the Hegian army, so the fight was very intense. But the golden guardeo, that flew from time to time, could still catch the eyes of the Western Territory nobles. The Hegian people got that Arthur and the pit was too shallow. Adam said with regret. Count Charlotte put his hand on his eyes and stared at the battlefield carefully. He is really brave. He was thrown into the big pit and he could fight. When he came out, we have to transfer the crossbowman to us, otherwise we can't stop that killer. Count Roland Creech of the Rock Chicken Hall suggested. Adam agreed. So the crossbowmen and the swordsmen who protected them gathered with the personal soldiers of the westerly nobles. Sir Adam, we have to pay attention to another group of river soldiers. Lord Leo Redfoot looked at the hill behind him. The Bracken soldiers who were hiding in Stonehenge also rushed out from the north gate, apparently to meet reinforcement. Adam was reminded and noticed a large group of soldiers wearing robes with gold shields and red horses pouring out of the north gate of Stonehenge on the hill. It's just right. Let's have a decisive battle. We just need to ensure that Stonehenge is intact. He also had 2,000 Lannister infantry under his command, who were here to deal with the river soldiers in the castle. After the messenger galloped around, the group of Lion family soldiers also started, so all the soldiers outside Stonehenge were involved in the battle. After dozens of minutes of fighting, Arthur killed the last enemy in front of him. He looked around and found that there were only a few hundred soldiers from the Westerly family on the north side, and the Lion family cavalry on the east and west sides were also dragged into the mud by the river infantry, and people were crowded together and fighting. There were only about 1,000 of the 2,700 people who were brought, and they already had a numerical advantage on this battlefield. On the hill on the south side, the defenders who came out of Stonehenge City had a very difficult time. They were originally only half the number of the Lion family soldiers, and their equipment was not as good as the Lannister family soldiers who were rich and powerful. Now they were a little unable to hold on. Arthur noticed that the leader of the Bracken soldiers on the hill was his distant cousin Hendry. They were struggling and fighting very awkwardly. The last time Arthur came to Stonehenge City to borrow soldiers, this person gave him the impression of being sissy and not generous. But now he actually came out in person and led the troops to meet the reinforcement, which made Arthur's impression of him slightly changed. On a flat ground on the west side of the hill battlefield, there were dozens of flags and 200 or 300 Westerland soldiers. It seemed that they were the commanders and nobles of this group of Westerland soldiers, as well as their personal soldiers. To capture a person, it is natural to capture the king first. Come on. Some good men. Let's go capture those westerly nobles. Arthur shouted, and then strode quickly to the west. Raymond and a dozen Derry infantrymen and dozens of Brackenmain family infantrymen responded to Arthur's call and followed him. In order to bypass the trap area, they turned around from the west. Coincidentally, Arthur cut another meal of westerly infantrymen and cavalrymen he met on the road. At least 30 or 40 westerly soldiers died on Arthur's way to capture and kill the westerly nobles, which made the situation here clearer. The group of river soldiers following Arthur were all veterans. They knew that the westerly nobles were accompanied by the earlier group of crossbowmen, so they picked up large shields, one-handed small round shields and other defensive equipment from the road, formed a circle, formed a shield formation, and protected Arthur, Raymond and other river nobles with higher status. Stop them! Earl Charlotte screamed. The Rifleman's commando was only a few dozen steps away from them, which made these westerly nobles more nervous than ever. The man who came was the god of war who stopped tens of thousands of troops with just one horse outside the Golden Tooth City. If he was bloodthirsty, he might not even abide by the tradition of not killing the great nobles. Now the soldiers of each family were still fighting, and it was not easy for them to abandon their own soldiers and run away. Commander Adam was very calm and calmly asked the crossbowmen to fire a round of volleys first, but most of the crossbow arrows were caught by the shields. The momentum of the river commando was not affected. so the swordsmen who protected the crossbowmen were sent to intercept, and some of the personal soldiers of the Western Territory nobles followed behind. After close combat, the shield formation was no longer necessary. The River Commando and the Western Territory soldiers began to fight each other, and Arthur swung his guardeo and started to chop people. A few minutes later, Earl Leo Redford asked uncertainly, "Or we should retreat?" His voice was slightly trembling, and it could be heard that he was a little scared. Adam himself was also intimidated by the invincible Arthur. At a distance of several dozen steps, the nobles of the Westerlands could already see that the blade of Arthur's golden sword had been bent. But even so, he was still able to kill one person with one blow, which showed how strong his strength was. The wounds of the Westerland soldiers who were chopped by his sword were often not as smooth as those chopped by axes and swords. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments flew together, and brain and internal organs danced together. They dared not imagine how painful it would be to die in such a way. "Don't worry, hold on for a while." Adam Marbrand looked at the battle outside the stone hedge and felt that his side still had the advantage. There, only 30% or 40% of the defenders led by Hendry were left, while there were about 1,500 Lannister infantry left. "I don't believe that Arthur has enough energy to kill so many people without feeling tired." Sir Adam believed in his judgment. "When the Lannister infantry outside Stonehenge City is free, we can wear him down and make him surrender." "That's right," Earl Shallot agreed. "But if he surrenders, he will be unhappy with most of us. After all, he has seen so much blood." The owner of Silver Mountain City was telling the truth. A large number of family soldiers of the westerly nobles present were killed by Arthur. This caused their family strength to drop sharply. At this time, when the long summer is about to end, and a war has already broken out, this will be a fatal blow. After all, the full name of the nobles is armed nobles. Without professional soldiers, the strength of the family can easily fall to a level. But if this person really swore allegiance to their feudal lord, Duke Tywin, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. 20 minutes later, there were only a few dozen people left around the westerly nobles, and most of the remaining people died in front of them. "Run, run, run quickly." Lord Leo Redford urged Adam to give orders repeatedly. "That's right, my personal soldiers are almost gone. If we don't run away now, are we really waiting for him to kill us all?" Lord Shallot also agreed to leave. "Messenger, let the soldiers retreat to the east." Adam looked at the battle situation on the north side and the river Wargod, who was still vigorous in front of him, and finally decided to retreat. There were only more than 200 Lion cavalrymen left on the north side, and about 400 family soldiers from various families in the west. Outside the stone fence, a large group of Bracken soldiers rushed out. Although they were obviously new recruits, they still dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Lion's infantry. This group of westerly nobles and the few remaining personal soldiers were all on horses, so they were very efficient in running away. Before Arthur had time to react, there was no target on horseback in front of him. There was no lone horse nearby for him to ride to chase the fleeing enemy. So Arthur rushed towards the Lannister soldiers outside the north gate of stone fence, who had no time to retreat from the fight. After another round of fighting, all the Westerland soldiers who could escape fled, and those who couldn't escape were either killed or knelt down to surrender. Stonehenge City Hall. Ouch. I almost got crushed to death when I fell into the pit. Patrick sat on a chair and said to Arthur, who was observing the broadsword. His idol was heartbroken about the rolled blade. After 4 battles in Sissy Beach, Golden Tooth City, Harrentown, and Stonehenge City, the blade of the Squandeo made by the great craftsman from Koha, Tob, has become so blunt that it is very difficult to use. Fortunately, the material structure is good, and it can still be used for a while after sharpening the blade. You are still lucky, but we are all wearing plate armor, which can't press on the ribs. The shield soldiers in the front row only wear chainmail, and falling down is enough to kill them. The cavalry behind fell down and directly crushed a layer of people to death. Arthur said helplessly. He didn't expect that the enemy actually dug a trap, and he didn't send some scouts to explore the battlefield. This bloody lesson must be remembered well. After the two chatted for a few more words, someone came in. "The acting city lord is yours." Hendry walked in front, first leaving such a sentence, and then began to report the cleaning of the battlefield. The entire western border soldiers left behind 3,157 corpses and 98 prisoners. Of course, the prisoners here are all slightly injured or intact, and the seriously injured ones are just stabbed and finished. The monks and scholars who follow the army to treat illnesses are rare, and it is impossible to heal the enemy. As for the Hegian army, there are 934 people who are still combat capable among the people brought by Arthur, and the seriously injured are still being counted. The defenders of Shelley City lost more than 700 veterans and more than 200 recruits. In other words, the Hegian army exchanged the death of more than 2,800 soldiers for the ascension of 3,157 western invaders. This does not include the reduction in the number of troops caused by the prisoners to the western border army. Although Arthur killed hundreds of people, it was also a great victory. You should continue to be the acting lord. I have to go back to defend Harrenhal, Arthur said. He had learned from a captive that Duke Tywin led the elite troops of the Lion family to march towards the home castle of the Riverrun family. Although the enemy had more than 14,000 people, Arthur had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, the entire war situation on the eastern front of the river would collapse. It would be another fierce battle at that time. Uncle told you that he thinks you are more reliable in defending the city. I can only do it. On the issue of acting lord, Henry was relentless. He didn't want Arthur to lead the troops to Harrenhal. In front of Tywin's elite Lion family, these few people were just going to die. It's better to stay and guard Stonehenge City. At least it can really be defended. Okay. Arthur didn't want to get entangled with him. Since I'm the acting lord, I order you to take more than 500 new soldiers to guard Stonehenge City, and I will take the rest of the people away. Henry was dumbfounded and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Arthur. Adam Marbrand was badly defeated, and will not come to Stonehenge for a while. This place is safe now. Tywin led his army into Willowwood Castle in the lakeside area. It is only 5 or 6 days away from Harrenhal. He hurried back as soon as possible. P.S. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 98 Confrontation. 10 days later, at Harrenhal, at the bottom of the Widow's Tower, one of the 5 towers. A few torches were the only light in this huge cell, and even during the day, it was as dark as the middle of the night. Due to the decline of the river house, this place where prisoners were held had not seen any new guests for several years. But now, there were more than 40 Westerland soldiers who were unwilling to surrender, and a dozen Lion House spies who pretended to be civilians and tried to sneak in. Tell me, what is Tywin's army doing in Harren? Patrick shouted fiercely. His voice was quite fierce, but his temperament was a little lacking. In front of the eldest son of the Sea Frontier City, there were 4 Lannister spies wearing only loincloths. They were tied up with their hands and feet, squatting on the ground. This question has been asked countless times, and I think there was no satisfactory answer for Patrick this time. But there was no entertainment, so he could only intimidate the captured spies for fun. Arthur, wearing a linen robe, sat in front of these people and asked them to look at his face. Do you think I look like a duke or a wealthy man? Although the vision was dim, Arthur's handsome face and tall stature could be clearly seen. Based on your noble face, I think you must be a duke. The captive who was questioned said with a smile. Although he also knew that the man in front of him was the little baron who had recently become famous throughout the Riverlands, Arthur Braykin. Behind the 2 nobles were 7 or 8 soldiers from various river families who were whispering about the 2 people's actions. Why does Lord Arthur like to let the Lion family who came in here to read his face? A soldier from the main family of Braykin asked. Who knows? I also can't understand why the Lord named this cell the West East House Hotel. But speaking of face, Lord Arthur does look very noble, with a full forehead, handsome eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looks better than Prince Joffrey and Lord Renly, a soldier from Derry City said. Although Joffrey and Renly have both worn crowns and declared themselves kings, it has only been a few weeks, and the folk custom has not changed. Several other people disagreed. When have you seen these 2 great men? They are people from heaven. That's right, I know you admire Lord Arthur, but before you brag, look at who you are. How can a mud-legged man who has never been out of the Riverlands see Prince Joffrey and Lord Renly? Several soldiers shook their heads, not agreeing with their companions. Another soldier from Derry said, Hey, we have really seen these two people, the legendary Kingslayer Jaime, the fearless Barristan and Lord Eddard of the Stark family. We have all seen them. The late king stayed in Derry for many days on his way south. When the late King Robert I welcomed Lord Eddard to the south, he stayed in Derry for 4 or 5 days because Eddard's daughter Eddard Stark ran away. So what the two Derry soldiers said was true. Then tell me, what does the Kingslayer look like? Someone asked. They had heard about Arthur riding alone in the midst of thousands of troops and capturing the eldest son of Lord Tywin, but they had never seen the true appearance of the Kingslayer, so they were curious. I forgot, said the soldier from Derry who had discussed Arthur's appearance earlier. Another soldier from Derry exposed his lie. He was only looking at the sweet Queen Cersei and Princess Myrcella at the time, and his saliva was flowing. How could he have paid attention to the face of the Kingslayer? Several people laughed, which made Patrick turn his head and glare. At this time, a voice came from outside. Arthur, come quickly, we have captured 4 more Lannister spies. It was Marco, who stood in front of the corridor of the cell and waved for Arthur to come over. After the captives had their faces red, the river warlord instructed the soldiers behind him, lock them up, and when someone is willing to surrender, take them to the armory and have them work the bellows for the blacksmiths. There were dozens of blacksmiths in the armory recasting weapons and armor, and now they needed strong laborers. Then Arthur led Patrick and others out of the corridor with Marco and went to the main gate to deal with the Lion family spies according to the procedures. 10 days ago, Arthur led the remaining river army from Stonehenge City, first along the waterway to the Rubyford ferry on the Trident River, and then led the army south to Harrenhal. Earl Jaehaerys's nephew Hendry actually came with him. He said that his uncle gave him the soldiers to guard Stonehenge City, and he was worried about them after Arthur took them away, so he had to keep an eye on them. Anyway, the head of the Bracken family had clearly given the command to Arthur, and Hendry couldn't do anything weird, so the river warlord allowed him to come to Harrenhal. As soon as Hendry and all the veterans left, Jaehaerys' 5 daughters also wanted to follow their cousin Hendry, so they also packed several carts of daily necessities and followed them to Harrenhal with a dozen maids and old women. Stonehenge Castle was assisted by the coach as the acting lord, several sworn knights, and hired knights like Hans Derry, and more than 500 recruits watched over the defense of the city. 5 days ago, Arthur returned to Harrenhal with a team of more than 1,000 people. A day later, the mayor of Harren reported the appearance of the Westerly army. So Arthur asked all the civilians near Harrenhal to take food and daily necessities, to take refuge in Harrenhal. Soon, Tywin personally led the main force of the Lion family to enter Harrenhal. After confirming that there were thousands of defenders in Harrenhal, the Lion family army organized 2 small-scale siege attempts. One time, they used battering rams to hit the main gate and the east gate for 2 hours, but they didn't even deform the thick iron door. Another time, they used ladders to climb up the battlements of the city wall, but the normal ladders could only reach half of the wall of Harrenhal, so the siege soldiers had to give up. After that, there was a 3 or 4 day standoff. Before the extended ladders were built, the Lion family soldiers could not launch another attack. However, since Arthur ordered a crack to be opened from the smaller east gate to receive the refugee river farmers, some Lion family spies tried to disguise themselves as civilians to get through. However, the Westerland soldiers were tall and strong, with full muscles and tight skin, which was obviously different from the farmers, who were tanned and thin in the fields and had families, so it was easy to distinguish the two. Marquette, who had nothing to do, was sent to supervise the gatekeepers at the east gate to identify the disguised spies. After being caught, the Lion spies would first be tied to a cross and then erected on the wall above the main gate. This would let the Lion scouts who were constantly watching outside the castle know that this route was not feasible, and it would also be the first punishment for these spies. After being tied to the cross for a whole day, most of the Lion spies would choose to surrender and then be sent to the armory to help the blacksmiths or to repair the superstructure of Harrenhal with the civilians. The spies who refused to surrender were imprisoned in the West Ice House Hotel on the bottom floor of the Widow's Tower, allowing this group of people to enjoy 5-star prison services. After crossing the stone bridge connected to the Widow's Tower, the group crossed the King's Spinning Tower and arrived at the wall above the main gate. The sun was abundant and the sky was cloudless, which was a good time to expose the spies. If these people were not all excellent coolies, Arthur would really like to try what he would get if he was exposed to the sun for 180 days. The 4 people were stripped down to their underwear and tied to the flat cross in the posture of Jesus' crucifixion. Arthur approached, exerted force from the middle of the cross, and erected the cross with the person tied to it, and then lifted it to the battlement. Marco and 4 or 5 river soldiers quickly took the rope, and after working for a long time, the first spy was fixed on the top of the city wall. Originally, ordinary soldiers could do this job, but because Erenal was too big, more than 1,000 river soldiers could only be scattered in various places to take turns to watch and stand guard, and the new army was stepping up training, so it could only be done by a few idle nobles and bodyguards. In the distance, a mounted Westerland scout saw this scene and turned away. After repeating this 3 times, the work was completed. During this period, the 4 Westerland soldiers kept shouting and cursing, but after being fixed on the city wall, they became much more honest. After all, under such a sun, spit residue seemed precious. After finishing their work, several people stood on the city wall and chatted. There are more refugee civilians in the past few days. It seems that Lord Tywin is collecting food in the same place again. The increase in civilians means that his screening work is more difficult. Isn't it always like this? Which army brings its own food after entering the river? Patrick asked back. Since the continent of Westeros is long and narrow, the river in the middle has naturally become the main battlefield of the Seven Kingdoms War. In addition, it is also a grain producing area, so solving the problem of military food on the spot has become the most cost effective way for the army entering the river. Even the friendly Stark army will forcibly requisition food from the farmers in the river. Tens of thousands of troops eat horse feed, and a normal earldom cannot supply it at all. So the farmers whose food was robbed can only starve to death, while the passing army will continue to wreak havoc on the next area. The farmers in the river are really the most miserable civilians. Arthur felt sorry for them. He had the idea of saving them. You are here. It took me a long time to find you. Raymond Derry appeared from the stairs. Lord Beric and the Red Monk Thoros are here, bringing some very bad news. Arthur was shocked. What news? Raymond shook his head and said, they didn't say. Thoros asked for food to fill his stomach first, and Lord Beric said to wait until we are all here to discuss it. The few people no longer had the energy to chat just now, and hurriedly followed Raymond to meet the members of the Brotherhood without banners. Most of the river nobles and Erenal were summoned together to listen to the latest news brought by Lord Beric. About 10 days ago, Kevan Lannister took over the Western Frontier Division and led his army north to attack Riverrun. However, Edgemuir and more than 17,000 river troops held the fortified city, making it impossible for the Western Frontier Division to attack it in a short time. After several days of siege, Kevan used a large number of civilians as bait. Edgemuir, who had always treated civilians well, really couldn't stand it and led some troops out of the city to protect the river civilians. However, the Westerland's army was well prepared, and the Riverland's army was defeated, losing 4 to 5,000 men. What is even more touching is that Kevan ordered the shooting of Riverland's civilians, so Edgemuir and his personal soldiers protected the civilians. The only heir of the Duke was seriously injured by the Westerland's crossbowmen. Fortunately, the rest of the Riverland's army in the city was led by Riverland's nobles such as Titus Blackwood and Jason Mallister to rescue the seriously injured Edgemuir. This news made Arthur angry and sad. What made him angry was that Kevan of the Lannister family was so despicable that he used innocent civilians as bait. What made him sad was that the kind-hearted Edgemuir did not end well. The 2 men of the Tully family were seriously injured or seriously ill and could not take charge of the overall situation. The east of the river was invaded by war, so the 5 earls on the south bank of the Red Fork River led their troops to leave at the same time to defend their own territory. What was even more unexpected was that, taking advantage of the chaos, Lord Genus Bracken led his men to snatch Kingslayer Jaime and then presented him to Kevan in the west. It is said that now when the Kingslayer takes a shit, there are 300 fully armed Westerland soldiers watching, and many of them are nobles wearing plate armor. Thoros bit a fat chicken leg and talked about the gossip he heard. Lord Beric, the Lightning King, shook his head. Don't talk about these gossips. After the river nobles on the south bank led their troops away, the strength of Riverrun City dropped to about 5,000, and it was no longer a major concern for Kevin. So he led his army across the shallows of the Tankstone River and marched north. The Tankstone River is a tributary of the Red Fork River, and the two rivers meet at Riverrun City. Going north across the Tankstone River means that Arthur's territory, Sealand, Raventree City, Beauty Market and other riverlands are no longer safe. Patrick shouted, "They must be heading for my Seafort. I don't know if my father can defend it." Seafort is located at the source of the Blue Fork River, close to the west coast. It is the first fortress of the Riverland to defend against the invasion of the Ironmen from the Iron Islands. It has a high strategic position in coastal defense, but it is just an ordinary earldom level castle that is insignificant in land warfare. The North has gathered troops to go south to Moat Cailin. Kevin's army is targeting the twins. The Red Monk Thoros was amused by Patrick's simple remarks and reminded him. Arthur also thought of this section. In this way, the entire war situation on the Western Front completely collapsed. Although Robb, the eldest son of Duke Eddard in the north, had led his troops to Moat Cailin, he had not yet won the support of the Free family with more than 4,000 soldiers. If Kevin led his army to the twins, due to the marriage relationship between the local lords, the Free family and the Lannister family, Lord Walder Free would immediately stop sitting on the fence and turn to the Lyon family. At that time, the northern soldiers would not have to go south. Because there are only two choices, either fight a fierce battle with the Kevin Free coalition of equal strength at the twins, and there is no guarantee that they will win, or go south along the King's Road and be blocked by the Kevin Free coalition in the narrow area between the Green Fork and the Mountains of the Moon. If Tywin's Lion army on the eastern front can also cross the Ruby Ford and go north, then the nearly 20,000 northern army will be directly blocked from both ends, and young Wolf Robb will be defeated before the battle. So we hurried here to deliver this series of news to you, Earl Beric said. After a moment of contemplation, the steady Raymond held his chin up to his hand and said, "In this case, the only chance for the Western Front to turn the tables is for the Northern Army to quickly move south, and then the Starks will lure the Frees with huge benefits, pull them into the Wolf and Fish alliance, and then join forces with Seaforth, Riverrun and other cities to attack Kevin's Western Frontier division from the front and back." Lord Beric nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's not certain that we can win even with this. Robb is only a teenager. He is really too young." Arthur was not worried about Robb's ability to fight. With Robb and Marquis Rose Bolton, who have amazing fighting talents, the North's actions are likely to be the same as Raymond said. But there is another problem. In this case, all the Wolf soldiers will go to the Western Front in the Riverlands to fight, and Arthur and his men who are defending Harrenhal will not get any support at all. P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 99 Night Attack. You guys are chatting happily. Did I miss anything? Lady Heen appeared from the door. On both sides of her were Hendry and Jane Bracken, the eldest daughter of Earl Janos. Since arriving at Harrenhal, Jane and her sisters have been staying with Lady Heen all day. 1 old and 5 young. They get along well. Hendry also often ran to Lady Heen's room. He has been working hard to build good relations with the Earl-level nobles in the Riverland, and he also used the same strategy for the already declining Heen family. As soon as the three of them came in, the arguing crowd immediately quieted down. More than a dozen eyes were cast on Hendry and Jane. "What's wrong?" Hendry was not stupid. He asked after noticing something was wrong. After the whole audience was silent for a few breaths, the Red Monk Thoros explained to him the actions of Earl Bracken. Hendry's mediocre facial features suddenly became brilliant, with several expressions such as surprise, dumbfounded, fear, and guilty mixed together, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking at the moment. Finally, he said, "I was just about to fight the Westerlanders. Why did my uncle surrender first? My nephew was about to fight to the death. Why did my uncle surrender first? Why didn't he take me with him?" Seeing the awkward situation, Lady Heen laughed and made a round of it. In fact, Earl Janis's behavior is understandable. Raymond also chimed in. That's right. After Edgemuir was seriously injured, he handed over the command of the River Army in Reveron to Earl Titus of Raventry. When Stonehenge was besieged, Earl Janis was just trying to protect himself. After a battle outside Reveron, Edgemuir was seriously injured and unable to take charge of the overall situation, so he handed over the command to Earl Titus on the north bank. There are two reasons for this arrangement. Raventry is on the north bank of the Red Fork River and has not been invaded for the time being, so Titus can focus on fighting the Westerlanders in Reveron. After Janis lent troops to Arthur, the Blackwood family became the strongest among the Riverlords in Reveron. But the four earls of the South Bank had no intention of staying in Reveron and were eager to rush back to their own territories for rescue. This made Janis very embarrassed. If he went back with 1,000 men, Stonehenge was under siege. If he stayed in Reveron, the nobles of the South Bank who were on good terms with him had left, and the remaining Tully soldiers and Raventry soldiers were under the command of their mortal enemy Titus. After weighing the pros and cons, the Earl of Bracken used his own famous skill, snatching the prisoners and defecting. And this was not an ordinary prisoner of war. The Kingslayer was the eldest son of Duke Tywin. For a dwarf son of the Lion family, the imp, who was not favored by the head of the family, Duke Tywin could go to war with the entire Riverlands. The Kingslayer, who was loved by Tywin, was really worth a lot of money. Moreover, Janis was the first Earl-level nobleman in the Riverlands to surrender. In order to show his sincerity in accepting the surrender, Duke Tywin's offer would not be low. It's a lot of money to buy horse bones. After the to help to rescue the siege, Hendry vowed that he was not a man like his uncle. He would definitely stand with the Rivermen and fight to the death with the Westerlands. No one at the scene questioned it, but I'm afraid not many people believed it. There were other things to discuss, so Hendry and his cousin were not embarrassed. I propose that Raymond of Derry be sent to Maidenpool for help, Marco Piper said. This was the first time he made such a smart suggestion. Maidenpool, located in Crab Bay, is the home of the Merton family, and the current Lord is Earl William Merton. When Duke Tywin stationed troops in Horndale, the Merton family did not respond to the call of the Tully family on the grounds that the journey was too long. In the entire vicinity of Harrenhal, there is only one large family that can still have more than 2,000 troops. The Raymond family and the Merton family have been neighbors for many years, and sending him there should be able to borrow a lot of troops. Arthur nodded. That's one way too. Due to the defeat of Reveron and Kevin's march north, his plan was greatly disrupted. Originally, he thought of defending Harrenhal with the little force he had, and the newly formed army, and then wait for the reinforcement from the north to arrive. According to the original plot, as long as Harrenhal was defended for about a month, 17,000 Northern and Free infantry led by Lord Robos Bolton would arrive. But this plan is obviously not suitable for the current situation. In the original book, Jaime really didn't know how to fight, so he besieged Reveron in 3 places, and was later captured in the ambush battle of the Whispering Wood. This is why the Westerland detachment was left without a commander in the later Battle of the Camp Raid, and was defeated by the Northumberland cavalry, whose strength was far less than that of the Westerlands. But Kevin was not as reckless as his nephew. He was a qualified second son who had received complete military training, and his purpose of existence was to serve as the military assistant of Lord Tywin. Since Reveron cannot be captured in a short time, and the northern troops have already reached the Moat Cailin, it is only natural for Kevin to lead his army north to fight, and by the way, pull the Frees who are sitting on the fence to their own camp. However, in this way, the northern troops will have to deal with Kevin's westerly troops first, and the time to go south will be greatly delayed. This puts Arthur and his men in a precarious situation. If Duke Tywin is determined to take it at the cost of his life, even if Harrenhal is tall and big, all the troops in the city will not be enough. The soldiers of the various families in the river add up to about 1,300 people, and the number of new troops reaches 2,100, a total of 3,400 people, which is far from enough compared to Tywin's 14,000 people. Even the most famous heavy cavalry corps of the Lion family has far more people than those in Arthur's hands. So finding reliable foreign aid has become the most urgent thing now. But the troops of the Mutant family are also a little insufficient. Raymond said, this is also feasible, but even if all the troops of the Merton family come to help, it may not be possible. He didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was very clear. Thoros, who had eaten a lot, wiped his greasy mouth and turned to the river nobles and said, in addition to strengthening yourselves, you can also think about weakening your opponents. Weakening opponents. Arthur suddenly remembered a common method used in the Three Kingdoms in his previous life, raiding the camp in the middle of the night. We can attack their camp in the middle of the night. If the plan is good, we can kill Tywin in one fell swoop. As long as Tywin dies, the Westerlands will definitely fight against Renly in the south to defend Joffrey's throne. He said to everyone. At present, Duke Eddard is still imprisoned in the Red Castle dungeon in King's Landing. Robb has not yet become king, and the conflict between the Westerlands and the Wolf Alliance has not yet intensified to the point of a fight to the death. At most, Edgemure was injured, and a little demon was kidnapped. As long as these two are alive, the three families on both sides can still sit down and talk. The main force of the Westerlands outside the city is defending very tightly. We don't have much chance. Marquez said. He has always been straightforward and reckless. If he said there is no chance, then this road is really blocked. The nobles of the Riverlands fell into deep thought. Are they just going to wait for death here? As a landlord, Lady Riverland suddenly remembered something. Maybe you. The word came to her lips, but she stopped talking. What, madam? Please tell me. Patrick was aroused and urged. Tywin's army is near the town of Heron. There is indeed a shortcut from the castle to there, but this move is too risky and may cost you your lives. The old woman said in a heavy tone. As long as we can sneak up to their camp, they will die. Arthur's tone was unusually certain. He still had confidence in his ability. Killing Tywin, there might be no more wars in the entire Riverlands, and the civilians would not live so hard. For the millions of civilians in the entire Riverlands, this risk is worth taking, he added. Lady Heaton's face was heavy. Then I'll tell you. We can sneak to the dock of Heron Town from God's Eye Lake. Tywin's army won't even have to defend the lake. Raymond and others nodded and approved this plan. Everyone added details. We can row a boat to the dock of Heron Town in the middle of the night. Just pretend to be the cavalry of the Westerlands. We have a lot of their armor and weapons. In the battle with Amory Lorch in Heron Town, 700 or 800 sets of equipment of the Westerlands light cavalry were seized, and now they are in good use. Take a few dozen top fighters, and kill Tywin directly to his residence. That's right, cut Tywin into 8 pieces. Let them know what will happen if they invade our Riverland. After a discussion, the plan to kill Tywin was finally determined. According to the captured spies who entered the city, the garrison in Heron Town was full of infantry and light cavalry, and Duke Tywin, the officer corps and more than 4,000 heavy cavalry stayed outside the town. So Arthur and his men needed to disguise themselves as light cavalrymen from the Westerlands, enter the enemy camp from the dock of Heron Town, sneak into the tent area outside the town in the middle of the night, and then find the largest tent and rush in to start fighting. Of course, they didn't just kill Tywin once they caught him, they also had to hold the Westerlands guard hostage and get the raiding team out of the enemy camp. After finalizing many details, Arthur began to select the raiding team. As usual, the members of the bloody troop came first, and Wager and 22 warriors mercenaries were selected. In order to boost the morale of these people, Arthur asked Haley to take out 1,000 gold dragons on the spot and distribute them to these people. Wager, who was called over, had no objection and stammered to express his gratitude. As long as there was gold to take, he could do anything. It's too little. Mrs. Heen, who was sitting in the corner, had a different opinion. It's very dangerous to go there. We don't even have 100 gold royals for each of the 1,000 gold royals. If it gets out, it will make us look stingy. She said to the butler Richard, go get 1,300 gold royals to replenish these warriors. Arthur did not object. It was not his own money. Lady Hirenal had no offspring, and she owned the largest earldom in Hirenal and the Riverlands, so she was always generous. My lady, thank you. Wager's eyes widened, and he rushed to the old woman in the corner, took her right hand, and started kissing her fiercely. Arthur ignored the two, and continued to pick people. The sharpshooter Angai was also called in, because his archery skills might be useful. The rest were the Rivermen, Mako and his family's 7 top players, 6 cavalry officers from Sealand, 8 infantrymen from Derry, and 14 elite infantrymen from the main family of Bracken. Including Arthur, there were a total of 60 people. Raymond, Hendry, and Patrick also wanted to go, but the former wanted to ask for reinforcement, and the latter two were of average military strength, so they were all rejected by Arthur. Thoros and the Lightning King were also rejected by Arthur. They were not Rivermen, so there was no need to take such a big risk. Everything was ready, just waiting to start at midnight. In the middle of the night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a time to kill and set fire. The camp raiders wearing Lannister light cavalry armor sat on 6 small boats, quietly set out from near Hill, and rowed towards the dock of the town. The stars were shining, reflecting the sparkling surface of the lake. The whole world seemed to be left with the sound of people rowing. For the sake of millions of people, we all went to the camp of 10,000 soldiers to attack and kill the enemy commander. It's also a good story, Arthur said. At his feet, there was the golden guardeo, but it was wrapped in thick cloth and tied to several lances. Marquette, who was in the same boat with him, smacked his lips and said it would be better if there was a pot of beer. Arthur also wanted to drink some beer with a low alcohol content, but he really didn't have the conditions at the moment. With this slight regret, he paddled hard. Soon, everyone paddled to the front of the dock. From a distance, you can see 4 or 5 Western border soldiers guarding the dock, but they are all sitting on the ground, back to back, with their heads tilted and sleeping. Great, Arthur said softly. In order to reduce the noise, he stretched out his hand to stop the 5 small boats behind him, and only let his own boat approach slowly. After landing, Arthur and the 9 people on this boat killed the 5 Western border soldiers who were on night watch. The 5 boats behind also quickly approached, and the people who hijacked the camp gathered. In order to be less conspicuous, the golden guandeo tied to the lance was held by a member of the blood drama troupe. After roughly arranging 2 rows of queues, they set off towards the town of Heron. Not far away, they met a 5-man patrol team. The captain of the Lion family, who led the team, was very smart. Seeing so many people dressed as cavalry coming from the dock, he immediately became suspicious. First, there were not many light cavalry stationed in the town, and second, they were all infantry patrolling the night, and cavalry were all the treasures of Lord Tywin. "Stop, Lannister," he shouted, trying to confirm the other party's identity with a password. Arthur, who was leading the team, naturally didn't know how to respond, and was embarrassed for a few seconds. Fortunately, someone in the team reacted quickly, and Jeff fired 2 rounds of 5 arrows, and all the members of the patrol team fell to the ground on the spot. The people who hijacked the camp behind him were naturally smart. They ran up to move the bodies, and dragged them to the corner. "What should we do? We don't know the password." Marquette was a little anxious. Arthur thought for a while. "Don't worry, at least we know the first half of the sentence is Lannister. If you meet someone, just ask the first half of the sentence, and you will always know the second half." He waved his hand, and the hijacking team moved towards the tent area outside the town again. On the way, they naturally met the patrol team again. This time, Arthur asked first, "Stop, Lannister. You have a debt, and you don't pay it back." The captain answered reflexively. Arthur nodded and waved his hand. "Yes, continue the night patrol." Then he led the people to move forward. The captain, who was stopped, was a little confused. Shouldn't he ask first? But these cavalrymen had already walked past. The captain thought that it was better to have less trouble than more, so he pretended that nothing happened and continued the night patrol. Arthur, who got the password, was full of confidence and led his people to the tent area outside the town with his head held high. The correct password allowed them to have a smooth journey and enter the camp outside the town. The largest tent in the tent area has also come into Arthur's sight, but he encountered another 10-man patrol Lion family soldiers. Arthur and his light cavalry uniforms also attracted attention. The leading Lion family soldier asked, "Password, Joffrey. You have a debt, and you don't pay it back," Arthur said. But this time, he was not very confident. The leading Lion family soldier became suspicious. "Whose men are you? Tell me your names quickly." Arthur glanced at the largest tent, which was about 50 or 60 steps away. Even if he dealt with this group of people, he would still have time to run over. He made a gesture behind his back with his left hand, and his right hand rested on the greatsword new moon at his waist. He replied, "Sir Amory Lorch, our leader is." Halfway through his words, Arthur drew his sword and chopped at the group. The people behind him also received Arthur's reminder. Those who shot arrows, and those who chopped people. Enemy attack, but it still made the patrolling Lion family soldiers issue a warning. 10 people were quickly chopped down. There was not much response from the surrounding tents, and some Lion family soldiers in key positions reacted much faster. Many corners rushed out some neatly dressed Lion family soldiers. Arthur waved his greatsword and shouted, "Protect Lord Tywin." Then he rushed towards the largest tent. The raiders behind him also shouted, "Protect Lord Tywin," and followed Arthur in a huge charge. P.S. Please give me your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 100. The head is Tywin. The defense near Duke Tywin's tent was still very tight. In a few breaths, dozens of Lion soldiers holding torches rushed out. A Lion officer saw Arthur leading the charge and shouted, "Where are the enemies? Whose lord are you?" Arthur pointed his sword at the tent. "The enemy has already entered here, and we are ordered to protect Lord Tywin." After that, he ignored these Lion soldiers and rushed to the tent with his men. Seeing this situation, the Lion officer immediately turned his face. "They are the enemy. Stop them." The Lion soldiers were still in a daze, but the camp robbers were ready. The two waves of people started fighting directly, and the sound of swords hitting each other suddenly rang out. The member of the blood opera troupe who held the knife for Arthur also handed the golden guandeo to him in time, which made Arthur's charge less obstructed. Everyone was still fighting, and suddenly several people rushed out of the tent. Arthur looked closely and saw that it was Duke Tywin and his personal attendants. It was just that the majestic Westerly Guardian was a little disheveled. He didn't have the scarlet cape with gold lines that he usually wore. He was only wearing a breastplate and silk casual clothes, and only one iron boot. He was supported by the people around him, and walked away from the battlefield with a group of personal soldiers. "Lord Tywin is ahead. Protect Tywin," Arthur shouted. He casually chopped down the Lion soldiers in front of him, and then led his men to chase the Westerly Guardian. It was just that the fight of hundreds of people attracted a lot of attention, and more Lion soldiers poured out from all around. There were also sounds from the surrounding tents, and it seemed that the soldiers who were sleeping and resting had also woken up. The situation was even more unfavorable, but fortunately, the Lion soldiers who joined later did not distinguish the situation for the time being, and stood around, watching the two waves of their own people fighting. The Lion officer who had previously identified Arthur as an enemy shouted, "This group of light cavalry is the enemy. Hurry up. We are all soldiers ordered to protect Lord Tywin. They are the enemy." Marco followed behind Arthur, and was the most relaxed, so he refuted. Arthur brandished his sword and shouted, "That's right. They are trying to disrupt us. Brothers, hurry up and take down these rivermen." In the few breaths that the later Lion family soldiers hesitated, the first red robes who appeared had been almost wiped out. The officer was also hit by Arthur's sword, and his head was immediately moved. This made the way for the camp robbers unimpeded, and they went straight to the Westerly Guard, who was still in sight. The sharpshooter Angai performed steadily, and the number of people around Duke Tywin continued to decrease. However, the Westerly people were still loyal, and the Westerly Guard was protected by the personal soldiers holding large shields behind him, so he could not be shot to death for the time being. After the torchlight illuminated the golden color of Arthur's guandeo, the later Lion family soldiers finally reacted, and hurriedly followed the camp robbers who ran over. "The enemy is ahead. Protect Lord Tywin." The man holding the golden sword is Arthur Braykin. "Stop him quickly. Don't sleep, pigs in the tent. Come out and fight." In order to create more chaos, the camp robbers also shouted, "The ones behind are Ivermen. Brothers, fight them. The enemy pretends to be Lord Tywin's personal soldiers. Don't confuse them with our own people. Colleagues in the tent, recognize that we are here to protect Lord Tywin." In this way, Tywin, several attendants and 20 or 30 personal soldiers were in front, and the camp robbers followed behind, followed by a large group of Lion family soldiers. The moonlight was not clear, and the weak light of the torches illuminated the current situation of the Westerland camp. After running for a while, the Westerland Guard was helped to the stable, and then surrounded by personal soldiers and attendants, riding horses towards the outside of the camp. Now the enemy is wearing the equipment of the Lion family soldiers, and it is impossible to distinguish between the enemy and ourselves. Running out of the camp is indeed a way to deal with it. Arthur and his men also ran to the stable. One person and one horse jumped on the horse and chased out. Now the raiders didn't need to disguise themselves. They galloped on horseback, chasing and fleeing, breaking the tranquility of the night. The one without red robes in front is Tywin. Arthur pointed his knife in front and turned to remind the raiders, chase Tywin. Anguy understood and pulled his long bow like a full moon, and a sharp arrow shot out instantly. A servant shouted, "Don't hurt my master." Then he stood behind his lord and blocked the arrow with his body. The Westermen were reminded, and someone handed his scarlet robe to the lord and started to ride fast again. Arthur glanced clearly, turned back and shouted, "The bald one is Tywin, shoot Tywin." Anguy shot another arrow, and the Westermen who handed the red robes used their body to block the arrow and fell to the ground. Another person put his lion-shaped half-helmet on the lord, and now Arthur couldn't tell that the one in front was Duke Tywin. Fortunately, Marco Piper was quick-witted and shouted, "The leader is Tywin, hunt down Tywin." Although the Westerlands were nervous, they still had some brains, and did not cut off their lord's head. Then, the large army of the Westerlands finally caught up. Arthur turned around and saw dense torches, at least hundreds of people, shouting and cursing from afar. But the distance between them and Tywin was getting closer and closer, estimated to be 30 or 40 steps away. Anguy also stopped shooting, as there was not much left in his quiver. Just when the raiders were about to catch up with the target, a large group of Westerland's light cavalry suddenly flashed from the west. They heard the shouts of Arthur and others, and rushed to protect their lord. "Don't worry, my lord, I'm Amory Lorch," the leader shouted. Regardless of whether he stopped the pursuers or not, he first made clear his merits in saving the king. Lorch was originally sent to hunt down Earl Beric and other members of the Brotherhood without banners, and happened to catch up with them near Hirennel these 2 days. Half of Lorch's more than 100 light cavalry were sent to fight with the pursuers, and the rest were taken by him to the side of Lord Tywin. "Don't panic, my lord. With me, Amory Lorch, here, these rivermen can't hurt you at all." This man was afraid that the panicked feudal lord would not know who he was, so he mentioned his name again and again. The merit of saving the emperor is a great merit that can be compared with the merit of following the dragon. The people who robbed the camp were stopped, and the distance had begun to widen. Such a good opportunity may not come next time. Arthur made a prompt decision. The soldiers of the various families in the river fight with them, and the people of the blood troop follow me. Most of the soldiers of the various families in the river are elite infantry. Although they can ride horses, they are not good at fighting on horses while running. These people of the blood troop are used to fighting on horses, so it is just right to take them to chase and kill. So more than 30 soldiers from various families in the river stayed to entangle Lorch's men, and the remaining 25 followed Arthur to chase and kill Tywin. G. Everyone urged the horses desperately. In a dozen breaths, the distance between the two sides was shortened to several dozen steps again. The people in the Westerlands were a little panicked. After a few excuses, Loki, who was of lower status, and his light cavalry were left to intercept the pursuers. Loki was angry, but he did not dare to act rashly in front of Tywin, so he led the remaining 50 or so people to intercept the pursuers. "Vag, take the blood troop to stop them," Arthur shouted without wasting any time. He led Mark and Ange to chase Tywin. There were only a dozen people around the Westerland's guardian now. Ange drew his bow and shot arrows again, and another Westerland's man fell to the ground. When he rode his horse past the body of this person, Arthur glanced at him, and it was not Tywin. "I, Loki, will protect you, even if it costs my life." There was another shout behind him, and Arthur looked back and saw that this old enemy had caught up with him again. But Loki was not as brave as he said, but asked his men to stop Arthur and the other two, and he chased the lord. A loyal minister is known in times of turmoil. It is time for Amory Lorch to show his loyalty and bravery in front of his lord. Arthur swung his guardeo and killed 2 light cavalrymen with 2 strikes. However, there were only 20 to 30 people in this group, and the blood troop behind him only held back a number of Westerland soldiers of about the same number as himself. Seeing Tywin running farther and farther away, Arthur was extremely anxious. After this raid, the Westerland army would definitely strengthen its night defense. In other words, this might be the only chance to kill Tywin. Go quickly, and I will hold them back, Mako shouted. After killing a Westerland soldier, Arthur reined in his horse and shouted, "Two good brothers, please hold them back." Then he chased after them. The distance between Arthur and the target in front was shortened again, but this time, the situation was even more unfriendly. After about a hill, hundreds of torches appeared. The personal soldiers guarding Tywin went around in a circle and actually came back. "I'm Davin Lannister. Uncle, please feel free to come in," a messenger shouted from the front of the Westerlands. So the soldiers escorting Tywin and the Westerlands guards rode towards the Westerlands. "There are enemies behind us, shoot them," Loki shouted to Davin's men from a distance. The Westerland soldiers obviously received orders from their superiors. After a period of preparation, the first round of arrows was thrown out. The sound of whizzing through the air was loud. Arthur was still trying hard to close the distance with Tywin, but he felt something was wrong. Looking up, he immediately felt uneasy. The sky was full of arrows falling like a rainstorm. Although he could withstand it with the armor of the Westerland's light cavalry, the horse under his crotch could not bear it. The horse's front hooves were not stable, and it knelt on the spot, throwing Arthur off the horse's back. Fortunately, he pulled his feet out of the stirrups in time, then rolled over and stood up. The distance between Tywin on horseback and Arthur on his feet began to widen. He sighed with regret. In order to save the situation, Arthur suddenly pulled out the greatsword moon from his waist, held the hilt upside down, aimed at a figure who looked very much like Tywin, and threw it at the man with all his strength. Before he could carefully observe whether the greatsword had hit him, the second round of arrow rain had already fallen. Without the protection of a large shield, he suddenly became a porcupine covered with arrows. Although the protection of the iron armor and helmet, as well as the thick blood brought by the iron bone skill, made such a small injury not a big problem, it was not very painful. "Lord Arthur, come quickly. Lord Marco and I can't hold on anymore." At this time, Angai's voice sounded. This was a taciturn Dornishman. Although they were only employed, he completed a series of instructions to Arthur without any discount. He called for help, which meant that the situation was really dangerous and urgent. Arthur looked at the target that rushed into the formation of the Westerland soldiers, and then looked at the third round of arrow rain still floating in the sky, knowing that he would not be able to get Tywin's head tonight. He no longer hesitated, turned around and ran in the direction of Mark and Ange. "Hold on, I'm Arthur." Climbing up the hill they had just crossed, the two men who had fought to the death and a dozen Westerland soldiers appeared in front of Arthur. Mark, who was riding a horse, was surrounded and beaten by 7 or 8 Westerland light cavalrymen. He was slow in his movements and had been seriously injured. Ange got a long spear from somewhere and fought fiercely with 4 or 5 light cavalrymen. Arthur strode forward to the battlefield, killed a Westerland soldier with a knife, took off his body, then jumped on his horse and joined the battle. A few minutes later, 10 Westerland soldiers were hacked to death by Arthur, and the surviving Westerland soldiers fled in all directions. Marke was seriously injured. After seeing the enemy run away, he smiled at Arthur and fell off his horse. Arthur and Ange hurriedly dismounted and ran over to check his injuries. "I'm fine." With black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Mako smiled weakly. "Did you kill Tywin? If you kill him, there will be no war in the Riverlands." Arthur was filled with shame. "Good brother, my horse was shot down by a rain of arrows. I couldn't catch up with him, and I threw a man with my sword. I think I hit him, but that man may not be Tywin." Mako's expression was visibly depressed. "It's too dark at night. It's normal that you can't see clearly." Although he was injured, he was still trying to enlighten Arthur. Arthur was about to say something, but he heard Angai calling out urgently, "Since you can't kill Tywin, take Lord Mako to Hirennel to bandage his wounds. He can still be saved." Mako said, "Yes, I think I can still save him." The three of them stopped wasting time. Arthur picked a strong horse, carried Mako on the horse, and ran towards Hirennel with Angai. Most of the other raiders were stopped by the Amoris. At this moment, they were in danger and could not take care of them. After about half an hour of galloping, the 3 men and 2 horses arrived at the gate of Harrenhal. They went around to the east gate, called the guards at the gate, and then entered the castle. Go and find the Maesters of Harrenhal, and the monks who have come in these days. We need help, hurry up. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Arthur ordered the guards at the gate. Many Riv monks entered the castle. They claimed that they were not here to seek refuge, but to help the refugees who had left their homes. Many of the monks could treat illnesses, so they could be used as doctors. The 2 people on duty ran to perform this task, and the rest of the people worked together to close a heavy iron door. Marco was already unconscious, and Arthur carried him up to the king's burning tower. Anguai himself was also injured and needed bandages and treatment, so he followed behind. Not long after, the old Maesters of Harrenhal and some monks arrived one after another. I think we should first let him drink some milk of poppy, and then drain the blood clots. As for whether to induce vomiting, it depends on the efficacy of these 2 things. The old Maester stroked his white beard, and said quite proudly. He was very confident in his medical skills. This made Arthur happy. The population of the Harrenhal River House was declining, and this man must have put in a lot of effort. He was the one who could bleed a person who was cut and bleeding. Go away. He waved to the old Maester, and then faced several monks. Come on, give some feasible suggestions. An elderly but strong monk quickly said, first clean the wound, use my herbs to stop the bleeding, then bandage it, and then take some blood producing medicine tonic. Maybe it can save his life. Okay, let's do it. Arthur agreed to this treatment plan, and asked the man to implement it quickly. The man took action, and several monks also helped him. The old Maester looked at the busy people with contempt, shook his head, and walked out. While the monks were treating Marco's wound, Arthur suddenly saw a man's face clearly. He was middle-aged, with a round face, bald head, and kind features. He was wearing a light grey robe. What shocked Arthur was that he looked very much like the Pope of a certain religion in his previous life. This face is not long. He asked the man tentatively, Big Sparrow? P.S. Please recommend on monthly votes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.